What is going on, everybody? Today I'm joined by a horror legend, Betsy Baker. Betsy, how is your day so far?
My day is going well. My husband and I just returned from our annual tax man visit. So what can I say about that? It's done. Well, it's not quite done, but it's getting there.
It's the fun thing we all get to look forward to.
I'm so lucky I get to pay taxes. That's what I should be saying. Yes. Yes.
It's a fun experience.
Yeah.
So what made you want to get into acting?
I always enjoyed it. Actually, I know a lot of people say, oh, from the time I was in elementary school or junior high or high school, but it's true. I loved it. It was a nice outlet for me. I enjoyed the theater. I enjoyed going to the theater. I enjoyed taking dance classes and piano classes and voice classes. And I just wanted to continue that. And so I did throughout college, and then actually immediately after college went into and did a professional singing job for quite a few months, and then realized that I had never really done anything behind a camera or in front of a camera. So because my studies were on live stage or in classical voice. So I actually moved to the Detroit area. I knew that they were doing regional and local commercials. They did some films sometimes, but they also did a lot of, at the time that I was young, back in the last century, they were doing a lot of industrial films and training films. And I thought that was a perfect way for me to train and learn and just be on a set. And it was a great experience. Many great experiences for me.
So what was the process like for you to get involved with Evil Dead?
I was living in Detroit. I had done a bunch of commercials by that time. I was doing auto shows and live narration nationwide. I had a theatrical agent in Detroit, and she called one day. She said, "This is a little bit different." I said, "Okay." We met with 3 young gentlemen today, and they're interested in meeting you and having an interview with you and talking with you about doing a movie they want to do. They didn't say horror movie. They didn't say low budget movie. They didn't say, chainsaw movie. They just would like to meet with you. And they would like to meet with you, if it's okay, at this particular restaurant, which I think was, I want to say Guido's, but I don't think it was Guido's. It was an Italian restaurant. I can't remember it. I used to know the name of it, which means basically they did not want to come into the agent's office and use their time and be charged for it, or use a room or whatever. They didn't want to pay for that. So would Betsy be willing to meet us at a Pasquale's? That was the name of it. On Woodward Avenue for anybody who's listening from Detroit. And so I met them at this Italian restaurant. And at the time, I don't think Sam was it was barely 21. I'm not quite sure Bruce was 21. I think Rob was 23 or something. And I was 23 or 24. So we met in the afternoon on a Thursday afternoon in the fall at Pasquale's. And at that point then they said, well, we would like to have you read some scenes after I met them and had a Pepsi Cola with them. And they said, would you like to come? Would you like to come to my house? This is Sam talking. And we can meet on a Saturday and we can, we can read a few scenes with you. But the funny thing is, it wasn't his house. He was living with his parents still. And so I drove up to the house and, went to the back door because I was still accustomed to going to a, back door where people lived. And, and his mother answered the door. Yes, Sam and the boys are downstairs. So I just went into the basement and we recorded a couple scenes and they offered me the role that Saturday afternoon.
What's your thought going to the house and his mother answers and tells you that they're in the basement?
I thought I was pretty safe. I mean, at the time I was dating a guy when we went to Pasquale's, and I had never, ever gone to an audition or an interview outside of a, theatrical agency or outside of Ford or General Motors or Buick or anything like that. So I thought, this is very weird. I'm going to a restaurant at 3 p.m. And I also, being a waitress for many years, I knew there's not a lot going on at 2 and 3 and 4 p.m. So This will be interesting. So I told my boyfriend who drove me there, if I don't come out in about a half an hour, come looking for me. And that's the honest truth. He never had to come looking for me, but I was worried there for a second.
Yeah, that seems wild. So what was the filming process like?
It was horrible. We actually were supposed to work on this horror thriller in and around the Detroit or Michigan area, and they were so concerned that the winter was going. I guess they looked at the Farmer's Almanac, and they were so concerned that the weather would be so bad in October and November, and early December, that they decided they should shoot somewhere else because they did not want a lot of snow. And a lot of snow was predicted. As it turned out, they found a place in Morristown, Tennessee, of the infamous cabin off a side road, and it was one of the coldest October, November, December's in the history of Tennessee. So the conditions were just as you saw them the first day of filming. It was a dirt road. It had no electricity. They had to bring electricity in. It had no bathrooms. It had no heat. It had, I don't even know if it had glass on the windows, honestly. And when we got there, all the crew, which was just about 7 people, and all the cast, which was Bruce Campbell and the 4 of us, we were asked to come to the cabin for 2 days and literally clean up the dirt inside the cabin, which meant shovels and brooms. And we were cleaning up cow and goat dung because they were walking through the cabin. It was part of their home in this little country, in this woods. So we cleaned out the cabin and we started shooting. I mean, the prop and set guys came in, and which was like Sam's friends, and found a couch, a couple chairs, and a moose, and some antlers, and a chair and 4 tables and a cot they put up for the bed in which I'm resting when my leg is attacked by a demon. And that's where we shot. And it was just miserably cold. After the 3rd day of shooting, the first 2 were shooting outside in the woods during the day on the side of the road and by the bridge that the state of Tennessee told Sam and Rob they could use because because of its lack of safety, they were going to blow it up in the next few days. Which means great, they had this location, but also not great because they wanted us to drive across it, and they wanted us to walk on it. And I said, wait a minute, guys, they're tearing this down in a few days because it's not safe. Oh, it'll be safe. It'll be fine. So it was that kind of, we did a lot of flying by the seat of our pants.
What was your reaction when it came out to it being popular and so forth?
Honestly, I was not there when it was first released. I was not at the premiere. And it came out with mixed reviews. It wasn't received well in Europe, and it was banned in a lot of countries. I was actually working at an auto show, and I couldn't come back for the premiere in Detroit, which would have been a lot of fun. But at the time, I just went, I can't miss doing the Portland, Oregon auto show, so I'm not going to be able to make it. And it had a very small movie theater presence. I didn't discover its popularity until many years later when I actually walked into one of the first video stores and saw it there.
That's cool. That has to be a cool experience to see your movie there. But what was it like, reuniting with Sam Raimi many years later on Oz the Great and Powerful? Because I'm pretty sure you didn't have to go audition in his basement for that one.
You are correct about that. It was actually lovely. We had seen Sam a few times, and we had seen Bruce a number of times. I had seen Rob a few times, and it was a lot of fun. Teresa Tilley, aka Sarah York in the movie, had been there for a couple of weeks doing some work, and then they asked Ellen Sandweiss and myself to come in. So it was just a blast. And it was then, and it is now. It's just remarkable to watch Sam work on on a set. He's very respectful to the crew and the actors, a very humble, quiet guy, but to just watch him and observe how he works and what he wants from the actors or from the crew is still amazing to me. I would work tomorrow with him. It's such a delight. And we see him every once in a while. But at conventions and such. But yeah, he was great. It was great to kind of reunite.
What was it like coming back as Linda in Ash vs. Evil Dead?
On the television show?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't actually come. You mean in the one that they shot in New Zealand? I didn't actually work on that. I had heard rumors. I had been told that if it went to, I think, a season 3 or 4, they were thinking of bringing some more of us back. From the original film, only Ellen went back for a couple of days. But we did some voiceover and some dubbing for it. Yeah, it would have been great. It would have been great to do that, but we didn't do that.
Okay. Well, my daughter will get upset if I don't ask you. What was it like working on Grey's Anatomy?
It was a lot of fun. Actually, I knew the director well. They just live a few blocks from us. But I had to audition. I auditioned and read for the scene, and we worked for a few days on that big family accident scene. It was a huge fiasco, but it was a lot of fun working on Grey's Anatomy, and it's an icon of a show. So I was really fortunate to be a part of that crew and that set for even, 5 days. And it's a system and it's a rhythm they have there and they have had. And I was just honored to be a part of it.
That's awesome. Do you have a favorite role outside of like Evil Dead?
I know a lot of people say, well, it's anything that I'm working on, which people laugh at, but it's actually true. I mean, I really enjoyed working on, not a lot of people saw it, but those that have saw it, I've enjoyed it. It's a show called Hand of God, which was on for a few seasons. And I played Dana Delaney's mother, which I have to say, we had to use a lot of makeup and a lot of special effects, but it was an incredible experience to play somebody really angry and upset and low key at the same time, and to play and work with such great people. Gosh, I've done a number of episodes on the Connors, which is a total different, the comedy essence, and that was a great experience, and it was a challenge. We shot all those episodes during the pandemic, so for all of the episodes I was in, there was no audience. We saw the seats and the, where the audience sits and everything reacts, but we had no audience. So when we would start after rehearsal, when we would start on the days that we were shooting, they would have actually all the extra crew and all the other actors come and stand and be like, laughing and reacting because they didn't have an audience to react. It was a live audience show, but we didn't have an audience. So for us, in order to kind of get some sense of the comedy or the timing, they would have the rest of the crew stand there and react and laugh or not laugh, whatever.
Something that show did so well, and just like the predecessor Roseanne, it did so well in blending comedy with real world. I love the Connors. I thought it was so good. What was that cast like to interact with?
Oh, they were lovely. The interesting thing about working with the cast is oftentimes you literally just work with them in that particular scene. We don't, so many of them, I mean, the leads and the main characters, they go off, they work on their lines, they have meetings, they do other things. I just worked on a film last week and I saw that one of the cast members was, she and I worked together like 9 years ago. And at first I thought, oh, this will be so fun to see her again. And we never saw each other because we weren't working on the same days. So we never connected. I mean, if I see her, it would be at the, premiere or the first screening or whatever. So, I mean, they're fun to work with, and I always try and learn something from everybody that I work with, either crew or cast. I try and observe and learn something or go away with something that I didn't know before.
Betsy, one of my favorite shows ever is Beyond Belief Fact or Fiction. And there is episodes that were filmed in 2024 and 25, and I cannot find them anywhere. And you were in some of those. What was that experience like? And do you have any insight of maybe where I can dig these up?
I think you'd have to try. I think you'd have to go to Germany, quite honestly. I cannot find them either, to tell you the truth. There's 2 episodes. There was a story that was told. Is it true or not? And apparently my story was true. There was just an old farmhouse in the country years ago. And she rented out rooms long before there was Airbnbs and stuff like that. And it didn't go well, let's just say, for the guests that arrived. I cannot find it either. And actually, the casting director a year later said, I'd love to get you a copy of it in English, but we can only find it in German right now. And I don't even have the German copy, so I don't know where it is. But it was a great experience.
Yeah, I interviewed somebody else that was in that, and she said that initially Germany tried to do it themselves with like German actors and so forth because the show got really big there, but they didn't like that version. They wanted the American show, so they dubbed it all in German for the German audience.
I think I've heard that too. Yeah, because I do a lot of voiceover foreign dubbing as well. And I thought, oh, why don't you guys just do it? Why aren't you shooting it over there? I was talking to the director. He said, they don't want it. They want, American actors, and they want it dubbed. So, but I'd love to see it. So if you ever find it, let me know, please, because I'd love to see it as well.
Yeah.
And vice versa. I'll let you, I'll get in touch with you and let you know.
I'm on a mission. I will find it. What are you working on now?
I can't, I hate to say this, but because it sounds so oofy poofy, but I worked on a feature film that I really liked the script. It is a psychological horror thriller, and I'm meaning that there's not a lot of, today's when people say, oh, it's a horror movie, there just must be a lot of violence. There must be a lot of knives. There must be a lot of guns. There must be a lot of stabbings. There must be a lot of doors cutting off people's hands. I don't like that. I just have never, ever really cared for it. And you're going, well, why were you in Evil Dead? It's a very good question. But this one was a psychological horror. And I'm done with my shooting scenes. They're working a few more days, and I hope it will be a big success with them. And when I know more, I'll let you know.
Okay, that sounds fun. Do you have I'm trying to think of how to word this. Is there other parts of the movie industry that you kind of want to get into, maybe, that you've ever thought about?
Yeah. I mean, there was a time years ago that I thought being in production on the other side of the camera would be really interesting and challenging. And there was a time when before my children were born, and they're grown adults now. And when I was first married to my husband, we owned, one of the businesses my husband owned in the film industry was a motorhome business. And we worked on the production side. I owned them. I gutted them. I removed everything in them. And then I outfitted them with desk space and office space and hair and makeup space, and they would be like trailers, for productions. It seems pretty easy, but it was a lot of responsibility with, drivers and employees and, being on top of a mountain at 3 a.m. And I wasn't driving, but I had to be awake and make sure that my drivers arrived there and that everything was good to go, and everything was working. And, I do not have that company anymore, but I'm glad for the experience. I don't know. I do some voiceover dubbing, like I said. I'd love to get into anime dubbing, but that's a really hard, nut to crack. And I'm really intrigued with the verticals right now, and how popular they are. And but I also know that I'm well aware that because of my age and my looks right now, there's a limit as to what I can do. I know, and I'm well aware that I get called for the local librarian or the neighbor down the street or this single old lady that lives upstairs, whether she's bad or good, or the attorney is going to lose the next case. And those are great character roles. So, but I am intrigued with, and I say that because I know verticals are geared most often towards a very, very young audience, but you got to have old people in them sometimes. So it'd be nice to get into them.
The vertical movement is wild because we just interviewed somebody from one of them, and I caught a couple recently on my phone just flipping through Instagram, and they are, yeah, you're right, they're so popular.
So wild. It's such a interesting genre in which you're so teased and so you're so allured that yes, you'll buy more. You want more, you want more, you want more. And that's what an actor or a performer wants. Oh, you want to see more? That's great. I'll come back and do this play, or I'll come back and hopefully do this movie or this show. And the verticals is just, and they pound them out very rapidly. They work very, very hard. So it'd be interesting.
Well, Betsy, thank you so much for your time. Where can everybody find you online? Do you have social media?
I do not have much social media, but I am on Facebook, Betsy Baker. And that's about it. I don't do any other social media. I suppose I should, huh? Maybe I should someday.
Maybe. It's exhausting. Social media is exhausting.
Yes,
I have to do it for the podcast, and it's like nonstop. There's always something. But again, thank you so much for your time, everybody. Like, comment, share, subscribe, and we'll chat soon.
You're very welcome.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another Three Geeks conversation. I'm joined by Deborah Pratt, who was actively involved with one of my favorite shows of all time, and also she was in one of my other favorite shows. So I can't wait to talk to you, Deborah. But let's just jump in. What made you want to get into acting and then directing, writing, and producing?
I actually started as a storyteller, probably around 10 years old. Every morning I'd get up to go play with my friends and said, I had the best dream last night. Okay, let me tell you about my dream. And then I would tell them about whatever it was that I had dreamed, some great adventure. And my friends said to me years later, but by the afternoon, it had like expanded and there was like so much more to this dream. Like rewriting as I was going. And then I was kind of a loner. And we couldn't afford like the Barbie house of the time. So I took all of our encyclopedias and all of our childcraft books and I built mansions in my room with books, and they were the rooms. And then I took all the Kleenex boxes and little threads, and they were tables and chairs, and I decorated them with all the stuff from the house. So, and then finally I would go and take Barbie and Skipper and Ken, usually naked. I don't know whatever happened to their clothes, but they were like, oh, hanging on the clothesline, getting away from the monsters. So I was an action adventure writer at a very, very early age and imagining. I was a storyteller. And then when I was in high school, I had a teacher that part of teaching English class was to do classical theater. And I really liked it. So the summer of my junior year, I auditioned for Dark of the Moon, got the lead in that. The next summer I did, during the year I did Tea House of the August Moon, got the lead in that. And I went, oh, I must be good. And then I did Merasad and played Charlotte Corday. And I said, wow, I really kind of like this. So when I went off to college to study psychology, which is actually very good if you want to be a writer or an actor or anything to understand the psychology of character. I I got a job, a work-study job, taking tickets at the theater. And when the shows came up, I started to audition for them, and I started to take dance classes, and I started to take singing lessons. And I found that I had and my mother was an opera singer in college. So I got her voice. I never knew I had it. Although I think I remember singing at like 10 in the Christmas show, and they gave me a solo. My mother she said, I opened the program and it said, Deborah Pratt will be singing this blah, blah, blah solo. And so none of us knew that I had this voice. I had like 3.5 octaves, like Mariah Carey and those four. I could do that whistle thing. So it got me work. Got me out here on a contract to NBC as my first job. Because I told my parents I graduated in 3 years, and I said I want to take a year off, gap year. And they said, well, do you want to go to Europe? And I went, I want to go in show business. And they went, really? Don't you want like a real career? And I never looked back. I got to sing and dance with old Hollywood, like Dean Martin and the Rat Pack, and dance with Gene Kelly and Donald O'Connor. And you can still find me haunting YouTube in these strange little skits with Martin that were hysterical. So, I mean, I started out really having fun.
You mentioned dancing with the Rat Pack. Did you get to meet Sammy Davis Jr. then?
I actually did. I went to his house. I met him. We were performing at, I can't remember who we were the opening act for. It wasn't for Frank. But Danny Thomas, Frank, and Sammy Davis, and one of the other kind of pseudo Rat Pack. I didn't like him very much, so I never remember his name. All came up and to meet us after the show, and they had given us like the presidential suite and all this kind of stuff. So we were 8 girls from towns across the country who had come together, and suddenly we were like Vegas hanging. And he was so nice to me. And then when he had a show for a minute, and I went and did his show a couple of times. So yes, I did meet him.
That's awesome. Such a talented guy. Such a talented guy.
He could just do everything. He really could. And was nice. He was very, very nice. I liked Sammy.
He has. I kind of wanted to ask, you are one of the screenplay writers for our friend Martin. What was writing that like?
Oh, wait. I thought I turned this off. I'm going to turn it off now.
That's okay.
It was incredible. They had come to me to say, you're the queen of time travel. Can you help us? And at the time I couldn't. And then they came back, and they brought on 2 writers, and I can't remember their names, but they're really wonderful people. And they gave me the script and said, just put your magic on it. And so I did a rewrite. So it was a joint effort for that. But I think what was so amazing was the cast. After the script was written and they started to cast it, and it had Whoopi and LeVar, and I mean, just this amazing cast. But I also loved the story, and it was a great way to teach time travel to kids and show them.
It's such an important piece of history to use for it.
Exactly. Living a life is so important, because in the end, I don't want to like give anything away from those you haven't seen it, go see our friend Martin. I think it's on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube.
You can. I've shown my kids.
But I thought it was important. And when we did Quantum Leap, one of the things that was very important to me were the kisses with history, how you would take a piece of history and personalize it, and then put the viewer into the shoes of the person that Sam leapt in, to feel what it felt like to be a woman or to be Black in the 50s, at the beginnings of civil rights. That was very important to me as a creator on that show, to make sure that stories had meaning. They were about something. And I think that's where, we had just come out. I think I had written 1 episode, and I said, I want to write, I want him to leap into a woman. And they went, well, okay, yeah. And I did, and it was funny and poignant and charming, and it had all the important things. And I'll tell you a secret. I'll never forget when Scott had to wear those 3-inch heels and sat down on a cold metal chair without stockings on. He said,
"Welcome to our life."
Exactly right. And then I went back to them and I said, now I want to write him Black Man 1950s. And everybody, the studio, the network, everybody went, no, that's year 3. We'll do that in year 3. And I went, nope, I want to do it now. It's my show. I want to do it now. And so I called Brandon Tartikoff and said, this is what we have to do. And I told him the story and he went, she's right. And we did it, and it changed the show. The coolest thing was that we found chat rooms. Remember chat rooms in the early 90s?
Yeah.
Dial up. We were the first show to ever be in a chat room where you could go and hear people. It was like a water cooler. The next
That's
day,
so
people
cool.
were talking about it, in the chat rooms, and what they liked about the show and how they liked the stories being told. And I think that's where we established the fans from the very, very beginning.
Yeah.
I thought Quantum Leap handled that stuff so well, even in the reboot when there's a whole trans story. Like it continued on in the series, and I thought like those subjects that could be very sensitive were handled so well, like him going back in time into a black or into female body, like so well done. I'm glad you were able to get those on the air, especially back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. We got kicked off the air. I wrote an episode called Black on White on Fire, and it was the LA riots, 1969, and we did it. Benjamin and God, who's the other writer? I'm so terrible today, and I love both of them. Wrote him leaping into a Korean family, which is where the riot started, which I thought was really interesting because a woman killed a young black girl, a Korean store shop owner, accused her of stealing, pulled out a gun and shot her. And that's really what triggered the riots. And when I wrote them, I really did heavy research on what was happening politically at the time. And the idea of doing a interracial couple was very important to me because it was really what was happening in the 60s. People were coming to grips with, you love, somebody because of who they are. It's not about the bottle, it's about the wine, which I love that quote. And I wanted to make a statement that it wasn't just about people burning their homes. It was about people fighting for things that they didn't even get to own. You couldn't buy a piece of property in certain areas of Los Angeles if you were black. And the fact that they couldn't own and they were always subject to being renters and all that other stuff, it gave them, and it gave everyone that redlining gave a sense of hopelessness. So the show was about hope. And I think even in the Vision Quest and Warrior One, the new things that I'm writing, that hope, it's because that's who I am. It runs strong through everything I write.
Well, speaking of time travel, I'm going to jump us back a little bit because you were on Happy Days, and that's my favorite sitcom, I'd say, of all time. What was that experience like? Because you were a pretty big role in the episode you were in, so much so that they almost did a spinoff.
They did do a spin. Well, we didn't get the spinoff. I was Kathmandu, and I'll tell you something hysterical. I guess I look enough alike myself from back in the day, and I will be in Paris or Hong Kong, and someone will say, "Excuse me, are you Kathmandu?" Hysterical. But I enjoyed the show. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Destiny.
I was saying that's fantastic, and I mean, it's just so much like because you still look amazing.
Thank you very much. Both Henry and the entire cast was amazing. Ron, to this day, Henry has a memory like you would not believe. He will not only remember me, but if I met him over a course of time and he knows that I had kids or I told him, he asks, he remembers, and sometimes he remembers their names. I wish I had his memory now in my life. And Ron, I ran into Ron at the Directors Guild. And I just came up to him and said, Kathmandu. And he threw his arms around me and gave me a huge hug. So yeah, I thought I was going to get a spinoff and be a star and be the next Robin Williams. And didn't happen. It didn't even make it to pilot for whatever reason. And I just thought, okay, so now I'm going to write. That's when I started really writing.
But that inspired more that way.
Absolutely. And that's an interesting story. I won't even go into the Star Wars story. I'm going to go into there was a film that I did called Forbidden Zone. Something in the Forbidden Zone. Good heavens. My memory is not good today. I've had so many meetings.
That happens.
Space Hunters in the Forbidden Zone. And when I originally got the script, it was a good role. And I was leader of the Earth Girls. I thought I was going to be an action star. And the director was an editor. And he wrote the script. And Ivan Reitman was producing it. And we're out in the desert. And all of a sudden, the studio sends out 3D cameras. So now this first-time director is like freaking out anyway, but he won't talk to the actors. He's too shy to talk to the actors.
Oh, that doesn't work.
Doesn't. And so they fired him. And then we're sitting out there for 3 weeks while they bring a team of writers in and they start to write a new script. And they're sending pages out to the desert. And I'm looking at our pages and suddenly the Earth Girls have no lines, nothing to do. And so the new director came on and I said, the Earth Girls are the whole reason this story happens. We are stranded on this island. We get to be rescued by Peter Strauss and Molly Ringworm and Ernie Hudson, who I met there. And he went, no, the Earth Girls are like the Golden Fleece, unattainable, off in the distance. And I went,
you're like, no, that's not what I agreed to.
So one afternoon, I snuck into the writer's room while they were all out to lunch, and I wrote a 7-page scene for me and the Earth Girls to fight for our galactic rights. So the only words that I say in Space Hunter Adventures in the Forbidden Zone, I wrote, and I went, I can do this. And that's really what started my writing.
I love that your writing is like, this is what I want to do. And I'm going to advocate for myself and just make it happen. Like,
if you don't,
love that.
Who will? So all you writers out there, just do it. Be fearless. The worst that can happen is somebody can say no. And the best that can happen is they go, oh, well, that was ballsy of you. Yeah, okay, we'll do this.
Exactly. It's the best. I'm going to ask, because they're right behind you. You have books out.
I do have books. What
can you tell us about them?
Well, I actually pitched this concept when I first came out to Hollywood. It's called the Vision Quest. And it was Earth in the not too distant future, after the great quakes of 2029. So they're coming, get ready. Because this was in the 70s. I thought that was plenty of time in the future. And we survived. Atlantis rose, but it was really called Atlantia. And it was the first continent on the planet that was civilized and very advanced. Mu rose, another supposedly fictitious continent. South America sank from all the deforestation, but we domed it, so it's now underwater cities. And then we unified as a planet. There was like no more countries. There were corporate societies, but there were no more countries. But the corporations really saved us. And then we put our genetics into animals. There's this doctor who came up with a way to cross the genetic divide. And these human-based creatures, these alternate species that we created, they remembered our forgotten powers, that over the millennia, we just forgot we could be telepathic. We forgot we could manipulate matter. All the things that you read about in the Bible, We could change water into wine. We could manipulate matter. We could create energy, walk on water, levitate, that people have done through the centuries, but it's been repressed by religion or politics, whatever it is. So now they start to teach them back to us, and they're coming back. And then the same doctor decides he's going to put his genetics into machines, into robots. And that's when they become sentient. And based on his collective conscious memory, they remember us as the human beings we were before we became this near utopian society. And they look at our history of greed, of war, of hatred, of not taking care of each other, of not taking care of the planet or the creatures on it, the air, the water. And they say, oh, you are terrible stewards of this planet. You have to go. No more. So the journey of these books. So now there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I have a 5th one that's written. I have to finish. I'm still struggling with the end. So the Vision Quest, and this is a story of 3 young people, a young man, 2 young men and a woman who's a splicer. That's what they call the people that are bred. And they're like best friends. And it's their life on Atlanta and the fact that they want to go to the academy. But what they have to do, because the war breaks out in this book, and everybody's in denial, and the people in, off Atlanta are saying, oh, it was a rogue, event. It'll never happen again. And then it happens again. And then our characters get involved because nobody's doing anything. Sound familiar? Nobody's doing anything about what's happening. So they take it into their own hands. And then what happens I'm not going to tell you what happens from there. They end up going to the academy, Tosadai Academy. And the love story starts, and it becomes very interesting. Now, in this future, you have to, before you become an adult, you have to go on a rite of passage. And they have all these different rites of passage places that you have to go. So they're split up, they're divided, and they each go on their own odyssey, hence the next book, and what happens to them. And then the machines, because we're left by this ancient society, what are called Norbs, G-N-O-R-B-S. They're knowledge orbs that we can't quite decipher. There's 4 of them, red, blue, yellow, and white. And one of our heroes, his mother worked in the temple that was the first attack because they stole that Norb, connected with it. But we don't know why. So through the course of the books, we find out that there are 4 of them. And Master Po, who is one of the lead splicers who's teaching powers back to humans, she and Lazer, our lead character, combine. And she starts to really teach him the expanse of his powers. And then there's Panzea, where he's now trying to get home because the war is full-blown broken. And he wants to come back and fight, as do the other 3. Warrior 1, because I had always wanted to write my lead character in the Vision Quest books as a woman. And in the 90s, when I started working on this, they went, no, it's got to be a guy. It's got to be a guy. It's got to be a guy. And I listened, although I love Lazer. But then maybe in 2010, I came up with this idea of doing stories, creating characters, because between book 1 and book 2, and I'm going to repost them on if you go to thevisionquest.com and Warrior One World, I had readers and I asked them to create characters in this world and then blog about them. We got some of the best stories. So between books 1 and 2, I chose, well, actually I didn't. We had about 800 people that were involved in it. You could aura them up. You could put your aura on them. And I dedicated the book to 2 characters and wrote them into books 2, 3, 4, and 5.
That's awesome.
Because I wanted it to be interactive. So those 2 characters you can certainly go and read about. And then Jetta came to me, and I actually shot a small short film. And this is Warrior One, a Vision Quest story. And this was back, 2010, like I said. And I realized that I could take a single character instead of 3 people and this entire world now that I've created. It's Earth. It's not a galaxy far, far away. It's Earth. And show what it's like to find courage, what it's like to become a hero, what it's like to become a leader. That's going to be her journey. So I wrote this first graphic novel, and I got Will Conrad, David Campiti helped me put it in comic book language after I wrote the script. And I started to bring the creatures and the characters that I had created in the Vision Quest books into these books in beautiful color. You can get this on warrioroneworld.com or vgmpublishing.com.
That looks cool.
I did maps of the world. It's really funny. Well, I don't even know if I should say this because 2 other people have said these books are prophetic. There's a map that I had, the first map that I drew had a whole section in the Middle East and Africa and part of Asia that became the Lost Territories because of a nuclear blast.
Wow.
Yeah. And
it sounds so fun though.
They're really a lot of fun.
The stories sound great.
Thought-provoking. I want people to imagine the future with me. And so we have a company that wants to build a game. That's the other direction that we're going.
Oh, cool.
And it's a free-to-play third-person shooter, but it's learning. You can use your powers. You can use weapons. Because what happens is there's a man who he's a prophet in that sense. He saw the future. And so he invited the history of ancient weapons. So through all the museums on Atlanta, there's a touring that's taking around Abrams tanks and F-16s and all these old weapons. And everybody goes, wow, they use those to fight. How stupid, right? But we learned that our weapons, our deuterium blasters and stuff like that, can't get through the energy shields that the biodroid, the Black Guard, have. And so these weapons can. Your powers sometimes can. Let's see if I have a picture of my bad guys. A good one. Oh, let's see. Yeah. There.
That's awesome.
Oh, cool.
And you know what's really
illustration's fantastic.
Oh my God, Will is freaking amazing. And Han is an amazing colorist. I went through like 3 colorists before I found her. And she lifted my soul when I saw these. You know, again, it's not a dystopian future. It's a near utopian. We almost got it right until we put our genetics into the machines. Now it's challenged.
Yeah.
Good books, please. Get them, create your character, and I'll tell you more about what I want to do with that. I will.
Yeah, I just pulled up the comic book on Amazon. I think I'm going to purchase it as soon as we're done with this interview. But I got one more question before we let you go. What was it like bringing Quantum Leap back? And I love the reboot. I can't express that enough. I was really sad that it got canceled. I raged.
Thank you.
That season finale was amazing. I really wanted to see where it went. But what was it like bringing it back?
Well, I said I have to be part of this. I'm the keeper of the lore. I know what works and what doesn't work. And I knew they were going to bend it. And, you know, they wanted Ziggy's voice. They wanted Ziggy in it, and they wanted the saga cell at least for a minute, and then they decided not to. But it, you know, when I go into theorizing that one could time travel in their own lifetime, people are moved by it. It touches them to hear that, and they felt like they were coming home to, you know, popcorn and sitting home to hear a story being told. So I really was just part of how the mirror image worked, where else you could use it. I think I remember when Sam leapt into a stewardess, he had a knife in his hand that had blood on it. And I said, but you know what? Use it as the mirror image because it's not been done or seen before. So I got to, add things like that and give notes where I did. And the cast was amazing. Every one of them were just amazing to work with. I got to direct 2 episodes, and I really bent those episodes to be classic. The only thing that was ever missing was no kisses with history. Mm-hmm. They're hard to do. They really are hard to do. But I really wanted to give everybody a moment when I worked with them, a quantum leap moment in the storytelling of that. So it was exciting for me to bring it back. I then went to them and said, okay, let's do the movie. I wrote 6 chapters for a book that I was going to keep going, but they didn't want to do it. And I had gone actually to Blizzard, Activision and Blizzard, back in the 90s. I tried to buy Blizzard, and everybody went, really? I knew it was the next generation of entertainment. This is going to be where we live, because you get to be in the movie, basically. And that's even coming more and more and more. I think that's what I want to do with the Vision Quest world, is allow you to come in, create your avatar. Are you human? Are you splicer? Are you biodroid? What are you? And how you become a hero. I think that's what's missing in our world today. There's nobody out there saying, choose courage, choose truth, choose trust. Those are the things that, and so many more, that we need to say to ourselves and to each other. And I want to build this collective consciousness so that we can literally remember our powers, evolve and remember our powers, shift up to being better humans. We have to be, or the blackguard biodroids machines are right. We are not worthy stewards of this planet if we don't get it together.
Yep.
So let's get it together.
For sure.
Please.
Yes, please.
We're running out of time.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think if we do it on a conscious level, we don't realize our powers until they come out, when everybody got mad because of what Doge was doing and went, we're not taking this. Oh no. And suddenly his stock went like this, to the point where he to save the company, he had to blend it with his next company. The power of the masses is masterful.
It's unmatched when we're
unmatched, together. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as long as we remember that, it's remembering your powers, the knowings. We know this. We just have to trust each other enough to say, oh yeah, we can do this. In a day, we could take down the biggest major corporation just by saying, nah,
Yep.
I'm not going to shop Amazon anymore. I'm not going to go use that company anymore. And we've done it. We've tested it. And when the world steps in with us, changes will happen.
Yep.
We don't have to pick up a gun and fight. We just have to take away somebody's money.
That is all it takes.
It really is. But we have to do it en masse.
Yep. Well, I have a fun last question.
All right, I'll take it.
I love when it works out in movies when mothers and daughters get to play mother and daughter. So how was it working with your daughter on the 2022 film Doula?
Oh my gosh. It's really interesting because my actual scene got cut. And I'm kind of glad it got cut, to tell you the truth, because it was about her dying. And but I love Troyan. She's so freaking talented. I mean, to me, she is one of the great talents of her generation. And she doesn't get to do it enough for whatever reason, but she should be a major, major, major movie star. I have seen her on stage. She certainly ruled Pretty Little Liars. And
without a doubt.
And she lifted that. The writers would always say to me, she's the reason for the season. We can give her anything and she will make it believable and she will do it. And that when I first wrote her in Another Mother, when she was like 4 years old with Scott and Dean, I just thought, oh, I'm just going to show Troyan what mommy and daddy do, you know? And so I wrote her and I brought her down to the set, and she was on the set and they were combing her hair and she knew all her lines, and she's 4. And Dean Stockwell walked on the set and he knew her because I'd brought her down a number of times. And he came up to me and said, "What's she doing here?" And I said, "Oh, I wrote this part for her. She's really good. And I just wanted her to see what mommy and daddy did." And he got in my face and said, "Do you need the money?" And I went, "What?" He said,
What?
"You need the money." And I went, no, it's really, he said, "Do not take away her childhood. Do not take away her childhood." And there were almost tears in his eyes. And I realized I'm looking to a man who at 5 years old was on Broadway supporting his family. And between he and Scott, when she was on that set, Dean never left her side, ever, because of some of the things that happened to him as a child star growing up. And I'll never forget, she was only allowed to work like a minute because she was 4 years old.
Right.
And they had other people rehearsing and saying her lines and for her lighting so she could come in and do her part. And I was sitting right next to her and she looked at me and she pulled on me and she said, "Why is that girl saying my words?" And I went, "Oh." But it's interesting. She got a lot of offers right after that. And I heeded Dean's words. And I said to her, "If you want to do this when you grow up, you can do it. I want you to go to college. I want you to have a life." And she did a number of things. I think she did another show for us. But then she decided, when Don wrote her an entire episode it was Mariska Hargitay's first series. She played Mariska's daughter. And she was supposed to be kidnapped. And it was a big dramatic thing. She was like all of 6. And she said, "No, it's too many lines. I don't want to do this."
Too funny. No, I love when people get to bring the family aspect onto it. I think that's great. But I also love that you were like, "You know what? Yeah, no, I agree. Let's have life and then do this."
And she just had another baby. She's got 3 girls.
Oh, love
So
that.
we got Aurora, we've got Elliot, and we've got Imogen.
Oh,
who is now
beautiful
7.
names.
Yeah, all of them. Smart, pretty, feisty. Oh my God, they're feisty. little one. And she's, she had a hit series. I really thought it was going to go forward, the Dick Wolf Show, On Call. I thought she was incredible in it. And she and Patrick have a great deal. When she works, he stays home. When he works, she stays home. So he's got a new show, Madison, that I think just premiered. I'm going to have to buy Paramount Plus back. I sold it when everything happened. And now with Warner Brothers, how do you guys feel about all this? These studios converging and merging?
It's a mess. Yeah, it's a mess. I do
That's
like.
the best way to put it.
I'm going to assume that it was around the Colbert stuff when you dropped Paramount, but it's funny because immediately after South Park ran their run of episodes, it's like, you guys know what you just put on your network. It's wild. Our world is wild.
It's very interesting. It's interesting to see what is happening with our freedoms and our rights as Americans right now. And the world is with us. We just don't know how to pull that together yet. Mm-hmm. And somebody should figure it out. I was just asked to come and teach candidates how to create their own story that'll be running for running for office. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to launch Warrior One as a game. And I just finished the screenplay. Holy moly. I'm very excited about that, Warrior One.
Love it.
Yeah, it was really interesting. You know, I'm like, when I write a screenplay, it's like spot on 115, 120 pages. I got it. I got the story in there. I want you to 144 pages, but it's really good. I don't know what to take out.
Nothing then take out nothing.
There it is. All right. That's the attitude. Thank you, Destiny.
You're welcome.
I'll take
Yep.
it. And what's next for you guys?
It's been a wild run. Lot more of these. Like, I'm really digging the interviews we've been doing. Like, it's been a complete honor to talk to you today, and just some of the people that have said yes over the last 3 or 4 months since we've started growing has been just amazing. I've cried like 4 or 5 times when Destiny's texted me like, this person said yes. I'm like, oh my God. Like, we had Bill Daniels on recently from Boy Meets World, and I think I had tears in my eyes for the whole interview. Like, it's been wild, and we got a lot more of that coming up. Conventions. I do emceeing for conventions as well. So.
Oh, you do?
I'm excited.
All right. warrior1world.com, thevisionquests.com. Come check it out. I've got more books coming. Mirrors, which is a trippy fantasy. And then for all you kinky people, I wrote a book that's coming out. Mary Wells. Yes, it is. It is that dangerous dog. You bark at it. It's an erotic thriller. It's a comedy, thriller, horror book.
All of it sounds fantastic. I love books, so I will be checking out all of those.
You have to keep a fan with you when you read it. It's called The Age of Eve. It's going to be re-released. Mary Wells does an amazing reading job. I turned you off. I can't pick up right now. Yeah, so I have a series of books coming out. This is just a test for Mirrors. I'm still looking for a cover. Oh, and then Age of Eve actually has a second book that we're looking at. It's written. I just be doing covers, things like that. So yeah, so I've been a busy bee, and now I want to start directing again. So I have 2 films that I've been offered. Well, I don't know what their start dates are. And then if Warrior 1 goes, that's a big opportunity. And I'm looking forward to it.
Well, so are we. So everybody go check out those websites. Make sure you give it a chance. Buy the books.
Buy the book and give a review, please, when you read it. Give me some reviews, glowing, please, if you would.
Definitely. I will be. I just put it in my browser so I wouldn't lose it.
Thank you. And you can buy them, I think, at a better. I mean, buy them from Barnes and Noble or what did I say, Amazon. But I think that the audiobook will only be on warrior1world.com. At least for
Love it.
Thank you guys for doing this. I think it means so much to so many people. And what Secret City Books? Wait, I see this under your name.
That is, I put out my first book in 2024, and that is the title. It's a series. The first one is Welcome to Oakbridge. It's a supernatural fantasy novel that loosely throws in some of the Manhattan Project
All right.
in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So it kind of uses that as an explanation for the supernatural. And so it's a lot of fun.
It's called Oak Bridge.
The Secret City, Welcome to Oak Bridge is the first one. The second one is getting finished. I took a twist I wasn't expecting and was like, all right, now I got to get myself back on track to start book 3. So that one's coming soon, and it is Unraveling of the Veil. And the third one is already also in works and is called Dangerous Waters.
All right. Go, girl. Now you just have to write it, right?
yeah, now just get it finished and get those out there. The first one was such a big accomplishment for me personally, so
It is.
So I'm looking forward to the rest.
All right, Destiny. And where can I get it?
Books A Million or BarnesandNoble.com or Amazon are the ones that I know it's on right now. And then I think maybe Goodreads.com has it as well now.
Goodreads is a good place to be.
I like Goodreads. They've been good to me.
I'll see you on the book talk.
Yes. Thank you so much for being with us. Guys, please don't forget to check out Deborah's stuff. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And we will see you guys next time. Bye.
Hello and welcome to another Three Geeks Conversation. I'm Blacksmith, joined by our good friend Mike McGee from Mike McGee TV, and we are here with Marc Bernardin, who is one of my personal podcast heroes. Mm-hmm. Marc is a comic book writer, journalist, TV writer, but so much more for me personally. Just one of my heroes. So Marc, how's it going? How are you doing today?
I'm good, guys. I'm not sure where you are in the world, but it is 72 degrees and sunny. So like I can complain about some shit, but I won't.
I mean, feel free.
I think we got to mid 50s, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Like the last week and a half or so, I've been really feeling it from my East Coast brethren, and sort of the vestigial nostalgia of like deep snow days.
Yep.
Like would perk up a little bit, and then remembering stepping in slush puddles and brown snow, I was like, you know what? I'm good. Y'all have it.
New Jersey right here. Shoveled myself out last week.
Yep. I haven't owned a shovel in like 13 years.
That's gotta be nice.
It's,
oh my
gosh. There's some things I miss about New York, New Jersey. That is not one of them.
Right.
But all right. Marc, you kind of you got on to you're podcasting with Kevin Smith now in the Fatman Beyond podcast. Mm-hmm. How's that going? How is that journey for you? And this is where I really came to know you. So how's that been for you?
It's been an incredibly both comforting experience and surreal experience and educational experience. Like, I wasn't podcasting before Kevin was like, hey, do you want to do a podcast? And I have made it now my life's motto to whenever Kevin asks me if I want to do something, I just say yes.
Seems to work out.
Yeah, you get to abuse that. Like, hey man, can you hide this gun for me? And it's like, yeah, all right, I guess. I've told you my mission was to say yes. But no, it's been now like 14 years, I think.
I was about to say back when it was Fatman on Batman, I believe.
It was Fatman on Batman, and then even before that, like my first experience was being a guest on Plus One, the podcast that he does with his wife. And so the world changed in the last 14 years, both, in lots of different like objective reality ways, but also in just like how the nerd world functions, how media functions, how we as people who love stuff and read stuff and watch stuff talk about that stuff has changed in like 13 or 14 years. But it is still the most fun that I have any given week. It is the lightest lift of the things that I have to do, which is like, hey man, all right, I'll look at Deadline and Variety and see if any news is worth talking about. I will copy and paste some shit and then read it to him on the internet. But it is the magic of it, if you could even call it magic, is that it is just two men of a certain age talking as if we just got out of the movie theater and saw a thing and are talking about a thing in the parking lot and do so for like 2 hours.
Right.
Which is my experience with all of my friends, and has always been my experience with my friends. Like, you know, we curate our lives to one degree or another, and I've curated it so that the people I spend time with are the people who would like to spend time talking about the dumbest shit for far too long, and like unwilling to go home. Like, everybody's a stayer. Everybody's like, oh, we just saw that movie. We're going to talk about it in the parking lot until security comes by and asks us what we're doing in the parking lot.
I like that. I like that kind of attitude and approach to it. And I can tell too, I try to check in on the Fatman streams every once in a while, and I can absolutely tell like you're putting your journalism kind of angle at work too, because of the aspect that you really do take a more critical kind of approach to certain things and really analyze some stuff. And I'm not saying Kevin doesn't do that either, but the idea that he's been inside baseball for a while being a filmmaker, he kind of understands what kind of the give and take is in the industry as well, being behind the camera and so forth. But also he's a mega fan of a lot of things too.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that you have this dynamic where you're able to kind of balance each other out very well in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like he's spoken about this before, so I'm not telling tales out of school, but he used to be much more opinionated on the internet. Like 15 years ago, when like the USB message boards were alive and popping, and he would just get in there and just shit on stuff. Because he, again, is a nerd, and that is, for one reason or another, part of our DNA is
it's a cornerstone.
Yeah. I love this. Ooh, I did not like this at all. But, you know, he got chastised once or twice. He flew a little too close to the sun, and then was like, you know what? There's nothing to be gained for him, like being a negative person on the internet. You know, and I, for a while, was like, well, I'm going to be that guy. You know,
somebody's got to be that guy.
Somebody's got to be that guy.
I'm absolutely that guy on our podcast. But I recently had a misstep with the 28 years franchise. But
yeah, and like, and I was that guy for 4 or 5 years on the podcast, and then I started working professionally in Hollywood, and then like, I'm as candid as anybody else. Like, I am not going to bite the hand that feeds now that it's exclusively the hand that feeds. You know, and I'd like to think, whether this is true or not, but any criticisms I always had was not based on personal animus towards anything or anyone. It was like, this didn't work for me. You know, let me explain why it didn't work for me. Rarely would have been like, oh, that movie's shitty, except for like Iron Fist. Iron Fist will always earn the like,
oh, buddy.
That is
everybody should be embarrassed of having anything to do with Iron Fist. You know, even if like, hey, you worked on it and you didn't make any of those choices, but you still had to own what that ended up being.
Yeah.
But everything was hopefully, you know, from I'd like to do this for a living. Why does this work for me? Why does this not work for me? Like, let's get under the hood and start examining the architecture and the structure and the drivetrain and the power shaft and other automotive terms that I can scramble for. Why is the suspension so bouncy? You know, so that it would help me understand it, and then hopefully help other people, if they wanted to do this, also kind of understand it. Because like, I didn't go to school for this stuff. Like, I am as self-taught a writer as anybody can possibly be. I do not have any advanced degrees in anything. So the way that I learned was by watching stuff that I loved and then taking it apart and figuring out why it moved me or why it didn't move me. I mean, you learn a lot more from bad things than you do actually from good things. I watched a lot of bad things growing up.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a lot more bad than there is good. Like, being honest, you know, like that's
so much harder to make a good thing than make a bad thing.
Right.
So the numbers are going to like yield for you lots of learning opportunities.
But you recently took your first, you directed your first movie. How was that for you? How was the whole process, like being the guy in charge?
The thing that I realized very quickly is that being the guy in charge more often than not means being the guy who doesn't know very much. I guess that's the benefit of being in charge, is then you get to just say like, I don't know what I'm doing, but you guys know what you're doing. So if you tell me what you think is the right thing to do, we'll probably do it. It was an exercise in humility more than anything else, because like I knew what I knew. You know, I knew how to write. I knew what the story was. I knew what the script was. I knew what the characters were doing. And that was the bit that I could own. It was like, I think the story works, and here's why I think it works. Everything else I was a neophyte in a land of experts. And so, I cannot tell the DP what lens to choose. I can't tell the lighting crew where to hang a light. I can't tell the sound guy how to mix or work a boom. I can't tell the costume designer how to design a costume. I can't do any of that. So it becomes like, all right, here's what we're going for. How do you think we get there? And then if you give me 2 or 3 options, I can choose between them. But I'm not going to tell you how to do your job because I can't do your job. I'm not James Cameron, right? Like James Cameron's, his ego got to be as large as it was because he could do everybody's job on a movie set. And so he could say, hey, man, that ought to be a 65 and not a 70 millimeter lens. Hey, man, that is, I was hoping for a Klieg instead of a spot, lighting wise. Like he could literally do everybody's job. And so then it's impossible to fuck up on a James Cameron set. He's going to call you on it. I'm way more, I guess, impressionable than that. I was just like, hey, I can't do it. Tell me what you guys think we should do. Are you happy? Are you happy? Are you happy? We think we got it. Then let's move on. But it was so much fun. It was so much fun because it turns out that making things with your friends is the zenith of things to aim for. Like if you get to play with your friends and then get paid to play with your friends, like they don't tell us that shit in elementary school and high school, that is actually the career you should aim for, is a way to play with your friends for money.
Yeah, like how could they never ever once said that, and yeah, like we're finding out just a little bit later on in years. It's like, oh, I could just be having fun and getting paid for it. That would be cool too, right? Like,
I mean, it's a contact sport, but it's a group sport. And so, like, if we can all just do this together, then maybe the contact won't be so painful if we can all kind of lick our wounds together and have a rap party and have a little too much to drink. But no, it was so much fun. It was so much fun, to the point where like I'm actively looking for ways that I can do it again. Because if you'd asked me on day 1 after wrapping Splinter, and people did, it's like, hey, so you think we'll do this again? I was like, God, no, I'm exhausted. This was 3 days, 4 days shoot, and I'm wrecked. Like, do this again, more? And then you asked me like a week later. It's like, yeah, I think I do.
Oh yeah, so you've done your binge. You're on the end of it. You're strung out. You're a little tired, but you get some rest. You get some juice, and you're good to go.
You were bitten. You were bitten.
It is the like, pain is temporary, and our bodies conspire against us to make us forget how bad the pain was. And I know this to be true because there are people with more than one child. Mm-hmm. And like, you remember that pain for real? Yeah. Everybody's an only child because nobody does that shit twice. Except that, like, your body conspires to erase the depth of that pain from you. So that's like 9 kids. Like you just have a problem.
I mean, your body's like, hey man, you survived it. Remember that?
Nobody runs a marathon more than twice if they would remember how much that hurt the first time.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
And what's this wonderful endorphin rush I'm having right now in response to whatever that was?
Yeah, it's amazing. Let's do that again. I mean, jump out of a plane? Yeah.
There's no way I'm jumping out of the plane.
No,
yeah, that's not
I'm not jumping out of the plane on purpose.
Right.
Like something has to be broken that's going to make me jump out of the plane.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like, so you mean the plane's working? Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and like everything's fine? Yeah, no, I'm just going to stay right here.
Yeah.
Seems like
That's
a
cool.
better idea.
Take me back down. This was a cute little flight.
I had a question actually with regards to one of your writing endeavors. So Max and I, we actually co-host a Batman podcast together. The man from Jersey and my black friend here. So you and Kevin were very much like an inspiration for us starting off. And one of the things we talked about was Cape Crusader, which you had a writing credit on. And it was the Night Ride, I believe, the Gentleman Ghost episode.
It was indeed.
And both Max and I are big fans of that show and that particular episode, I want to say. And what was kind of your approach of, say, rebuilding the mythos of that I don't know what tier you would call Gentleman Ghost in the DC pantheon, but what's kind of your approach of saying, okay, well, here's my angle then with Gentleman Ghost into this new angle?
Like it that job was wonderful in so many ways. I had gotten to be friendly with Ed Brubaker over the years, and like he just texted me one day and was like, "Hey man, do you want to write a Batman?" And I said, "Yes, Ed, I would like to write a Batman." what Batman would you like me to write? And, and we talked about. I mean, I knew he was doing the show. That news had already broken, and so we talked about it for a little bit. He's like, "Well, we had a writer's room, but most of the writers could not stay aboard to continue like writing every script of the show, and so they kind of scattered to the winds. And so we're kind of like taking on freelancers to do this. I know Ruck is going to do one. Somebody else is going to do one. Do you want to write one?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And they said, "Well, we had this particular episode, The Gentleman Ghost." And I was like, "Oh, I kind of dig that character. He's incredibly silly, but sure." And most of our conversations was about who this particular Batman was, right? Like, who's this guy? What does Bruce Timm want to say about Batman now that he couldn't say 15, 20 years ago on the animated series and Justice League and even the Superman show? Like, what's his new take on Batman? And then figuring that out, then it was like, all right, well, here's the story. We wanted to do a story about class and in this particular version of Gotham. We can use Papa Midnight. I was like, dope. That's great. And they gave me like 3 or 4 paragraphs that they had broken in the writer's room of like, here's kind of generally what's going to happen in this show. It's like, we're going to, it's like highway robbery stuff. And who's this guy? And Bruce is going to think that it's, Bruce is confronted with what seems to be the supernatural. But he can't believe that it's a supernatural because that's not the way his mind works, and so it's the old Sherlock Holmes, if I'm going to butcher the saying, but if the improbable can't be believed, then the impossible must be possible, or some shit like that. That is wrong. The internet will tell me that that's wrong. It's coming to my mind right now.
Yeah, but they do that anyway.
Yeah.
I'm always wrong on the internet.
Naysayers.
But it was more of like, let's talk about both Bruce as old Gotham money and what that means. Let's talk about race and class in a city like Gotham. Let's use Lucius Fox as something of a foil for that, who can kind of call Bruce on what is his kind of reckless privilege. And then let's just make it, let us make it like just a racist parable. Like, this person hates brown people. Now, Warner Brothers would not let us just do this person hates brown people, but this person could hate poor people. And most of the poor people also happen to be brown people.
Funny how that works.
And so like I've come to the point both in life and in my career where taking on jobs like this, like freelance gigs, be it, Cape Crusader, which is the sort of height of a freelance gig, or even comic book stuff. It's like, if we can't make a thing that says a thing, then I don't know what we're doing anymore. And I don't think, I'm not doing it for the money. Not that the money's bad, but I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it because it'll be fun. Like, I want to write it. You want me to write a Darth Vader? I'm going to write a Darth Vader. See what that's all about. I'm going to write a Mace Windu because that seems cool. But it's got to be about a thing. And so that got to be the thing that this Cape Crusader was about sort of Bruce being confronted with what it means to A, deal with the supernatural, but B, deal with, class, the noblesse oblige and class dynamics and what that means to him, and then, let's bring Papa Midnight in. Let's bring Lucius in. Let's bring like black people into Batman in a real way. And it was a blast. Like Ed was really cool to write for. Like, he had great notes. Getting notes from Bruce Timm on a Batman script was ridiculous, as it just scratching myself and pinching myself all this. It's really happening. And he would give notes. I would send him the script, he would print out the script, and then he would write his notes in the margin in like a red magic marker. And like half of the time there'd be sketches in the margin as well of like, it should feel like this, and this is the courtroom scene, and this is this. Like, this is just original Bruce Timm sketches on my fucking script. Can I have the original script? And no, but I printed out the PDF that had them on it, so I pretended it's an original script. But that's the like, you know, not that I didn't need the money at the time, but the money is not what I will remember. I'll remember getting to talk to Bruce Timm and Ed Brubaker about Batman.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah,
speaking of the class issues with Bruce Wayne and Gotham City, we Mike and I just recently did an episode on Absolute Batman, and I was so refreshed by the Bruce Wayne in that, where he's not just a rich guy, and it kind of takes away from the like, hey, I get to go beat up poor people and then send them to my hospital and charge them, like you know, with a lot of the things in the zeitgeist or whatever you want to call it now, that I can't not think about, you know, just because I'm an American. It was very nice to kind of have that take away that upper class aspect. And you know, speaking to your episode on Cape Crusader, I really did enjoy that. Like, you're making them think about it, you know, and it's not just something that we're not going to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that genre, as I've experienced it for most of my life, has not always been about something, but the great genre storytelling has. You know, even though we might have forgotten over time that Star Wars was a Vietnam parable, you know, that the Empire was America, you know, and you know, Star Trek is just nothing but social commentary. You know, it's baked into Star Wars. The Terminator, it's all there. Like the Road Warrior, it's all there. Like all of that stuff that we love, especially from the 70s and the 80s into the 90s. You know, these were like real filmmakers who wanted to say something about the world they saw around them, and the world around them was fucked up in a few different ways. And so that level of fucked upness would permeate into the stuff that we loved. And to then get to dip my toes in this world that I had loved as a kid, it feels irresponsible to not carry on that tradition of like, what is it? Sure, this is silly, but does it have to be silly? Like, does it have to be empty? Like, it could still just be fun, but like, let's make these. It's not a Twinkie. There's actually, it's a steak.
Steaks are fun. Yeah,
protein, but like, it's still good for you, but it tastes great.
You mentioned Star Trek, and just want to make sure I clarify that you were an intern on Deep Space Nine, I believe.
Yeah. I was a college intern between my junior and senior years. I spent my summer in Los Angeles. I went to St. John's University in Queens, spent, 8 weeks in LA, working first on a sitcom that is mostly forgotten called Brooklyn Bridge. And then that was like 3 weeks on that show. And then I spent like 5 or 6 weeks first on Next Gen. But Next Generation was like season 6 or 7 of Next Generation. And they were like a well-oiled machine. Like, they knew exactly what they were doing. They had no issues. They had like, it was not to say boring, because it's never boring, but they were like, you should go over to DS9. They're just starting. They just shot a pilot. They're figuring out what the first season is. There's a lot more drama happening over there.
Right. It's a completely kind of different perspective on the whole Starfleet and Federation aspect of things. It take a lot of the things you're mentioning about like class tiers and kind of the discord between different classes and different races, especially, is more at the forefront in Deep Space Nine, I feel. Did working on that show for however long you did, kind of work and observe on that show, did that inform a lot of your sensibilities as a writer by any chance?
It did, mostly because, I was a huge Star Trek fan. So I came to it as a person who already bought in. Like, I'd have been in Starfleet if they'd let me enroll. But getting to see professionals do the job, is always instructive and is always illuminating and is always like, oh, that's how that's done. Oh, this is what it means to break story. This is what we're looking for. This is how structure operates in TV. I'd known some of it just from like, I worked before When I graduated from college, I went to work for a magazine called Starlog Magazine, which was, all about like science fiction and fantasy and TV and movies, but they did a lot of interviews with writers and craftspeople. And so I was able to absorb some of, the under the hood commentary that way. But when I was in Star Trek, I was like 18 years old, like 19 years old, and there was no internet. So there was no no repository of information you could just get your hands on. So the ability to sit in a room or various rooms with people who were doing this and had been doing this for decades was invaluable. It was just invaluable. I couldn't point to like a specific objective thing that I was like, that is my Star Trek. I pulled this particular, club from the caddy from Star Trek. But it was more the idea that, and I don't think I had understood it as a viewer, but that Star Trek is always about the time that Star Trek is made in. Like in the 60s, Star Trek was about, race, income inequality, warmongering. By the time you got to the 80s, like especially the movies, it's like, all right, conservation.
The whales.
We're doing we're just fucking whole ass movie talking about our reckless endangerment of species on Earth. And then by the time you get to Next Generation, like every episode was trying to find a way to deal with something that was reflected in the world that they were making Next Gen and DS9 in. Deep Space Nine is somewhat unique in that it was the first show created after Gene Roddenberry passed. And so it did not have baked into it that requirement of utopia. Next Generation is like, Earth has got it figured out. Earth is cool. Earth is paradise. There's no need for money. There's no need for whatever. It's like, it is a socialist, mostly communist, but somewhat like Greco-Roman idealistic view of what humanity could be. DS9 was like, people are still dirty and greedy and conflicted and confused, and they're still driven by passions and urges, and people do not always play well together, and we're building a show that stays put and doesn't travel, and so trouble is coming to us. Right. It was such a different paradigm for what Star Trek could be. It was the beginning of grown-up Star Trek. Not that I don't love Next Gen, but like DS9 is what Star Trek wanted to be when it grew up. And then Battlestar Galactica is what Star Trek wanted to be when it went to grad school. And did the right drugs and broken by the wrong girls.
No, that is true. It's because most of the Star Trek is about the exploration. It's like we're going where no man has gone before, and then Deep Space Nine is like we're here where nobody comes to, or
we're here right next to the Lincoln Tunnel, and we're hoping that cars will come through and break down.
Yep.
And hey, it was like Taxi or Cheers. Who's gonna come to our door today? Oh, Ferengi are coming through. Oh, Cardassians are coming through. Oh, the Founders are coming through. What do they want? They want war.
Very socially relevant. I mean,
it's funny you were talking about, in the 60s, it was like X, Y, and Z. And I was like, that's today. That's right now, unfortunately. Yeah. How does that hit for you? I've been kind of I've been listening to a lot of my parents' music, and they grew up in the 50s and 60s, and just like, I'm like, why are these songs still relevant? And then how does that hit for you? Why are these things where we should have learned the lesson now? We've had these lessons for decades.
I mean, it's, what is it? All of this has happened before and all of this will happen again. Things are cyclical. They always have been, they always will be. The end of a century tends to be rosy and optimistic and flush with cash and promise and lessons learned. And the beginning of a century tends to be chaos, tends to be stock market crashes, tends to be prohibition, tends to be political unrest. The middle of a century is like wars are starting to happen. World War I is 1919 and 1923.
Yeah.
A century ago, yeah.
The stock market crash was, what is that, 29? And so you get the Jazz Age and then you get that. And so I feel as if buckling up seems to be the only really sane thing to do. It's like, we know it's going to be a bumpy road. History has proven to us that these roads are bumpy in this way. One can wish that there was a little bit more optimism to it, that everything didn't seem like we're measuring time in such like large markers. It's like, oh man, 3 more years of this at least. All right, okay, all right, buckle up. And so that stuff always informs the media and the culture around it, and not to say that it's a good trade-off, but like, you don't get rap unless you're in the 80s and the 70s. Mm-hmm. You don't get punk unless you get Thatcher's England. You don't get Jimi Hendrix unless you get the 60s. You don't get jazz unless it's, Reconstruction and the end of, the beginning of Jim Crow. Like the sadly, flowers grow in shit. And so
that's the quote right there.
I'm like, all right, so I wish we didn't have to have so much shit, flowers, but it is the one somewhat silver lining, is that at some point we will look back on times like this and remember, it's like, oh, there was some great art made now, and great art made by people who feel disenfranchised by the world that surrounds them, and that is the one thing that keeps me wanting to keep creating, knowing that, like, all right, it's going to be hard and it's going to suck, but like, what's the crucible with which I can use to burn off the excess and turn what might be a silly story into something relevant. Time is the fire in which we burn, and this particular time is burning pretty hot. So
well, I know hindsight, of course, is 2020, and you just mentioned too the idea that we sometimes don't appreciate the expressions that take shape in the now until we're perhaps even decades, ahead of it. But is there anything in this particular moment right now that you are kind of looking at and saying, like, that's going to be something significant, that's going to be an artistic expression that's going to stand out amongst others a couple years from now or decades from now?
I mean, it does not pass unnoticed that, like, 2025 was the year of, like, Bad Bunny and Sinners, and like, and in this particular place, in this particular time, for the most popular music on the planet to be reggaeton, and for the most lauded movie of the year to be a movie about, 1932 Mississippi, about
Sinners was so dope.
Like, it is, art is reactive in a way to the world around it, but like, great art also gets to be prescriptive. And so, will we see another Sinners? I don't know. Sinners was greenlit before we got into our current, cultural and political gridlock. But like, it was born at the time it needed to be born. You probably needed Barack Obama to get Disney to unleash money for Black Panther, and then for that movie to come out, during a Trump presidency, like the bell curve of it is never forgotten. But I think that those two things, those two kind of clarion examples of, like, in this world, this is what's popular right now. And there will always be people who want to make that stuff, and then an audience that wants to embrace that stuff. And so I'm hoping that those lessons are not forgotten as we push forward into an uncharted territory filled with whatever it's going to be filled with.
Horrors. Filled with monsters and horrors.
Yeah.
On a lighter note, you did mention the Black Panther. You wrote for Eyes of Wakanda. How was that experience for you? And then when you are, like, they get you in for a couple episodes or one episode, how much do you, like, hang around, like you're like, hey, like, do you get to be there for any, like, the recording, the voice acting or anything like that, or, like, can you insert yourself into, like, different things, or how much do you even want to do that?
Well, that one was a job. That one was a like, I was on that show for like 6 months.
Okay.
And that was one of like 3 or 4 pandemic gigs that I had. And so the experience of that was very much like exactly like this experience where I'm staring into my screen, talking to people in boxes, making up stuff and figuring out what the show was supposed to be. Like you start with great ideas, and then you start drilling down and you start discovering characters and themes and plots, and should this be an anthology, should this be a narrative that we're making a 5 or 6 episode show? When do things begin to clarify and congeal into what we know it's going to be? I've never been in a more never been in a blacker room than that. All of the writers were of color. The showrunner was a person of color. Proximity Media produced it. And so we had the aegis of Ryan kind of hanging over our head, and then the license that bought us, because Ryan is to Wakanda what James Gunn is to Metropolis at this point. Like he's the keeper of the flame. So having Ryan be able to kind of swing for us and help us sell some ideas that were a little out there. It's like, hey, can we do an Iron Fist? It's like, I don't know if we can do an Iron Fist. Well, let's see if we can do an Iron Fist. Like, Ryan thinks an Iron Fist is fun. Great. It was that story was almost Wenwu from Shang-Chi. Like we wanted to do a Boxer Rebellion story. We wanted to do a sort of China story.
Right.
And initially it was, can we get out of Shanghai? Can our Wakandan spy extricate himself from Shanghai while the Boxer Rebellion is kicking off? And the 10 rings are here. And what happens when is an earthquake coming? It's like, no, it's it's the Mandarin is coming.
Wow.
But like time and taste and the crucible went to work, and it turned out that we instead wanted to be in Wakanda. Instead, we wanted to take one episode of like globetrotting and like, what does Wakanda look like now? What does Wakanda look like in the 15th century? How far ahead of the rest of the world was it? And so then that's what kind of inverted it. That's what turned it into like a James Bond mission. That's what turned it into like he's out in the world, he's doing a thing, running, jumping, hopping in his Aston Martin, driving home, mission accomplished. Oh, actually, no, you fucked up in the world, and now
brought home just a little bit of baggage.
And that just got to be more fun. Like that suddenly was, what if this is Axel Foley as a Wakandan spy? What if it's the guy who's talented but too confident? And
oh my gosh. Now revisiting that episode in my mind, I'm like, it is Axel. Like I can absolutely see the parallel now.
Yeah, there's definitely the banana in the tailpipe.
Yeah.
It was like Axel Foley meets like Will Smith. It was like, what's that level of like comedy, but also capability plus
cockiness.
Yeah. That's what kind of made it fun. And it's like, all right, this will be our comedy episode. If we have such a thing as a comedy episode, it'll be this. And that was a blast. I mean, it was so much fun to do. But I was not like so much of my career, and this is just a function of how TV has evolved in the way we make it, is that by the time that show, it took 4 years to make that show, from us being in the writer's room to them like finishing touches, releasing it into the world. I had already moved on to like 2 or 3 or 4 other jobs after that. So my ability to be present in recording studios, and I was able to see some early cuts and some storyboards of stuff, that Todd Harris, the showrunner, would share with me. But that's just because he was cool. He was so proud of it. It's like, dude, you got to see this. Like, you got to see this.
Like, yeah, I do.
Like, oh man, it's dope. You got to watch this. But I, because they weren't paying me any longer, like they were not then beholden to me to be involved with anything. I think I'd already by that point What was I doing at that point?
Masters of the Universe by? Oh no, that was probably before.
That was before.
Yeah.
Because they wanted me to come back for season 2, write a season 2 episode of Masters, but I couldn't because I was in Wakanda. But yeah, I think it was Picard. That's what it was. Picard came after that. And then I was also working simultaneously on the Captain America Black Panther game, the 1943 The Rise of Hydra thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was Wakanda during the day, and then like World War II Paris, occupied Paris at night.
I mean, I guess there's worse places to be.
There's worse ways to spend a day while the world outside is on fire. You know, Black Panther punching Nazis. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that sentence.
More of that.
Not a bad thing in there.
More of that, less of everything else. Like,
you know.
Yeah. I had a question about Milestone, because I believe DC, they're going through kind of a revitalization of Icon, and Static Shock, I believe, is getting a return to the comics for the first time in a long time. And I know that you worked on Static Shock for quite a few issues, actually. And I was curious as to if the call were to be made, would you take up the chance to revisit any of the Milestone characters?
I do have like a sense of unfinished business with Virgil Hawkins. I got to write 2 issues of Static before it was canceled as part of the New 52. It was canceled quickly. It went 8 issues. I wrote the last 2 of them, and like the first of those 2 was finishing off an old story, and the second of those 2 was setting up how the stories would go after that. And it was like, I just want to do Buffy. Like I want to have Virgil and a couple of friends, and I want to have like the guidance counselor at school who like calls him on the fact that he keeps showing up for school bruised and battered and like misses classes but still has great grades, and like, hey man, is everything okay at home? Do we need to call the police? Like, are you being abused in the house? Because if I see a kid who shows up with black eyes and broken limbs and all of that stuff, then I'm going to call the authorities. And so then Virgil has to come clean and say that it's not that, but I'm this. And then you have this sort of crime fighting unit who both get to help him function as a person, but then help him do his job out in the world. And I was like, all right, cool. Clean slate, ready to bounce. Let's tell teenage superhero stories. And then it went away. So like there's a part of me that does kind of, you know, want to dip my toes back in that river again. But I'm also incredibly mindful of the fact that like you can't walk in the same river twice. And so I don't know if I'm the guy that I was, you know, 15 years ago when they asked me to write Static. You know, I'm not sure the kind of Static that I would write now. You know, if my inclination is to write an older Virgil, or as opposed to like the beginning of his journey, like part of me really likes writing the end of a journey. You know, like I am a sucker for like the last ride story. You know, the like strapping on. It's the old man going up into his attic, opening up the fucking steamer trunk and pulling out the 6-shooters and strapping them on one last time, one more ride, one last heist, whatever that is. Like that is my shit. And so what is that version of a story for Virgil Hawkins? Like, what is the thing that brings him out of whatever retirement he's in to light up the sky one more time? That I think I'd like to do. I don't know if I want to do like, I don't know if she likes me. Am I going to do my homework? Oh no! Voice cracking Virgil is not, I think, the version that I want to do.
Honestly, I would be down for old man Static.
Yeah,
I would be down for that.
You know, like
your tale of that.
Who does that kid grow into? You know, who does he become on the other side of, you know, being a young man with power in a place that doesn't know what to do with a young man with power? You know, it's the old man Logan stuff like that.
Yeah.
That it's Unforgiven, but with Virgil Hawkins is kind of the thing that I'd be interested in.
I'm sold. Like, you know, like if you want to just like go ahead and do some fanfic in your spare time, like I will absolutely read it.
On
that
commission?
sounds so dope. Like, let's go.
Yeah. I don't know.
And
Every now and again, I'll pitch something to DC, and I'll be like, "Hey, man, what about this?" And you know, I'm excited about it, and it for whatever reason dies on the vine in the process. So it's like, hey, you know, at some point, the wheel will turn and come around one more time, and be like, "Hey, man, what about this?" But until that moment, it'll just be like wistful musings on a podcast.
Yeah. Well, I just saw the news and I was kind of interested, especially when I knew I was going to be on here with you. I wanted to pick your brain about it just because I am a fan of Static Shock and Icon. Ever since even like the revitalization in the Young Justice show, they were kind of prominent characters there. And I was like, oh, I would love to see these characters back again.
I miss Young Justice. that show is so good. So you know, like in the James Gunnification of kind of like superhero everything, or even, you know, Marvel, to say like taking the B characters and taking like the smaller characters who are kind of like throwaway add-ons to things, you know, and sidekicks and you know, just like random villain of the weeks, or even, you know, like Spot in the Spider-Man, you know, in the Spider-Verse movies. Is there anybody that you kind of like have your eye on, where it's like, man, if I could just get what's her name with Magpie, you know, like if I could just get, you know, like my hands on something. Is there anyone like that you kind of have an angle on, and you don't have to spoil anything if you know what it is, but you know, is there anyone you're interested in that's like, you know, not your mainstream characters? And it doesn't have to be Marvel or DC, like anything.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to not grind down so deeply as to be like, you know, Crazy Quilt. I got a Crazy Quilt story.
Yes.
You know, Condiment King is my guy. Just let me rip. That tends to not be where my eye turns. You know, I remember having an idea for Alfred that I really, really liked. That never got any purchase. I've got this Lara L story I think I want to tell at some point, and there's definitely a Jonah Hex thing that's brewing in my head, that started brewing during the pandemic, that I think, like, I don't know nothing from what they're planning for an absolute version of Jonah Hex, but like I got a pitch.
That could be dope. That could be dope. I mean, I am loving the Absolute universe. I haven't been this excited about comic books in a while, and I gotta give credit to those guys over there. They're just doing wonderful things. And now I would absolutely read Absolute Jonah Hex. Like that. Yeah.
I mean, they're taking big swings, you know, and I think that for so long, and sometimes for good reason, you know, canon is what canon is, you know, and when things work, you tend to not want to make them not work for shits and giggles. But, you know, I think reinvention is necessary. Reinterpretation is necessary, for longevity to take hold, and to just be the same thing for 100 years, give or take, with minor variations, is not going to do anybody any good in the long run. So, like, big ass swings are really the only answer to, like, is this going to be what it's going to be forever? Who knows? But it's like an incredibly good breath of fresh air to, like, oh, but what if Batman could be this? What if Wonder Woman could also be this? Does it invalidate what it means to be Batman? No. But does it follow all of the rules that have been established for Batman? Not even close. You know, it's what you need to be a thing. It's the I guess the ship of Theseus argument in comic book form, which is, if you replace, I mean, not that I need to tell you guys what the ship of Theseus are.
I mean, obviously not.
But, you know, the idea being, like, if you have a wooden ship and you replace one plank at a time over, you know, 100 years, at the end of that process, do you still have the same ship you started with? Right. Is it still recognizably that ship, or is it a completely different thing, but does it still retain the essence of what it was before?
The Millennium Falcon.
The Millennium Falcon. You know, it's White Vision, right?
Yeah. I hope they don't call the show that.
I hope it was a discussion.
Yeah,
Because
I
it
hope
would like
it was.
to have been White Vision for a good long while.
Working title. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
TBD.
All right, Marc. We generally don't try to keep you for a whole hour. And we're coming up a little past our 45 here. Mike, did you have any more questions?
Honestly, I just wanted to say this was a tremendous pleasure to be able to share this screen time with you and be able to pick your brain a little bit, because honestly, I've been a fan for many years now. I wasn't kidding earlier when I said you were 50% of the inspiration for Max and I doing a Batman podcast ourselves. I would listen to your commentary tracks with Kevin on the Burton films. We've actually turned Alfred being the worst butler ever into a running gag on our podcast.
I mean, he's just awful in the movie.
Other car, sir. The other car, sir.
Like, do you even buttle? Do you buttle?
Why are you bringing this woman down to the cave?
She does not have clearance. She should not be down here. Oh, she's blonde. Fine.
But even in those more jovial days, like I appreciated like your insight, and like I said, you have a great chemistry with Kevin that really balances out the whole dynamic so well that it's a joy to always listen to you guys converse about movies, literature, geek things in general, and thank you for that.
My pleasure. It has been the great surprise of the last like 15 years that this A, became a part of my life, and then B, remains a part of my life. You know, like I will do it for as long as Kevin wants to do it, and I'm always surprised that he still wants to do it. Like every now and again I expect the call. It's like, you know what, man? I think we're gonna hang up the cowl. You know, I think we're gonna be done. I'm busy doing this. You're busy doing that. Maybe it's time to just, you know, put the mic to rest. He has yet to call me and say that. And so it's always a hoot when we just get to fucking hang out and nerd out. That's our DNA. It's what we're made of.
Max and I are kind of at that point right now. It's like we got to come up with a schedule for doing episodes.
and you know, it's always, you know, because like when you have day jobs, also, you know, it's just like not, you know, it's never conducive. It's like, oh, let's get together today. No, 10 things happen. I've got kids. Like, you know, it's always whatever. But no, you're absolutely my inspiration to, you know, like giving podcasting a try, and I've always felt that your insight has been so intelligent, and I like 98% of the time I agree with pretty much everything you've got to say. And when you come up with like I don't know, your eye for things is such an interesting, like I don't know, you know, like it's an insight into the way you think, but I have no idea, no understanding of it, and so it's always refreshing to me. I was like, oh yeah, like that is that, you know, like, so. Thank you for being you. Is there anything you wanted to plug? Anything you're doing right now, and where can people find you?
People can find me on Threads and Blue Sky and Instagram at Marc Bernardin. I've left that other place for good. Yeah, nobody needs that.
Good.
And man. I think what do I have on deck next is the Rogue One. Marvel is doing a series of one-shots to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Rogue One, which I could not believe it's been 10 years since Rogue One came out.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, like K2 is my favorite droid in all of Star Wars. And
dude, I just 10 years. Don't know how that happened.
Diego Luna looks just the same. Like
but I wrote a one-shot about Saw Gerrera. Which I think comes out in July. That I don't know if it has a specific date yet, but I know July. And they dropped the cover and they announced the solicitation text. So like I am not talking out of school at all, which is good. That is the next thing coming out that somebody could find on the stands or in the world. And in the meantime, I am actively working on God of War, the live action show. So that will swallow up pretty much the rest of this year, as it swallowed up the entirety of last year. I have no idea when that show is coming out. I have no idea when anyone will see any more from it than that still that they released last week, but it's going to be dope. It's going to be dope. We are sparing no expense. It is the John Hammond of TV shows.
Excellent. Excellent. That's what I like. No, that's awesome. Marc, thank you so much. It has been a profound pleasure, and I hope that Kevin never ever makes that call where it's time to hang up the cow. And if that day should come, I hope you guys go up to the trunk and get the 6 guns out for one last ride.
Or if you need some people to ride along with you in the pod.
Yeah. Like I'm happy to ride in the sidecar.
No, I appreciate it, fellas. This was a good way to spend an hour.
Thank you so much. This has been another 3 Geeks conversation. Check out Marc Bernardin. Watch for the Saw Gerrera Rogue One shot coming out in July, possibly. Everyone's waiting on God of War, so you'll be able to see Marc and his work in a lot of places, and hopefully more and more and more and more to come. This has been awesome. Thank you so much, and recycle your droids.
Welcome back to A Conversation with 3 Geeks. I'm joined today by Corey Sevier. It's so nice to meet you. I hope I said your last name right.
Yes, you're pretty close. Yeah, I say Sevier, but I accept all forms. So
that works. Go forward, it'll be Sevier.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So how did you get into acting?
So my path to acting was sort of unusual. When I was a baby, I had an older cousin that was in modeling. So doing, onesies, toy things like that, photo shoots. So my parents decided on my aunt's advice to try it out with me. So I started modeling at about 9 months old. So I grew up, and then my brother came along, and the two of us did modeling for like 7-8 years. And then when I was around 7, I started to audition for commercials and bit roles in films and TV, and was fortunate to start, booking a couple jobs, and that's how it all started for me. So
just started from that's incredible. My kids did some modeling and some commercials, and
yeah,
they never really wanted to pursue it any further than that. And now, of course, they're a little older, and now they want to. And I'm like, we should have stayed in it.
I know I hear that a lot. And like everything, like my parents, and I have kids myself, and our philosophy, like yours, is to try to expose them to as many different things as possible to see what they enjoy, see what sticks. But it was a big commitment on my family's part too. And, my parents, my mom in particular, driving, as I'm sure you found out, going to the auditions, taking them to shoots. So it was a lot, but it's something that I loved and my brother loved. And so they let us do it. And all the things that come with it, the missing school and all that, the traveling, but it led to some really amazing experiences. So I'm grateful they let us stick with it. So
yeah, you're still working to this day, so it clearly stuck with you.
And my brother works in film, and my parents had no idea that at that age, as little kids, that it would lead to the paths for our whole lives. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Have y'all ever got to do anything together?
Yes, we have. My brother, when we were in our teens, my brother started doing work behind the scenes on films and things like that. So we worked together on that. We did tons of modeling shoots together. And we've also written projects together and hope to down the road continue to collaborate on stuff. So we've had little moments of projects our whole lives from kids on. We used to run around with our camcorder as kids making movies. That's what we did when we were teenagers. And the fact that we have an opportunity to try to do that as adults is pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. Anytime you can do it with, people that mean something to you, it makes it even better.
It is. It really is, and I've spoken about it a lot, but my wife is also a writer, and we've collaborated on a number of projects the last couple of years that I've started directing. So it's, keeping it in the family, but working with people you love and trust so much is a huge asset, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What's it like getting to work with your wife?
Amazing. People ask me that a lot. They're always like, wow, you guys still want to talk to each other at the end of the day? And, again, I'm lucky that, she's an incredible writer. We share very similar sensibilities. So when we've done projects together, we both very much are very supportive of each other. And her analogy she uses, her being the writer and me usually taking it on as director, and most of the time as an actor as well, is like a passing of a baton. We work closely, but it's very much her sort of race to get to that point. And then she sort of passes it off and goes, okay, it's up to you now. The stress is set, and the post-production, that's on me. And so I think we found a really nice groove where we overlap, but we also have our own sort of strength, I guess you could say. So
that's awesome. What do you think helped kind of shape you getting to be a child actor and getting to continue through this? Sometimes it goes that far and other times it stops. Like, how do you think that helped shape your career today?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. And it's had a huge, there's so many sort of, as you said, paths that you can travel as a child actor. And I, first of all, I chalk it up to family support. Love what I do, and some luck, because as you said, sometimes it doesn't always translate from child to teenager to adult. I learned so much as a kid. I hadn't, when I was young, my parents asked people, should we do acting lessons and in schooling for on camera performance. And because I had started at such a young age, it allowed me to get really comfortable in front of the camera. They kind of told my parents, if it's not broke, don't fix it kind of thing. And I had this incredible, again, I grew up in Toronto, Canada, at a time where a lot of kids' TV shows were being shot where I was. So a lot of it is luck and opportunity too. So I had this sort of great onset experience where you learn everything from, the trials and tribulations to auditioning, working in an adult world, but also getting to have the coolest job, in my opinion, in the world, where you get to play for a living, working with incredible actors, incredible directors, where I was constantly learning from, honing sort of my skills, but also just sort of the way I approach the work, the dedication, dealing with the rejection, not getting things. Those are all a big part of what I learned as a child actor that has helped me to this day, now as an adult. So yeah, long story short, I had a very positive experience with it. I was fortunate enough to get some really cool roles that kept my interest and helped build my confidence. And still to this day, the way I approach the work is very similar to the way I did as a kid. So I owe so much of where I am now to those lessons that I learned early on.
That's incredible. Speaking of, things you did as a kid, Summer of the Monkeys was one of my favorite films growing up. And I feel so many people don't even know it when I talk about it. And I think that's crazy. And even Disney, like it's not on where you can stream it.
You're right, because we have Disney Plus.
I wanted to email them. I'm like, I need this on here.
It's funny. And it's, so it's funny. That's like, not that I have that kind of influence, but maybe I should try to make a few phone calls, because it's funny that you say that. Summer of the Monkeys holds a very special place in my heart. It was the first feature film that I got to play the lead role in. I'll never forget. First of all, you get to work with 4 chimpanzees, which, how often do you get that opportunity? It was my first period piece, which I, to this day, have an affinity for, just because as an actor, you immerse yourself in the costumes, in the setting that is just so different from the world. It was based on this incredible book. I'm not sure if you knew it was written by the same author that did Where the Red Fern Grows, which is such an iconic book. Summer of the Monkeys, fantastic book, which I had the opportunity to read before we shot it. And I learned to ride a horse on that film. And so there were all these kind of first time things. I remember I literally turned 13. It was my birthday, in the scene where I'm hanging off the cliff with the monkey in my arms. And I'm going, how cool, how cool is this? So Summer of the Monkeys was an incredible learning experience. Michael Anderson was this director. He was in his late 70s at the time that we filmed Summer of the Monkeys. He directed the original Around the World in 80 Days, or I'm forgetting the name of the Around the World in, I forget anyway, it was an Oscar nominated film. So he was an incredible director to work with. Michael Onkian played my dad, Leslie Hope, two great actors that I got to learn a lot from. So Summer of the Monkeys is special to me too. And now that my son is getting to an age where I might be able to play the film for him, and we're on Disney all the time. So it would be cool if it popped up on that thread, because
yes,
it really is
incredible to show them.
Yeah, be able to show them. And as you said, it means a lot to know that film, really resonated with you, because it was a special experience for me.
I did. I loved the book. And so we watched the movie in school, and then I always wanted it, and then I could never find it.
Oh my God.
And so this past Christmas, my husband found a DVD and he bought it for me for Christmas, and it made me cry. So
well, thank your husband for me. That's a very touching thing to do. And I'm so glad that you finally found. I do have a DVD, a couple DVD copies myself. Don't have a digital of it, but that's good to know that it's still floating out there. And I do recommend,
somewhere around there, yeah.
Bias aside, obviously I'm in the film, but I really do think it's a wonderful story. And
it is. It's a wonderful. I was really excited to introduce my kids to it. It has such good lessons. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. And
so you said you like period pieces too. It's kind of, in a way, Immortals.
Yes.
You had to play Apollo. What was that experience like? That's another just incredible film with such a crazy cast. That had to be really interesting.
Like a pinch me moment to have been even, a part of a cast of that magnitude. And again, a story of that magnitude.
Yeah.
In high school, I really had an affinity for art history and learning about sort of the ancient civilizations. So, I knew of, Apollo and the Greek gods and all that. Also, the director Tarsem Singh had done some incredibly, really profound films that were so visually interesting. So, I, again, loved period pieces, very physical role. I did a lot of martial arts growing up. So it was an opportunity to work with, the producers that produced Immortals also did the movie 300. Very iconic film. And the entire stunt team that worked on that film was the stunt team that we worked with on Immortals. So my time on camera was brief, but my training period with those incredible martial artists and weapon specialists were like weeks and weeks, and getting to work alongside, so many other incredible actors. It was just like a dream come true for a guy like in his early 20s to be able to do something so physical. The costumes, the base camp for this film, it was the biggest film budget wise that I'd ever been on. So I never experienced something, but it was like city blocks essentially of crews and so many people, the weapons people, the wardrobe people who worked so hard. We did full body casts so that all the armor fit us perfectly to a T. It was everything you'd hoped it would be. A lot of it was green screen. That was also as in those huge Hollywood budget films, they build so much of the background behind you. So it was very imaginative as well. But when you find yourself standing there as Apollo with this huge sword in your hand, fighting 8 guys at once, for a guy who did a lot of martial arts, it was a dream come true. And Henry Cavill and Luke Evans and, so many actors that I admired, and they were also wonderful to work with. It was like the complete, the antithesis, the other side of doing something like Summer of the Monkeys, where you get to do something so intense. And I've always enjoyed films like that, so it was pretty cool to be a very small part of it. So
that's another incredible film. Going back to childhood one more time, one of our co-hosts is a huge Tommy Boy fan and wanted me to ask what your time was like on that set.
Oh man, so Tommy Boy was cool. It was a 1-day part. And I didn't get to meet Chris Farley or David Spade, but I did get to work with Dan Aykroyd. And again, it's a sort of blink and you miss me kind of role, but I spent the whole day there and I knew a lot of SNL stuff. So I was a big fan of Dan Aykroyd. So that was a very cool experience. And for those who don't know, if they ever go back and watch the film, I'm the little boy in the commercial that they watch in the motel room that gives them the idea to go find Dan Aykroyd's character. And I'm the little guy who sticks his head out the window and goes, "Thanks, Ray." Like that was my one line, right? But what I have to say, what was so cool about that was, first of all, it was a really fun day on set, getting, Dan, but also I then got to go with my family as a 10-year-old to go see the movie on the big screen.
That's cool.
So that was my first experience ever seeing myself on the big screen. So that was sort of seeing your name up there. But what made it extra special was that I loved the movie because, they only gave me the one page. I didn't know what the whole story was about. So I, with the audience, got to watch it. And it's just such an iconic comedy with so many incredible actors. It's a movie that we as a family would continue to watch, not because I was in it, but just because it was such a fun movie to watch. So I'm a fan as much as anybody else.
Love that.
Getting to be just a very small part of that film was, again, just a really cool thing.
Definitely. Kind of shifting gears over to more of the Hallmark type stuff. In the recent days, you've got to do a lot of the like romance style and Christmas films. Are those things like you really prefer those stories, or just kind of, that's what people like you in?
Well, like I said, it's a combination of both. I like all stories, to be honest. People always ask me, what is it that I love about acting? I love playing and trying to inhabit different characters in different genres. And because I started at such a young age, I've had the opportunity to do period pieces and sci-fi and horror and drama and a little bit of comedy here and there. And when I started getting, offers to do Christmas films and romance films, I actually hadn't done as much of those. So in the beginning, I was a little nervous because, I'm used to these very kind of intense, and you're going, okay, well, he's just a guy who works in a coffee shop or whatever. And what I've learned is that I've had the opportunity. I'm very grateful for the fact that I've gotten to do a whole lot of them. And you work with so many other great co-stars, and I try to make everyone a little bit different depending on the role, but there is also an element of trying to be at ease and bring more of yourself to these too, because especially with the romance, is sort of bearing your soul is so important, I think, for the audience to connect. So it's been whereas things that I did when I was younger, depended on the physicality or really emotional intensity. This has sort of a vulnerability that you get to explore as an actor, which I've really loved doing. And I didn't even know until, more recent years, just how many people love tuning into these films. And that has made it even more meaningful to me, because you make any movie you make, you hope it has, it can resonate. But you don't know often. You don't get a chance to always have these great conversations that often. And I had an opportunity a few years ago to go to one of the Christmas cons for the first time, and coming face to face with so many people that just really, it's a huge part of the holiday season for them. It's family tradition, and they genuinely love tuning in for these over and over. It was so touching to me, especially having directed and my wife having written some of the more recent ones I've done. I'm so glad to see that they touch people, they're uplifting, and they explore the trials and tribulations of life in a more grounded, I think, relatable way than something like Immortals, which is just as exciting, but that's more escapism. Whereas this, I think, hopefully will resonate on a more sort of grounded level. And you want to make people laugh, and if you do your job right, if the story calls for it, maybe you shed a few tears, but in the end, it's about hope. A lot of the time, and family values and things that are very close to my own heart, and to be able to sort of be a part of that universe has been very rewarding. So,
how do you prepare for those really emotional scenes? Do you have like this process that helps get you where you need to be, or
Yeah.
kind of make it up on the fly?
You know what? It depends. And it's funny. One of the questions, that I was going to touch on was the difference between doing something like Immortals and something like a Hallmark film.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing is time. In a movie like Immortals with that kind of a budget, you can be shooting the same action sequence from 10 different angles, and really in the script, it's like they land and they start to battle. Like it's a very short part of the script. Whereas in a Hallmark film, we shoot them often in 12, 13, 14 days. So you're doing 10 pages a day, which could easily be 3, 4, 5 scenes a day. So preparation time is much tighter in terms of, so in a way, there's a demand on you emotionally that is a wonderful challenge and great training, I think, for actors. At least that's been my experience. So to answer your question about how do you be prepared, again, you lean on the people around you. I've had great directors and great co-stars. And when you have the opportunity to do a really well-written script, I do think that I find that you want to be just open to see where it goes. I try not to have too much of a preconceived notion, but often you just find yourself getting caught up because for me personally, obviously, what these stories are often about family and relationships and overcoming hardship. I think every person on a certain level can relate to that. And if you can just be open and tap into that vulnerability, you hope that these moments really, really land. And it can be overwhelming, but my philosophy is dive in. And I actually like it's almost like sports. It's like, try to be in the moment. And sometimes I find the best takes are the ones that just surprise you, that you're like, I don't know if I'm ready for this, but we have a half an hour before we lose the light and we got to shoot it. And then that adrenaline kind of just goes and you just got to trust the process. And I find more often than not, you can find yourself getting there. So yeah.
I love that. Has there been like a specific film that you've done that has challenged you the most as an actor?
Well, that's another great question. I mean, so many different films bring different challenges. I can talk about one film because we were talking about the Hallmark films. Yeah. I did a film called Noel Next Door a few years ago. That, again, talking about timing, I was shooting another film and I got the call. I had worked with the director before, a wonderful director named Max McGuire. And he goes, Corey, I got this project. And it goes like 2 days after I was finishing the current film I was working on. And, you said, me, I'm all, I'll learn the lines, I'll get in there, I'll do it. But the challenge of the character I played in Noel Next Door was that he had suffered a stroke. And he had suffered an injury and had a physical disability that he had lost feeling in a good part of the left side of his body, his upper body. I couldn't move my arm. So a role like that was very important to me. And I had such a short period of time to prepare for it that if I'm portraying something like that it be as authentic as possible. So it was a mad scramble of calling physiotherapists and trying to kind of get that physicality. So that was a real challenge that I felt like the onus to make sure we got it right. So we move so quickly with these films, you often don't have time to go back and check footage, but I was like running behind the monitor after every take, like, was the walk, was the use of the cane, the way I took my jacket off, was that because that part, the physical challenge of that particular role, not to mention underneath all that is the emotional weight of what the character was going through. But it's one of the ones that I'm most proud of because of that challenge. So that was one that because I had such a little time to prepare and I felt it was so important to try to get right. That was one that was definitely, I'd mark up as one of the bigger challenges for sure. So yeah.
I like that you really put everything into that you would go to those links to make sure that you really sell that character and don't just like go in there and you're like, oh yeah, sure, we'll do this. Well, you really put your all into that.
Yeah. I try to with everything that I do. And it comes from love. It comes from just, I love storytelling. And when you get a script, especially, having a brother, having a wife who write, like, how much time goes into something like that. And even if you have little time, I think you want to try to just give as much of it, as you can to it. And then from there, there's editors and directors and producers that will shape it. Although I've had that opportunity now in some of my own films to see through that full process. And you just really try to honor, the spirit of the original story. So hopefully it resonates with the audience as much as possible. So
definitely. how has directing and stuff been for you? Like it's a different world.
It is. It's actually one that I've wanted to step into for a long time. Ever since I was a kid, I had part of, touching back on one of your early questions about being a child actor, being in so much TV as a kid, you're working with a new director every week, and you get, it's such a cool learning experience because every director has his own way, every actor has his own process. So I got to watch so many and sort of cherry pick things that I liked from so many wonderful directors over the years that now that I've had the opportunity to do it myself, every situation is different, but I've been just chomping at the bit to get in there and work with other actors, work with writers, work with the post-production team, working with editors and composers and all that. So I've always loved acting. And I think I've loved it because it's just a part of the storytelling process. And as a director, you get even more you get your hands in even more facets of the cake, if you will. Mm-hmm. And I just love working with like every detail that's so important, talk about doing a Christmas film. It's, it's not just wall to wall Christmas. There's so much thought that goes into like, what is this color palette, which might be way too much information.
No.
I don't want to know, but it's like, or wardrobe. How does the wardrobe affect the journey of the character and the growth? And like, there's just so many things that I've learned to appreciate even more, having directed, getting to work with so many amazing artists on the crew, obviously had the opportunity to work with so many amazing actors that, you try to give them everything you can. And then you just watch them come up with things that are even better than you could have imagined. So I love it. And then arguably my favorite process is working with the editors at the end, because then it's fighting for performance and fighting for those moments that I remember from set going, oh yeah, that little thing that happened. We got to make sure that we land that moment. So yeah, as you can tell, hugely passionate about directing, and hope that I continue to have the opportunity to do more of it.
Love that. Do you have any current projects coming up?
I do. There are projects coming up now. Directing, I'm kind of in the process with my wife working on a couple of at the script stage, but I do have several actually. Also, I'm shooting a feature film right now that's also a period piece that's brought me full circle to some of my earlier projects. Set in like 1917, I'm playing an RCMP officer based on a true story. Hence why I'm calling out the facial hair. It's like a wilderness kind of survival story that turns into this incredible true crime. Anyway, it's called Coppermine. So that's one project. We've shot the first half of it at the end of last year, and now we're breaking because we're waiting for true winter. Although true winter has arrived here in Canada where I am. There's no question about that. Yes, so I'm halfway through that. And I did a Christmas project that hasn't been announced yet, so I probably shouldn't say too much about it, but it's a Hallmark Christmas film that we actually shot during this last Christmas. It's shot in Europe. That's going to be like the only tease, my first time doing a Hallmark film overseas. And I had a wonderful co-star and team that I got to work with on that. So keep an eye out for this coming Christmas 2026. That's going to be a cool one. And then there's a few others. I did a TV show that I'm super excited to talk about, but it hasn't been announced yet, so I probably shouldn't. But when the time comes, I'll send a note out so people will know it's going to be out there. So yes, lots of stuff in the works. Hoping there's several projects of these projects I'm working on with my wife that I hope to direct. And there's some cool acting stuff that I'm in the middle of right now too. So
incredible. What's some good advice you would give to young actors that are just starting out?
Oh, great question. You have to love it. That I always start with that because if you love it, then all the ups and downs that come with the business can be worth it. And you meet so many incredible people from different walks of life in this business. You get to explore things about yourself. If you're fortunate, like I've been, you get to learn new skills, whether it be sports or training or, disabilities, any of those things, the facets of life that you kind of have an excuse to dive into. I love. So you go into it with an open heart. Know that you have to have a thick skin. Try not to take things personally. All you can control is what you put into it. So if you love it, give it your all. A lot is out of your control in this business, but control what you can, and surround yourself with supportive people if you're fortunate enough to have that. That would be the foundation that I would say, and then just see where your passions take you.
Love it. Well, Corey, where can everybody find you online?
Okay, I am on X or previously Twitter, and that's it. I'm not heavily on socials, but I do, whenever there's a new project coming out, I try to send a note out to let everybody know. And yeah, other than that, hopefully here and there on the TV or the big screen. So.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for your time. I had a great time talking to you. We look forward to the projects coming out. Maybe once they're announced, we can have you back on and be able to go into some more details.
I would love to. I know I don't want to jump the gun on all the networks because I know they like to make their big announcements. But
yeah. And we don't want to get you in any trouble.
That's right. Thank you. I appreciate that. But so wonderful talking to you, and thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Everybody, don't forget to like, share, follow, and subscribe. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Aidan. How are you?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. Happy to sit down and chat and talk. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Same. What kind of drew you to this project?
Yeah, I think initially when I first read the script, I was really like I was really excited about how well it was written and just the moments of comedy that were kind of scattered throughout the script. And also it reminded me so much of a lot of the movies that I sort of grew up watching. It felt like a more modern take on some of these 90s and early 2000s films that have sort of become my comfort films now. So that was kind of the first thing that jumped out to me a lot. And then also Alex as a character, I think I really lucked out in that I related to him in so many ways. And there were so many experiences from my own life that I was sort of able to pull from to sort of bring him to life. And I never had a character like that when I was younger, before I was when I was 12, 13, 14, 15, during that time, those really formative years and sort of discovering myself and figuring out who I was. There was no one that I could look up to on TV aside from maybe Glee, but there was no one around my age that I really was I understand them and I feel like they represent me. So I was excited to sort of be that person for my younger self and also for, anyone watching who's kind of going through the same things.
Yeah, I love that. Coming out to his sister over Taco Bell. That's just how it should be. It should just be something natural, hey, oh yeah, and move on. Enjoy your tacos,
Yeah, just a hey, by the way, there's this thing that I want to tell you because I love you and care about you, and then go from there. I mean, that was something that I had talked to Jimmy, our writer, about a lot when we did that scene. Was we kind of wanted it to be a little bit more casual and a little bit more kind of tame and toned down. There's so many super emotional coming out scenes, and I think that was sort of a product in a way of the 2010s and that sort of era. I mean, I even remember watching YouTube videos when I was younger, coming out videos, and they were always these super emotional things. So we wanted to kind of take it in a different direction, and I think that Alex and Devin's relationship was also very conducive to that. They're so close and they've been best friends their whole lives. And they're a part of just an amazing family that's super open and honest and casual as it is. So I think that all sort of lended itself to this more timid moment between the two of them where they were just kind of sharing things with each other that they thought were important and wanted to talk about because they care about each other.
Absolutely. No, and I love that. And I agree. I think, and it was like earlier in the movie, she even was like, no, like he hasn't brought that up. Like she knew she loves you. She was, she was just waiting for it. And I thought that was such a beautiful moment where she was like, no, like we're not there yet. I
Yeah.
thought that was so sweet. Like, I mean, that's such a great big sister moment. Speaking of your big sister in it, what was it like working alongside Sadie Sandler and like Chloe East? What was that dynamic like on set?
It was a lot of fun, actually. We had a lot of fun on set. It was one of the funnest sets that I've been on. I mean, you put a bunch of comedians in a room and you're bound to have a good time. Both during the scenes, it was a lot of fun because we had a lot of room to sort of play and like have a good time and improv. And then off camera too. I mean, we were like cracking jokes and we would go out to dinner, go out to the movies when we had like days off. And Sadie and I had a lot in common with music and with pop culture and just things that we were interested in. That became a jumping off point for our relationship and our chemistry off camera, but that also translates on camera, right? That those two
Right.
things are really important and they kind of blend together. There was one night I went out with Chloe and we got oysters and I had never had oysters before. And she likes seafood and she likes oysters. So we ordered some and I was a little bit scared to try them, but she was like, you have to try it. And we were on the East Coast, so it felt like right to have oysters, in the summer in New Jersey. And I
Right.
did enjoy it. I will not complain about the oyster. It was pretty good. I was very surprised. I was very scared, and I thought it was going to taste really gross and like snot, and it actually was very mild and good. And Chloe was sitting there, and she was like, "Okay, and chew it. Don't swallow it whole. Like just like savor the oyster a little
Like,
bit."
this is the right way.
Yeah, exactly. She was like, "And this is how you like peel it off of the shell, and we're gonna put a little lemon on it." She was definitely being like a bigger sister to me in that moment. Um, and yeah, we just had a really great time all the time. And yeah, Sadie's a total angel. I love her. I think she's amazing. She's a really talented actress, and I think being a part of that family, you probably learn a lot about the craft and about acting, and it definitely shows with the work that she did and everything she put into her character, Devon.
Yeah, I love that. You started acting at a really young age. What first inspired you to pursue that path?
We've always been a bit of a rambunctious, maybe at times annoying uh, kid. And when I was younger, I had a lot of energy. I would do little skits and performances for my parents in the living room, and sometimes I would drag my older sister into them and have her partake, or she would be, holding up a light for me and being a grip during those little moments. Um, and then from there, I got involved in school plays because I loved acting and I loved performing. And then it was when I was doing plays that I really fell in love with acting and the craft of acting. And there was a time before I even knew how to read where I was acting and looking at scripts. I had an acting coach when I was younger who had to actually like help me memorize by like reading the scripts to me and for me. And I'm really grateful to her because she kind of inspired me in many ways and kind of shaped me into
Yeah.
the actor that I am today. And I truly think if it wasn't for her, I would not have fallen in love with it in the way that I have. So there were a couple things, but it's always been something that I've really loved doing and enjoyed
Yeah.
doing and appreciated and also loved watching. I mean, I think, as someone who watches films and watches TV, you kind of fall in love with those actors. And then as an
Yeah.
actor, you look at what they're doing and you look at the choices they're making and you're like, oh, that was really smart the way that they like, went and like watered the plant on that line and oh, I wonder, what their subtext is for that. And that was really great. Um, so I kind of just sort of like engulfed my life in it
I
in the
love
best
that.
way.
So speaking of watching, what's your favorite comfort movie or show when you're not working?
My favorite comfort movie is gonna be either Bodies, 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 which is a horror, so it's kind of like comforting in a different way. It's just very funny.
I
Or
love that it's
Mean
horror.
Girls has always been one of my favorite movies. I've seen it a million, billion, trillion times. I truly cannot watch that movie enough. Every part of that movie is hilarious.
So great.
I'm a big fan of Karen and her being able to tell the weather with her boobs. She's a
Yes.
genius. The backwards K. I mean, there's just so many things about that movie that are so funny and that like live on however many years later we are now, like 20 years maybe now since that movie came out.
Oh, that's crazy. Ooh, that
That
makes me
is
feel old.
crazy. It might even be more than that. It might be like 22.
Well, if it is, let's not talk about it.
I'm not even that old and I feel old thinking about that.
That's crazy. Do you have a favorite Happy Madison Productions movie?
50 First Dates, I would say, was a big
Yes.
favorite, Adam Sandler movie.
Yes.
And Drew Barrymore is amazing, and she's also such a legend and a talent. And so that's definitely a favorite in my house for sure.
That is one of my all-time favorites. I was asked recently, like, what are my desert island movies? And I was like, Adam Sandler's collection, for sure. And
Yeah.
they're like, oh, okay. And I'm like, no, all of them. But if I had to choose 50 First Dates, without a doubt, it's one of the best.
It's one of the
Love
best.
that
It's a
film.
great movie. And so that was also kind of crazy being like, watching him growing up. I feel like he truly was like always on my TV. And
Then you get
then
to work for
meeting
him.
him and getting to work with him was like so surreal and so crazy to be like, oh my God, I know you as all of these characters. And now I am working with you and I know you as you, and this is wild.
Crazy.
And he truly lived up to like all of my expectations. He's one of
That's
the nicest
amazing.
people, truly one of the nicest people that I've ever met.
That's incredible. It's kind of like you walk on and you're like, oh, I know you. And you're like, oh, wait, I don't. But I feel like I do.
You're like, I know you because I've seen you on my TV so many times. I know all these characters you've
I've
played,
known you for years.
but I don't know you. And that is a scary thing because you hope that they are, humble and cool and kind.
Everything you hope, right?
Exactly, and you never know. And that was definitely scary to be like, I hope that these actors and actresses that I really, really look up to are cool. And they ended up all being cool and really great.
Which is
And
incredible.
that was refreshing.
Yes. And it really does, it shows in the movie the chemistry and the fun between everybody. The dynamic is just so incredible, especially your family in the film. Like that family dynamic
We
is
had
amazing.
I think we had a pretty cool family. Like
what a cool family.
pretty crazy. There were moments where I was like, oh my God, my dad would never be that chill about that. Or like my mom would be like mad if I did that or like whatever it is. Even I'm like, I don't even know if my mom knows what ketamine is, and there's a line about that that my dad says in it. I'm like, oh my God, these parents are so with it.
It's so funny. If you had to live with one roommate's character in real life, who would you choose and why?
I would choose Jaya Harper. She plays Olivia, who has the annoying boyfriend that is constantly calling her throughout it. Because I know Jaya and I love her to death, and I think she's like the funniest person ever, and we are constantly sharing reels and TikToks with each other online.
Those are the best friendships.
So like I just love that girl down. Like I think she's amazing and she's so funny, and I would totally be her roommate. Although we would have to, there's a car alarm going off, that's great. We would have to really figure out that boyfriend situation. I think I'd have to have a pep talk with her about it.
Yeah. We got to talk about this. Like at the end, you guys really need to break up. Like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. We've spent the whole movie saying that to her.
Like, girl, live your life. Be your own person.
Right. What roles are you excited to take on next? You have anything coming up?
I'm writing a horror short right now, which I'm really excited about. I'm really excited to kind of
Ooh.
dive into horror. It's something that I've never really done and something that I am like looking forward to doing and am just like excited to dive into. And also just like from the writing standpoint, it's been really eye-opening and it's a totally different like perspective on
Yeah.
it that I think informs me both as a writer as I'm learning that and also as an actor and sort of seeing the other side of it has been really
Yeah.
helpful and eye-opening.
Have you found that like knowing the acting side of it helps with your writing?
Yes, it 100% is that. And you can usually tell when someone isn't the best writer because it doesn't feel natural or there are just certain choices that I wouldn't make as an actor that are somehow in the script or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So being an actor first, I think definitely makes for a really good writer. And I think a lot of the things that I have read that I've really enjoyed and really loved, those writers are usually also actors.
Yeah. I feel like it's easier to write for an actor when you've been in an actor's shoes. Like
Exactly.
if you've never acted on set to write the way someone needs to be on set, it might not flow
Yeah,
the
there
same
might be a
way. So,
disconnect there.
right. So I love that you kind of get to jump into another side of it. Like it's so much fun to explore all the realms.
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
been fun and it's been exciting.
Do you want to do more than just like act? Do you want to like direct, produce anything like that later
I
on?
think one day eventually, I think I'd like to direct one day. And also I'd like to continue writing because I've learned to really like it thus far.
Yeah,
And so I think that's something that I want to do more of in the future as well.
I love that. Well, who are some directors or actors you'd love to collaborate with in the future?
Oh my gosh, I would love to work. So I'd love to do something with Rachel Sennett. I love that girl. I think she's amazing.
Love it.
I think she's so talented. I'd love to do something with Ivy Woke, who's also on Roommates. We unfortunately did not have any scenes together because of the way that the sort of like narrative is set up. So we didn't get
Yeah.
to interact or have that sort of banter, but I think she is hilarious and so funny. And one of my all-time favorite actresses, Jodie Comer. I think she is
Okay.
beyond talented. Her work in Killing Eve was amazing, and she's also a theater actress. She's done a bunch of plays in the UK, and I'm such a huge fan of hers. I think she's like amazing. It's another actress that I would really, really, really love to work with.
That's amazing. What's the biggest lesson you've learned so far working in film?
Patience, which I have very little of. And I need to be much better about it. But patience is so important, not just on set. Like, of course, you have to be patient on set, but in life and like trying not to rush things and trying not to compare yourself to other people or figure out like to think that you need to have it all figured out, basically, like
Yeah.
right here, right now, is something that I struggle with and something that I'm like constantly working on and trying to be better at. So it would definitely be, yeah, patience, not comparing myself to others, and just sort of enjoying the journey.
That's really good advice to give people who are just getting into acting too.
I
Like
mean, you hear
patience.
a lot of
You're gonna
no's and
need
it's a
it.
lot of waiting, and that is can be very like draining at times, and it puts you in a very like unsure position that can be really
Yeah.
hard to manage. But you have to be able to kind of get through that and sort of fall in love with that part of it in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to learn to accept the no isn't a closed door. It's just another hallway.
Exactly.
Like,
And like truly what is meant for you will truly find its way to you. Um, and there's nothing you can do to stop those like good things from coming into your life.
yeah, I love that. Well, Aiden, why should everyone tune into Roommates on Netflix?
Because it's like the best comedy of the year. What? No, they should tune in because I think that it's just a really honest and true story about being a young adult and being a teenager. And I think that there's a character in the film for everyone that everyone can
Yeah.
kind of relate to and resonate with. Um, And I also think there's a lot of lessons to be learned within the film as well. A lot of lessons on communication and being there for the people in your life, and learning how to like talk about your feelings with other
Yeah.
people. And I think those are really important life lessons that I hope people take away from the film.
I love that. Aidan, thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk with you. And everybody, make sure you check out Roommates on Netflix.
Check it out. It's the best. You're going to love it.
You regret if you
Thank you
don't.
so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me. It was
Thank
a
you.
pleasure talking with you.
Welcome back to another conversation with Three Geeks. Today we're joined by Nathan. Nathan, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you very much, Destiny. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. So our favorite first question is, what got you into acting?
What got me into acting? Well, what got me into it to push me further into like professional acting would be I went to the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in Los Angeles, and so that was I started there in 2005, and then graduated there in 2008. So that kind of got me as a push into professional acting. But before, I kind of loved loved being on stage and stuff like that. Like did weird little whatever they are, community theater things or whatever, kind of growing up. But when I was really young, and so that was it was just so much fun. And then I took I was a competitive snowboarder when I was younger, and so I didn't have any time to do acting or anything like that when I was in high school or whenever people would do it, I guess.
Yeah.
And then so after that, I decided I really wanted to pursue it, and I wanted to do it sort of the right way, or give myself, I don't know, I guess the best way to have a like an actual foray into professional stuff rather than just like, maybe I'll dabble, maybe I won't. So I decided to go to school, and that's sort of where it took off from there. So that was in Los Angeles. In 2005 when I did that. Man, that's a long time ago. Holy shit. Anyways.
When you sit down and you think back and you're like, wow, okay, that's been a while.
I don't want to think that far back. Like, holy shit,
No.
that's insane. Yeah, but that's what it was. So that was that was 2005, and then kind of went from there, and then that's what happened. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, most recent thing that I'm aware of is the show Revival. Revival is so unique. It's such a unique premise. What drew you to that project?
Revival's pretty cool. So it's for the Sci-Fi Network, and I love that it was based on a graphic novel first. I think that's so interesting to adapt stuff like that. I think it's just like it really gives a great idea, in a smaller sort of version. And there's a lot of different let's call them episodes, but they are just books or comics or graphic novels, whatever you want to call them. And so that was just so cool. The concept of it was so interesting, and just that was incredible. It has to do with the undead, and it's got to do with all that kind of stuff. I thought it was just incredible. So that was super, super fun. So I play a sheriff's deputy named McCrae, and I don't know. I'm not gonna spoil what happens for anybody that hasn't seen it, but it was so much fun. We shot in St. John, New Brunswick, in Canada, and it was just like, man, it was so much fun. Everybody seemed like they were having a good time. It was great. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a different way to visit kind of the undead zombie like world. It did it in such a unique way. I mean, how would you describe the show to people who haven't seen it?
It takes place in a small town in Wisconsin, and it's just got this interesting sort of development to it where one night half the town just dies. Boom, they're all dead. Half of them all dead, whatever that means. And so half of them are dead, and then a short amount of time passes, and then they revive. And then they have basically superpowers, and some of them are good and they want to help people, and they just want to kind of fly under the radar, and some of them are obviously bad and want to murder people and do the undead thing, which is obviously kind of fun too. And so I don't play one of the undead people. I am, again, a sheriff's deputy who helpful in a certain way of trying to figure out what the hell went wrong and how can we find these people and how can we find the people that are trying to profit off undead people and stuff like that. And so it was really cool. And again, the storyline to it was just fantastic. And so that was really fun. Yeah, it was great.
Did you have any kind of hesitation stepping into that kind of world after being so associated with comedy?
No, not at all. Not at all. Because there's this great element, this great comedic element to the show itself, which I always found really cool because, while it's dealing with dramatic themes and it has an overall, I'm not going to say darkness to it, but parts of it definitely have a darkness to it.
Yeah.
To add a little bit of that comedic sort of levity to the whole situation is just fantastic. And I think it also it's very true to life in that sense where, yes, bad things happen all the time. And again, if you can give up some levity and have a really, just have maybe a bit of a smile on your face while you're doing things. Yes, the things that it deals with are terrible and people are dying and this and that and loved ones, but there is a comedic element to it, which I really love because, with Letterkenny, obviously fully comedy. And so it had elements of that too, which I really liked. But just in a different way. It was really, really, really fun. And the people that created the show, just they saw that and there was funny within the graphic novels to begin with. And so that was just really cool. It was just, again, something very different, but also at the same time, it had that comedic element to it, which I really liked.
Yeah. What would you say the most challenging scene in that series was for you? Like one that challenged you?
Challenging scene. Well, there's a scene where I'm being interrogated because, like I said, I'm a sheriff's deputy in it, but getting interrogated by your own people about the misdeeds that you are pursuing yourself on the outlier of that. That's a difficult one because it really wraps up the dramatic in there, but it also is, the situation is really, really funny. So that's kind of nice as well because you can let the material do the talking for you, right? Like you don't need to try and be funny, you don't need to do anything like that. So but again, being interrogated in a tiny little box while you're handcuffed and stuff like that, and then getting roughed up and stuff like that. That's just really fun. And again, it's something so different from Letterkenny because in none of the episodes in any of the seasons am I being thrown around a room or beaten up a little bit or whatever, or being interrogated for maybe not being having the most altruistic sentiments behind the things that you're doing and for profit. And so so that kind of stuff that was super, super fun.
Well, if and hopefully it does, the series continues, where would you like to see that character go?
Oh my goodness. I think the last time that I had spoken to the creators and stuff like that about it, was that potentially McCrae has like a side business going. So after he's done being a deputy and stuff like that, there would be a side business of trying to, again, profit off of this terrible, terrible tragedy within this town. And so I think that would be really, really cool to see somebody who, maybe isn't, how do we say this? Isn't the brightest light bulb going on within the 2 ears of McCrae's head? There's a bit of a hustler to him as well to try and figure out, well, how can I profit off this? Because there's not a ton of money in being a sheriff's deputy in Wisconsin, at that time.
Right.
So it's like, you want to make, you want to do silly things, you want to buy nice cars or whatever the hell you want to do, right? And so I think that would be really, really fun if it went in that direction. Because it would just be, it's like a side hustle turned into your total hustle, and then seeing where that goes. I think that would be really cool if that was the case, for sure.
Yeah, no, that would be a really fun way to watch that character progress. Yeah. You were part of the Resident Evil world. What was that experience like?
That was crazy. Just because, well, for a few different reasons, but the Resident Evil franchise, everybody knows that it's been around for a long time, and there's been a lot of different iterations of the story. Obviously, the video game was so popular, and that's why they wanted to make it into movies. And then Mila Jovovich doing a huge amount of that series to begin with was just so interesting. And so being able to be allowed to be a part of something that is quite historic and really, really interesting, that was really, really fun. Also, too, in relation to movies that I've done in the past, had quite a high budget. It was really cool. The sets were incredible. Yeah. And, it has to do with zombies. And who doesn't love zombies? Like, give me a break, right? So that was just really fun. And also, the director, Johannes Roberts, he's an incredible director. He really gives a lot of room to play around with, but has a very, very clear vision of where he wanted to go with it. And I think he achieved what he wanted to do. And then being around, a big cast and lots of big names, it was really, really cool. It was so much fun. And so we shot that in Sudbury in Ontario, where we had shot all of Letterkenny as well. And so it was very much, it was a familiar location, but also so different. Like there's a point where I'm in a helicopter that they, put in the middle of a forest. And, that's kind of cool because I play Vickers in it, right? Who's the helicopter pilot. And so, being in being in a place where I had shot for so many years in a completely different location in Sudbury, but then, again, being in a helicopter in the middle of the woods, it's just it was so cool. And
So
then
fun.
obviously there's big guns around and it's fun. And you're hunting zombies and you don't know what's going on. And it's just like, it was so much fun. So much fun.
It's such a different world from comedy. Do you prefer horror or comedy, or do you just you love it all?
There are good and bad points to each one of them. Obviously, that's kind of a no-brainer there.
Yeah.
The horror aspect is really cool because I think, me personally, horror movies are terrifying. They're absolutely scary to me, and so it's just like to then be a part of it and then to be in front of the camera but behind the scenes, seeing how it's shot, it makes it less scary. Obviously, doesn't scare the shit out of me nearly as much, but it's just seeing, I guess you call it seeing how the sausage is made. And then, so it's not as scary, but you're a part of it. And then you get to see the final product, which is really fun too, because then you realize oh, look at this. And this is fun. And even when I get eaten, it's not a big deal because we had a great day on set, and there were water towers and there were, all that kind of stuff. So it was an incredibly different experience than I'd ever had at that point. And just super fun. Again, I keep on using the term super fun, but it was just incredible. And again, being in Sudbury where we shot all of Letterkenny, and it was at the time the Letterkenny was still shooting, but completely different than, a half-hour comedy about hicks and skids and hockey players, small town life. Yeah. And then all of a sudden it's, Raccoon City, and there's guns and zombies and helicopter, all that kind of stuff. It was great. Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's funny how quick they can change a set for you. One day it's this and one day it's this.
Yeah, it's great, but I think that's part of the movie and television magic that I love, because you are in the same location, just as you're saying, but it's completely different. And it's just it's so interesting because I've loved movies for my entire life, as many people have, but to see again same location, completely different thing, it was just a bit mind-boggling. Also, too, budget quite a bit higher, and so you get to see proper movie making. Obviously not just television, and you get to see just oh, wow, this is so cool. Again, helicopter, water towers, huge cast, all that kind of stuff. So it was just great. At the time, too, though we were shooting, it was still the COVID times, and so it was had that a little bit of an eerie feeling anyway, which I kind of think goes really well with horror movies. But it totally fit. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's a little bit uneasy anyways, but then it just works and adds to the sort of thrill of it. Also, we shot a lot of nights and stuff, and that's always a little bit creepy shooting nights, especially if you're out in the forest and stuff like that.
Especially
but it was
in the woods,
exactly, especially in the woods. I can't see 5 feet in front of me, and then all of a sudden, my face is getting ripped off by a zombie breaking into my helicopter, by the way. An asshole. And then
every fear you have when you're in the woods at night.
Exactly. You're totally right. It's the thing that you don't want to have happen. That's the last thing you want to do is if there's a zombie apocalypse or something like that. Do I really want to be in the woods? And I think absolutely the answer is no, I don't. However, they call cut. I put a warm jacket on and have a snack or something like that. And it's pretty good that way. Yeah.
How do you mentally prepare and decompress from roles like that?
Well, it's interesting because to prepare for it, obviously you do the regular sort of stuff. You do text work and you do script work and stuff like that. And so I think with a lot of things that are written well and, have that going for them, there's not a ton you need to do with the actual text. But I think the most important part of that is, well, what do you do? Who it's like any other project. It's like, who is the character? So figure out your motivations, figure out what you're doing and stuff, and then let the text and the scenario speak for yourself, and then just kind of slide into that. And like everything else, try not to do too much, because you look like a bonehead if you do too much. And again, let the text and let everything else speak for yourself. You're already in that scenario, and so there's not a ton you need. If you're prepared correctly, there's not a ton you need to do on the day, because it's already laid out for you. You're already there. You're in the helicopter. You're in the office. You're in wherever you are. And so that kind of preparation like that. And I guess the contrast to, say, Letterkenny, first of all, would be like the amount of text and the amount of dialogue and stuff like that on Letterkenny was just so enormous. And so having to do a lot still, but with a shortened script and a shortened set of lines and stuff like that. So there are differences there, but my preparation usually is about the same for every role. You just got to figure out who you are, figure out what your motivations are, go through the script, go through the text, all that kind of stuff, and then roll it out. That being said, that's the preparation. Like, who knows what happens when it actually comes out? But you hope that all of your preparation you've done correctly, and then it can just, again, speak for itself, and then hopefully it works out, and people are either smiling or screaming, but don't hate it. I mean, that's kind of the biggest thing, and so that's the good one. Yeah. Yeah. No.
I mean, speaking of Letterkenny, obviously we have to talk about that. What was that audition process like for you?
So there was no audition process for me for Letterkenny, because so Jared Kiso, who's the creator of the show, he and I had been working together on sort of YouTube shorts for a number of years before that.
Yeah.
And so leading up to that, we had done a couple of other ones, a little like small series, like 3-episode series and stuff like that. And then we got to something. Jared approached me with another series they wanted to do, and he named it Letterkenny Problems. And so it was just, he and I had such a good time working together, and we worked really well together and stuff like that. So we did those, and we did 5 episodes of Letterkenny Problems. And because of that, and because of the numbers that we had and the metrics to be used and stuff like that, that's how we secured, a television deal. And so because of that, because I was from the ground up, there was no audition process.
Yeah.
And so that was, at the time for me, that was incredible, because it was like you're auditioning for, so many things, and none of them hit, and none of them hit, and none of them hit, and some of them, whatever. And then this one was something that not only did I love doing, and it was so much fun, and getting to work with friends, and kind of loving the material, and then all of a sudden you get to do it in a much more expanded universe, without actually having to go through the audition process, which is pretty cool, because that also means that the network sees value in what you've done leading up to that. And so that's a kind of like a great vote of confidence that you don't usually get. I mean, it's really hard to get a vote of confidence in this industry in terms of being an actor and stuff. And so to not have to do that was, like, first of all, mind blowing. Like, I couldn't believe that was happening. But then it also does give that freedom, because you have to look at it, or I looked at it like, well, I've done this. They thought it was good enough to say, cool, you're in, no big deal. And then we can go from there. And also on top of that too, though, Jared Kiso was he was great, and he really went to bat for me and a couple of other guys in the show too, and said, no, these are the guys. Like, we did this series, and part of the success of the series was because of the people that are in it and the chemistry that they have together. And so having somebody back you like that, and then the network backing you and stuff like that, was just something that I had never experienced before. And so that was just fucking awesome. It was so great. And it really does make you feel like, all of the work that you're putting in and stuff like that, in terms of professionally and in this industry and stuff, it's paying off. And people can see the, either the talent that you have, or that you're right for this one job, or whatever it is. Right. But it's like, that really is a huge vote of confidence, and really let me be much more free with the character, and just settle into it right away, rather than, oh my God. I mean, there's always that, oh my God, I hope I'm doing this right, because that's always going to be there, right?
Right. It has to be.
but not having as much. There's less nerves going into it, and more, hey, this is all good, we're all good, and let's just go, and let's make this thing great, and let's have all the chemistry that we've worked on and stuff like that. Let's just carry that over. It's great. Yeah.
So, Daryl on there, he has such this specific, like, rhythm and innocence. How much of that do you get to, like, improvise and, like, bring in yourself?
Well, so the improvisation process with Letterkenny was very, very minimal. It's very, as you know, it's written in a very, very specific way. And so,
Right.
I mean, arguably the biggest part of it is the writing and is the dialogue and the interactions because of that. So to stray too far from that just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Again, the writing is there and it's there and the way that it is for a reason. So if you can slide into that and make sure you're on point and make sure you have all the dialogue and everything like that, it really lets you just go from there, which is just fantastic. Again, and having the text do so much work for you,
Yeah.
because if you say it correctly, there's a rhythm to everything. There's and so you don't want to fuck with that. You want to
Right.
let the writing speak for itself, because otherwise, in my opinion, it's like you're just trying to be a little bit too selfish on that. It's like, no, the material's here. Work the material
Right.
in the way that it's supposed to be worked, and then you've got it already. Rather than going like, oh man, I'm gonna need to figure out what some other lines are, some funny little buttons to the scenes, and it's like, no. It's there. It's great. And Jacob Tierney, our director,
Yeah.
he was just perfect with that. You stray a little bit, and he might let you go and improvise at the end for a little bit of a scene, but the meat of the scene and everything, it's all laid out there for you in the text. So there's really no need for it. Which is great too, because it gives you so much confidence in the writing, and basically get there, do your job, say the lines, and it's just like a lot of that is already there for you. Yeah.
Just perform it right. That's all you got to do.
Just perform it right, and make sure you're just make sure you're there, make sure you're on point, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because Jacob and Jared, they're incredible writers. So but I'm always curious, especially when it is something with such good writing and characters built, what you do still kind of get to bring in that's kind of like your spice on it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a certain way that, again, that the writing goes, and there's cadence to that and all that sort of stuff. But to bring myself into it and to bring a way that, is almost it does have that, as you're saying, like that sort of childlike, sort of head in the clouds sort of wonder to it, is something that just, for me, it was less thought out and planned, like, oh, here's how I'm going to do it. It's just like you take a look, or I took a look at the material and then just realized, here's a little bit of time to play, and here's a little bit of, maybe something that somebody says to Daryl, he just misunderstands or whatever it is. But again, that sort of little spice that you get to put on it is really fun and really interesting. And that creates, rather than just everybody saying the text, that creates characters within the text. But again, it's the text itself that really helps you out and really lets you know where you should play and where you shouldn't, and where you can put a bit more spice on, a bit less. But again, it's the writing. And if you follow it, man, it's like this greatest, I don't know, helping hand or pushing the bum, whatever you want to call it. But it's like, it just helps you out so much, which is, it's just lovely. Yeah. It's beautiful. Yeah.
The chemistry on Letterkenny, it feels so authentic. What is it like to be on set with that crew?
It was really like, we always referred to it as going to summer camp, basically, right? So because we shot so much dialogue and so many episodes in such a condensed amount of time, it was fun. It was just like hanging out with your friends, and that was it. But you're also getting to make something that's really, really fun, and that people gravitated towards, which is fantastic. So the way that we kind of got started with that is there were, I believe there were 6 of us on the show that played. There were 5 of us that, 6 of us that played on a beer league hockey team together in Vancouver at the time. And so we were all friends beforehand. So it was just like getting to go to work with your friends and riffing on jokes in between takes and stuff like that. And so it was just fun. It was like hanging out with your friends, and then Jacob calls action, and then you're still hanging out with your friends. But you are making a TV show, and it also helped too, because the relationship between the characters very much is a very close one, and we all have that close relationship. And so when you have that as well, it just, it's the real life bleeding into what you're making, and it makes everything fun and easy. And again, even when you're shooting long nights or you're shooting whatever, or it's cold out, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you are just hanging out with your friends. And that really helped too. Again, that helped with the chemistry, and I think it helped to come in strong for even episode 1 of season 1. You get that chemistry, you get those relationships that in the show they had been built up for their entire lives. And so, it was a long time of that relationship build with us anyway. So it made it just really fun. And then, you cut and you go on hiatus and stuff like that. And you come back and you go right back to summer camp and you just go and hang out with your friends. And it just was fun. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. It was so much not like going to work. It was like you kind of can't believe that you're basically being allowed to do this. And, it was just,
that's the real moment. You're like, I'm getting paid for this? What?
100%. Yes, exactly. That's what it was. I'm really there. So again, first of all, they're letting me do this and we're getting paid for it. This is great. Yes. Every day, all day. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that comparison to like summer camp. But you do, you immediately, like you said, right in like the first episode, that chemistry is there. It feels very authentic when you're watching it. So I think that it definitely feels that way. And there's a lot of shows that don't. Like, you can almost feel like, I don't think these people like each other in real life.
Yeah. Oh man. And how disappointing is that too? Because
it is.
When you see that kind of stuff and you see there's good material to be had and stuff like that, but and for whatever reason, and look, there's no shade against that kind of stuff at all, but it's just, it's very rare when you have that and you have that ability to take your real life relationships and put them onto screen. Because, for the majority of projects, this person gets cast from here and this one from here and this one from here. You don't know each other and you may get along very, very well, but the depth of that relationship is not always there. And unfortunately, you can see it sometimes. The other great thing about Letterkenny is we block shot a lot of things. So that would mean like, if we could be shooting 3 separate episodes or portions of 3 separate episodes on any given day. And so because of that, it really lets you, you're not shooting in order. So if it's not working, maybe it continues not to work, but it kind of like, it pieces together parts. And so it all kind of ends up making sense like that.
Right.
It's just, again, it's so much fun. And again, the relationships that just transfer into every episode. So you can do that. You have the ability to shoot parts of 3 different episodes a day.
Right.
But it doesn't matter because the relationship's already there. We're not starting from 0 on episode 1. Prior relationship also too, then you're shooting parts of episode 7 or episode 6. And so you've got all that stuff working, I think, in our favor. And I think that's what people really liked about it too, is again, it felt like people that number one, and also people that you wanted to hang out with because everybody just wanted to hang out with each other, which was great.
Definitely. I definitely think that's part of the charm and what just made it work so well.
Right.
Yeah. We talked to K. Trevor Wilson last week, and he said kind of one of his fun memories was y'all would always try to get each other to break character on set when y'all were doing those like really funny scenes. Do you have a favorite moment where like either you broke character or you got one of the other characters to break?
So my favorite ones were because obviously it's an ensemble thing, and so there are many characters in each scene potentially. Some of my favorite ones, and it's hard to pick because we did so many episodes. It's hard to pick one sort of favorite memory, but I always loved working with when it was just Jared and I in a scene because, it would almost be as if, because that was such a rare thing to have just he and I in a scene, it was like anytime I would somehow catch just his eyes and just look at him, I just break right away, or he would do the same thing. And so that was so much fun because it was like, it didn't have so much to do with whatever text we were shooting that day. It was more just like, oh my God, this is my fucking friend here. And we're just going to, and then you go and break it. And it's like, all right, guys, come on, we got to go here. But so that was kind of the best. And it really did, because a lot of it, as you know, it's around a table or at the produce stand, where you're all looking forward. And so it's almost a rarity when you see people actually go eye to eye and talk to each other. But when that would happen, that's for me, that's my break, is just when you get to actually stare somebody in the eye and then you can't not laugh. It's just like, all right, well, we're done here. We got to, reset, go take 5 for a second here, because this is not going to work. Yeah.
Yeah. And Jared does that like really dramatic, like where he shifts and turns and looks at you. When it is like that, I would break too.
Yeah. When he does his great, so it'd be this way, and then when he squares up to you like that, it's just like, okay, come on. You're just trying to do it now. Trying to do it and also succeeding at doing it, because it's just like, that's when it just that fucking got me every time, for sure. Yeah.
Most definitely. I have some fun rapid fire questions I want to ask.
Let's have it. Let's do it.
All right. Favorite Canadian snack?
All dressed chips actually as a full-on Canadian snack, because I don't know where you can find those I think there might be in the States somewhere at certain points, but certainly that's a very Canadian snack that I love. Yes.
Comedy or horror legend you would love to work with?
Oh dear. You know what? Horror, I would love to work with Sam Raimi. I think that would be so cool. Yeah, he's I love Evil Dead, and also he's just a genius. There's tons of gore that goes along with it. Awesome. So horror legend Sam Raimi for sure. Comedy legend, man, I would love to work with Steve Carell. I think he is just like at the top of the top for comedy. I think that's great. But I mean, also too, like Danny McBride or something like that. It's just like somebody that you get they're silly, but that also looks like they bring it all the time. It's just, I love that.
Right. I love that. If you could do a crossover with Letterkenny and any other series, what would be the funniest crossover to you?
Honestly, again, back to Danny McBride for a second, because I'm watching The Righteous Gemstones right now, but I'd love to see, at the time when it was going, either Eastbound and Down or Vice Principals or something like that. I think that would be a great sort of comedy overlap, and also within the realm of it might, it would still kind of make sense,
feels possible.
Like, like you can't shoehorn Letterkenny into The Office or something like that. Like, that doesn't work, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What is a line people quote back to you the most?
How are you now? Because they always want to sort of call and repeat. Not so bad, good, and you, not so bad. So there's that one, and then also just pitter patter, and then also for me, go home, Derry. People love yelling, "Go home, Derry." That's one, and it kind of gets me too. I'm just like, oh no, it's not. It's the show. Yeah, I'll go home. Yeah. Get out of here. Yeah.
All right. I'm leaving.
Fine. Yeah. Whatever. I get it. Go ahead. Hurt my feelings. What do I care, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Nathan, what's coming up for you next that you're excited about?
So I shot a movie last year in the sort of late spring, early summer in Powell River, British Columbia, and it's called The Eden Express. And so it's a feature, and it's based off of a memoir. So the very famous writer Kurt Vonnegut, his son Marc Vonnegut, wrote about his experience in 1970 driving from Massachusetts all the way to Powell River, British Columbia, and setting up a commune. And so the movie is based on his memoir in 1970. And so we get to the commune and see that kind of life. And then it's about Marc. It's about Marc's subsequent mental troubles and his sort of breakdowns that kind of, in the end, shattered the commune, because it was just too much. And so that one's so interesting. I had so much fun shooting that. And also too, because the memoir takes place in Powell River, where he actually was, and we actually got to shoot in Powell River, not like Vancouver for Powell River. Yeah. So that was so much fun. So that's going to be out. I'm not exactly sure, but it will be out soon. And that one is just like one of the greatest professional experiences of my life. I mean, other than Letterkenny, obviously, because that was a long time with really good friends.
Right.
But this one was just fantastic. Everybody involved, from producers to DOP to director to everybody, just seemed like they were all, and everybody was pushing the same rock up the same mountain and having a good time doing it. And so that's always fun. I mean, look, you're with these people for so many hours and so many days. And so those personal relationships and getting along with each other, that's just the best thing. And so when that works and you're having a really fun time doing that kind of work, I think that really translates to screen. And also too, it's really fun to be a part of. And so that was really fun. So that one's coming out soon.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, is there like a character themed or a genre that you would like to work in that you haven't yet?
Character themed or genre. You know what? Actually, I would love to do more horror movies. I think horror comedy is so much fun, because again, it's not the set up punchline like jokes type of stuff. It's these situational things that just are absurd and don't make any sense, and then mixed with jump scares and mixed with the actual life and death of it all, which is just fantastic. So I'd love to do more horror movies. I think they're just so much fun. But also too, I mean, action movies. I'd love to do war movies and stuff like that. This, history for me is a big one, and I love that. So I'd love to do something like that in the future for sure.
That would be cool. Well, Nathan,
Yeah.
where can people find you online to stay updated with things you're doing?
With things that I'm doing, I mean, IMDb is a good one. No big deal. Also, to get your butts to the theaters and see movies that I'm in. No big deal as well. Yeah. So that there's that kind of stuff. Also, too, this drink that I have right here. It's called Northern Hydration, and so it's a drink company that I got involved with about a year ago. And what we're doing right now is short form content for that. So that's kind of fun too. And the website is drinknorthern.com. And so there's going to be a bunch of fun, like comedic content out with them. It's a fantastic drink anyway. I love these guys. They're great guys that started the company. And so that can also be, you know, within the movies and the television or whatever, like that's kind of an in the middle where you can see it on social media and YouTube and stuff like that. So that's always really fun as well. It's great. Yeah.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and check out Nathan and keep up with the movies coming out soon. Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
What is going on, everybody? Jason and Angel are here today, joined by Tom. Tom, how are you today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Before we get into the Kickstarter and everything, what made you want to be a comic book creator?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. It was to be honest, it was sort of a it is a weird question because there's a lot of people that always have like this, oh, you know, I always wanted to be a comic guy. I wanted to do this. I wanted to do that. I never really had that. Everything for me for comics that I've done as far as making comics, it's all sort of been sort of like falling into it. Back in the day, I used to draw a lot. I used to be an art guy. So I'm a writer now, but I used to, when I was a kid, I used to draw all the time. And so everybody kind of assumed that if I did anything in comics, it would be sort of the art side of stuff. But as I kind of started to draw in that context and figure out like what all that means, I started to realize that like, okay, even if I'm remotely good at drawing like a person, now I got to draw cars and trees and buildings. And, you know, clearly at my level of acceleration, I don't have that kind of lifetime in me. So I literally just fell back onto the writing side. I was like, okay, well, let me see if I can write a comic book. And so that's where I kind of started to learn this other side of the industry. But I think because I came from the visual side, because even when I was collecting comics, it was like, you know, I was buying things because it was what I liked to see. Even though I came from the visual side, I was able to translate that into what I was writing in my scripts. And so it was really just sort of like, at the time I had my 9-to-5 job, we were doing fine. And this was like well, let me write some comics. We can go to cons on the weekend and, you know, just kind of have fun with it. But then in 2009, when all the housing crash and everything happened, and I got laid off from my job, I was like, well, all right, let me take what I have. I had Penny for Your Soul. I had Critter at the time. Let me take what I have. Let me see if I can really do anything with this before I go randomly get a job somewhere else. And so by the end of 2009, I had Penny for Your Soul wrapped up. I had Critter kind of mostly wrapped up, and we took a shot at the direct market, you know, the retail market, getting into comic book stores, which back in the day was much easier because you had one place to go. It was basically Diamond. And they looked at our stuff. They were like, yeah, this is good. We'll distribute this. Go ahead. Let's line up the dates or whatever. And by I think it was March of 2010, we were in comic book stores and we were off to the races. And so I was like, well, all right, well then that's what I'm going to do now until it stops working. But it just sort of never stopped working. And so here we are now 16 years later. So, you know, that's a long answer, but that's kind of how it works. And you know, sometimes you just stumble into the thing that is going to end up working for you. And it's just a matter of what you do with that opportunity once you have it.
I love that answer.
Hopefully you can like edit that down. Like, this is a 20-minute answer, but we're going to do 2 minutes of this.
So you mentioned Penny for Your Soul.
Yep.
I was looking at the artwork on that, and oh my God, it looks amazing.
Thank you.
How do you come up with the characters, like for the backstory and such?
Well, it's sort of a double. It's sort of two things. One is I'm writing, so I know, like, okay, this character is, you know, a demon, whatever. I need her to have a tail. I need some of, like, in Danica's case, our lead, I was like, I don't want her to just have hair. Let's make her hair, you know, fire. Let's do this. Let's do that. But then from that sort of understanding in my script and within my writing, I have to then give that to an artist and say, okay, look, this is what I want. And then the artist takes that description and turns it into an actual piece of art. And then along the way, it's like, well, now fix the thing and add this and take away that. And that's the character design phase, which is oftentimes really fun. It can be frustrating because sometimes you get a situation where, you know, I, as the writer, is like, this is what I want. And then the artist is over here like, no, but this is what you need. And I'm like, no, I don't necessarily need that. But, you know, we can talk and we can Tetris pieces around and so on. So, and then just over time, you know, you suddenly build it up. Now I have Danica. Now I have these angels. Now I have my Lucifer. Now I have, you know, whatever. Now I have Critter. Now I have all of her sidekicks and so on. And it just starts building and building and building until you have enough visual element to, you know, really dive in and start to tell a story. So, but it all starts from just me just being like, okay, what do I see? What is this character? What do I need them to be? What do I need them to have? Do they need a belt? Do they need a cape? Do they need wings? Do they need whatever in order to exist in the story points? And then I take those things and I say, okay, artist, this is what you're good at. And now translate this gobbledygook into like a real, you know, finished piece of art.
How do you find your artists for like each project?
Well, back in the day, it was easy / harder because we didn't have the internet really when I started. I mean, it existed, but we didn't really have like social media. We didn't have Facebook. We didn't have anything what we have right now, but we did have websites where people were, you know, posting their art and stuff. So I used a site that was called Digital Webbing. I don't think it exists anymore. But basically it was a website of, what would they call them back in the day? Sort of like Reddit is now, where you have people post stuff and then they just sort of talk about it forever. I know there was a message boards, that sort of thing is basically what digital webbing was. And so people would go in and post their stuff and like get critiques and like, oh, here's my thing and here's my design and here's my page. Artists would post their art, you know, to get jobs. But the cool part is that it actually did have a classifieds section where you could go in and say, I need an artist, I need a colorist, I need an inker, you know, whatever you needed. And so that's where I got my first batch of guys out of. But then from there, then it's just sort of, then it becomes like the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon sort of thing. You know, it's like, okay, I'm working with JB. He comes out of a studio. So I need another artist. So I just go talk to the studio again. Hey, do you guys have anybody else to do this and do this and do this? And then, you know, as you're doing it again, it's as you're doing it for a period of time, people start to recognize like, oh, like Tom's like done this for a minute. So I would start to get artists pitching themselves to me, you know, whether at Comic Cons or, you know, whatever. Hey, I'm an artist. Here's my stuff. You know, tell me if you need me, whatever. And so that again, it's sort of like the characters as it just starts to grow. You start to make those connections of this guy, and then this guy recommends this guy, and this artist says, well, I work with this colorist, so let's bring that colorist in. And, you know, it just becomes this big web of people that you can start to sort of tap on the shoulder whenever you need art, whenever you need colors, whenever you need a cover. And now we've got 16 years of my own digital webbing now. But it's still growing. I mean, even on this last book that we did this Legend of Oz anthology that we're doing this year right now, that's on Kickstarter right now, there's like 4 brand new people from artists to colorists through the whole thing. So even though, because part of it is that, you know, at some point everybody kind of moves on. You know, a lot of our guys have worked for us, have gone on to work for Marvel and DC and Dynamite and, you know, all these other companies. So as they move on, you have to find a way to replace some of these guys. And but now there's also sort of like it's not a great word, but there's a glut of content out there. And so now, like when I was doing stuff, you know, I wasn't competing to get talent with 1,000 other people trying to do, you know, their own thing. So now it's like, oh, that guy's really good. And he's like, yeah, but I'm working for this guy. Yeah, I'm working for this guy. Yeah, I'm working for this guy. It used to be people were like, oh, I need work. And I'm like, I got work, and I got a lot of work, and I got like forever work. Like, as long as you want to be here, you can be here. So JB Neto for Penny for Your Soul, he's the only guy who started with me and is still with me. Everybody else has drifted off, and like I said, they're working for Marvel and DC and Mad Cave and Dynamite, and they're all doing their own thing. And they come back from time to time to do, you know, short stories and covers and stuff. But you know, I've had to replace a lot of guys to try and create a new stable of people. And it's not always easy because the doors are constantly flying open all over the place. So, you know, even if they're happy with where I am, if they see like, well, I can move myself up if I can draw Red Sonja or whatever, like that's better for their resume, right? And I'm like, I get that. That makes sense to me. But that's the tricky part, is we kind of always have to have our fingers in, you know, all of these different pies on the internet, so that if one guy is like, bloop, I'm out, I got to be like, okay, your turn, you're up. And we pull them in, and we got a couple of great new guys, and they were very excited to do the job, and I've got them on some other things now going forward. So that's great.
So getting into the Kickstarter, were you a fan of The Wizard of Oz? And can you tell us about the Kickstarter?
I mean, I was, again, this is taking me back to the day, you know, The Wizard of Oz, there really wasn't a lot of Wizard of Oz like there is now. A lot of adaptations like Wicked and, you know, all this kind of stuff. There was the movie, there were the books, obviously, but there was the movie. And back in the day, all you kiddies out there, we didn't have streaming, and we barely had VHS at the time. And so The Wizard of Oz was like an annual event. It would be like, oh, Wizard of Oz is on in April, and you know, everybody would stop and watch the movie. So that was how we grew up kind of with TV. And so when The Wizard of Oz came on, I would be like, yes, I need to watch The Wizard of Oz. I was a, you know, a growing nerd, and The Wizard of Oz was a thing. So The Wizard of Oz was always something that was with me, but it wasn't like I hadn't read the books. When they did the sequel, Return to Oz, the Disney movie, I couldn't get into it because I didn't understand why it didn't look like the Judy Garland movie. Like all the designs were different and stuff. I was like, something's wrong. Like as a kid, I was like, something's wrong. I don't want it. And so
nightmares.
Yeah, it was just too weird. The Scarecrow doesn't look like the Scarecrow, and like, what is going on? I don't know. I couldn't wrap my head around what it was. And so, you know, Oz for me was always just sort of a peripheral understanding of Oz things. But what happened was, so Wicked was a stage play for many, many years. And when I was married back in the day, I was looking to go get tickets to go see Wicked because I'd never seen it. My wife wanted to see it. I was like, all right, we'll go figure out a way to see it. And so I kept getting hit with that image that everybody knows, that Elphaba image where she's got her hat down, you know, and she's smiling under her hat. And so that image kind of stuck with me because I had been like tickets, and I just kept seeing that picture. So back in the day, well, I still do it now, but back in the day, I would drive to Comic-Cons. I lived in Chicago, but I would drive to Comic-Cons. There was no point really in flying and then shipping stuff. I just loaded up the van and just went. So I would have days on the road just by myself, just driving. And so when I was coming back from Phoenix Comic-Con, I don't know if it was Phoenix Comic-Con, but I was out in Phoenix, Arizona for some event. I came back, as I was driving back, it was, you know, it's Phoenix and it's New Mexico and it's Texas and it's just desert and tumbleweeds and cactus and, you know, all this kind of stuff just in my visual. And so I started thinking about Wicked, like, oh yeah, I need to get tickets. And so that image popped into my head again, and all the terminology started to pop into my head, like she's the Wicked Witch of the West. and I'm going through what used to be called the Wild West, and I was like, oh, like the Wicked Witch of the Wild West, like that would be kind of a cool, thing just in and of itself, like the Wicked Witch of the Wild West. That's kind of cool. I was like, well, so if it's the Wizard of Oz, like Dorothy, she can't have ruby slippers. Like that would make sense in a Western world. So what could we do to modify that? That's where the ruby spurs came from. And then it was Toto. Toto could probably still be a dog in the Wild West. Maybe you upgrade it to be like a coyote or something. But I was like, well, she's going to have to ride a horse. So Toto became the horse. So I had days of this to get home, just modifying everything into what's the lion, what's the scarecrow, what's everything. What are we doing here? Are we just telling the same story? Are we modifying it? And so by the time I got home, like 3 days later, I had sort of a really loose foundation of what this was. And then I found out that this would have been early spring 2010 or 2011, I guess. And so as I was starting to kind of put this together, there was another company that I heard was going to be putting out an Oz book. And I was like, nope, we're not going to be second place. We're going to be first. And so I put it all into high gear, started writing scripts, had somebody start doing some designs for me. Reached out to that studio that JB worked for. And I was like, I need an artist. I need an artist right now. I need an artist that's going to be here for 6 issues, because we were going to do a miniseries. And it's Western, and this is what it is. And so they threw me a few artists at me, and I was like, it was immediate. It was like, that's it right there. That's what I want. Allison Borges. Like, that's what I want. Is he going to do this job? And they're like, yeah, he's going to do this job. So we dove right in. So it was like the spring of 2010 or 2011. And we launched the book in November 2011. I put it into gear, and we raced through it, and we got it out on time. We got it out before the other company. So I was like, we're first. Yes. And, by the time we were on issue 3, I knew we had something. It was selling really well. The reviews were really good. People were asking about it. We had Nia Rufino was doing our B covers. And this was she had been doing a lot of colors. She did her first ever cover for us for Penny for Your Soul. And I was like, look, do you want to do like a series of covers? Like, we'll let you do one for all 6 of these covers. She was like, yeah. So, his covers blew up. And I knew we were after the races. And so at that point I was like, okay, I knew that this was ending at 6, but I needed to reset the ending so that we had a door to keep telling the stories. And that's kind of where it all came from. And then the following year, we launched volume 2. The other company was going to launch after we finished volume 1, but we launched volume 2 before they could get theirs out again. So we're first again.
You're not first, you're last.
That's right. And so we got the series going, and it was great. It's been fantastic. So that's sort of the general origin of where it all came from. And it's kind of become our gateway drug. Like, if you come to the Comic-Con and you see our booths, like, we have big banners behind us. So one of them is always Legend of Oz. We have our big Dorothy Gale banner that Nia did for us. And so people will come by and they'll see like the other banners, but 9 times out of 10, they'll look at that first and they'll be like, oh, like what is that? Because they understand Oz, even though they don't know what our Oz is. And so it's a real easy, like, oh yeah, well, this is our Western Oz, Ruby Bullets, Ruby Spurs, Toto's the horse. Here's the book. Have a peek. And that's been our super easy, like, entrance into Big Dog Ink stuff. And then if it turns out that that's not something that they are reviving on, then we've got superheroes with Critter, and we do horror with Ursa Minor and Scheherazade fantasy and kaiju epic and just all kinds of other things, and we can kind of direct them through and be like, well, there's something here that you'll like, and generally speaking, we can find something that they vibe on.
Have a little bit of it all.
Oh yeah, oh absolutely. And that's just because that's just me. I mean, I came up kind of like just uber nerd. I mean, my family had no idea what to do with me, because I was Star Wars, and I was Battlestar Galactica, and I was Godzilla, and I was Jaws, and I was just everywhere. I was everywhere but sports. like everywhere but sports. Sports didn't come until I was in high school, and then I started to play football and realized that it was really fun to run into people and knock them down. I was like, oh, that's somebody should have told me this a lot earlier. But yeah, I was the nerd guy that then fell into the sports guy, and now I'm sort of all encompassing all of this stuff. But I mean, you can just see all the crazy stuff behind me. But yeah, that's it. It's just sort of like, and it's a plus and a minus because you can, when you're the boss, you can kind of wake up in the morning and just feel like, okay, what do I want to write today? And if I don't want to write Westerns, well, I can write superheroes. Well, I can write horror. Well, I can, whatever I feel like writing. But at the same time, there's also just the idea of like, no, that one's got to get done today. That's the today job. And then you can do what you want to do, when that's done afterwards and monkey around with other stuff. But it's also been something that's helped with, people ask about like writer's block and stuff. And they're like, well, what do you do? And I'm like, well, for me, if I get stuck in the Western, I can bounce out of it because I have so much else to write. I can bounce out of it and I can go write a horror book and I can go write superheroes and I can move myself away from, the dusty trails and that kind of stuff. And that'll often kind of shake the rust out of it. And then once I kind of have gotten those pages of like superhero stuff out, I can be like, okay, now let me go back now to the Western and sometimes something that you write in these other genres will kind of spark an idea that you can take back to where you were. So, I still have those days of this isn't working, man. This isn't working. But I've found ways to work around it and just kind of keep going somehow. And that's how we've ended up with like a dozen different actual titles. And then, they all, Penny for Your Soul has spinoffs and Critter has spinoffs and all that kind of stuff. But we've got like a dozen different titles that exist now within 16 years of doing comics. So I just kind of keep moving. That's all it is just keep moving one way or another.
Well, can you tell everybody about the Kickstarter?
Yeah. So this year is the 15-year anniversary of The Legend of Oz as a series. For the past few years, we've been doing what we call the BD. So you can see this is the BD 16 book. We've been doing it ever since 13. So it's BD 13, 14, 15 anthology books. But this year I decided to have it all be Oz. The previous anthologies were a mix of all of our different titles. So with this, I wanted to do something where we got to use characters that were mostly not in the main series, so we could really flesh out the world a little bit. So Overman Anu and the Invisible Bears of Vo, he's brand new. The Glass Cat has appeared before, but he has some new characters in his story. And then the Silver Princess is brand new as well. And all these are based on the Silver Princess is based on Ruth Plumley Thompson books. She picked up the writing for Oz after L. Frank Baum stopped. But everything else, the foundation for it all is based in the books. And it's just a matter of like, okay, here's this guy. That was the thing with Overman that I was like, I can work with this. I reset the details. Like Overman and the townsfolk in the books, they're all invisible, and they're invisible so that they can avoid being eaten by the bears. And I was like, well, what if I turned that around and the bears were what was invisible, and we have this guy who's telling this town that he's beating up invisible bears? Like, how would they know if that's even real or not? Like, he could just be making it up. And I was like, that's a great story. That's a fantastic sort of thought process of like, okay, here's a guy who's scamming a town. Or is he? And so that was one of the great covers that we have. I was thinking to myself, like, okay, if this guy's beating up invisible bears and skinning them and mounting their heads on the wall, like you wouldn't see anything. It would just be like the plaque and like nothing is on the plaque. So we did a cover like that where he's got all these plaques in the background and there's no heads on them. It's just the plaque. Like, it's like, hey, I got all these bears. Like, okay, but did you? And so it was very fun to do that story. Samir Samau and Sean Lee doing the colors looks fantastic. Two new guys for us. Glass Cat is a cool story of basically this cat trying to figure out his place in all of Oz. In that story, that's the only one that connects back to our regular series. The other two are brand new standalone stories. So if you haven't read any Oz, you can just dive right into this. But the Glass Cat, he's in the Emerald City. There's problems going on. He's made of glass, literally. So he's starting to figure out, like, maybe this isn't the best place for a glass cat to be hanging out, all this sharp, stuff. So he's sitting on the wall of the Emerald City and he looks out into the, just basically into Oz. And he's like, yeah, but there's a lot of crazy out there too. So he's trying to figure out, like, okay, where exactly am I supposed to be? Where am I supposed to go? Even though he has a heart made of emerald, he's trying to figure out, like, maybe this isn't my place. And then the Silver Princess is a story where we take, she's a difficult one. Because in the book, she's literally from another planet, ANOTHUR. So it's all puns in Oz books, all puns. Ruth Plumley Thompson is a master of the puns. So I wanted to take this idea of, like, okay, here's a character that actually came from another planet, theoretically. What would she be? What would she be doing? And so I tied that into this idea that the Gillikins, the North, people from the North, they sort of celebrate her as their champion. But then as the end of the story comes, we start to see that somebody else is watching, and it ends up being the Diamond Peacekeeper, who's the North Peacekeeper. So Dorothy has the rubies, Glinda has the sapphire guns, the Witch of the West had the onyx, and the Witch of the North has the diamond pistols. And then they all have their own, like, spells and stuff that happen with those guns. So the Diamond Peacekeeper basically is like, did you forget about me? And so we have this Silver Princess and the Diamond Peacekeeper kind of facing off, which was really cool to do. So that's the general gist of the Ozthology. And then we'll come back into the main series like the end of July, early August. We'll do the next part of the main series. I'm going to be July. We were going to launch it early July, but it ended up I'm going to be having a monstrous road trip going to Reno and then down to San Diego Comic-Con in July. So July is a wash. There's not going to be much happening except for me on the road again. So who knows what's going to get developed after a month on the road. So, check with us next year and see what has popped into my head. But towards the end of July, once I get home, early August, we'll do the next piece of Oz as far as the ongoing series. But if you haven't read the book, like I said, you can read that anthology without any problem. If you want to dive into the series, we have all the trade paperbacks and back issues and all that kind of stuff. So you can just be like, bloop, just take me in and get caught up.
Awesome. So what do you geek out about? What's your biggest thing that you are super into?
Nothing at all.
All the stories in his head.
Yeah. Whatever I make up, well, I'll tell you, before I came up here, I was upstairs putting my Godzilla figures in a new cabinet that we got upstairs. So, I think that's my biggest geek out is probably Godzilla stuff. It's been the most consistent one with me. I came up as a Star Wars kid. Comics for me have kind of waxed and waned over the years. I don't do a lot of Marvel and DC stuff anymore. I'm just too into the people that are doing their own stuff. Like, I've seen enough Batman. I don't need any more Batman. What else do we have? And so, I've got, just looking at my wall over here, I've got the run of Invincible over here. There's Hack Slash, Xenozoic Tales, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, all kinds of stuff. So, that's where my comic realm is, but I'm a big movie person too. A lot of people know that I do reviews on movies. I don't do like deep reviews because usually I see the movie like the minute it's released, so I don't want to like spoil things, but I'll give them the generality of like yay or no. And so it's become a joke, hashtag Tom hates everything. So because I'm notoriously gruff on my reviews for things, but I do love movies. Last night I was basically live tweeting the original King Kong versus Godzilla on Facebook, just like things that I saw and taking pictures of the screen and stuff. So, but you know, I'm big on shark movies. I've been on shark podcasts. I've been on Jaws podcast before. Love that movie. I can deep dive that movie with anybody. So it's a lot of fun, but it's everything. You know, we just lost Sam Keith. He just passed like 2 weeks ago. So I've got some of the Max stuff up here, some G.I. Joe stuff, some of the old school anime that I like. There's some Dirty Pair there, of course, Robotech and things like that. But yeah, I'm, you know, just like my comics, the stuff that I write, it's all over the place. It's just kind of like, okay, did you do something that made me interested? Then I'm going to geek out over you, you know. The horror movies like the Howling, you know, we always have the conversations of like, what's better, The Howling or American Werewolf in London, and you know, that kind of stuff. And so that's always fun to find, you know, people that are like one or the other, and really kind of like we fight, but we know that it's not like a fight. It's just like it's nerd war, right? Nerd war is not real. It's just I'm going to tell you why I'm right, and then, you know, and
It's
then
a good debate.
yeah, right. And at the end of the night, you're like, it doesn't matter. We're going to go watch these movies anyway. So I love nerd war stuff. It's really fun if you can find people that don't take offense to it. Some people are a little too tight to be told like, no, you're wrong, and let me tell you why. But to me, that's the fun part, is like, prove me wrong. I want to know why you like this thing that I don't like, you know, like, and I learn stuff from people in that regard. Because people will bring me a different perspective of something that I've seen. Like a lot of times I'll see a movie and I'll be like, I do not get this movie. This is horrendous. And then somebody will be like, well, let me give you my perspective of why I liked it. Let me tell you how I got into this. And then I learned something. It doesn't necessarily change my mind, but I learned why somebody else has a completely different view of, you know, something than I did. The perfect example is Godzilla. There's a movie called Son of Godzilla, which to me is the most unwatchable of all Godzilla films. It's painful to listen to. It's painful to watch. I can't. But then I'll talk to people who'll be like, oh man, that's like my favorite one. And I'm like, you have to explain this to me. And invariably I would get these responses of like, well, I used to watch that with my dad, like on Father's Day, we watched Son of Godzilla. And I'm like, that's it. You have that nostalgic connection to the film, which changes your ideology of it, whether it's good or bad or whatever. You have a reason to like it because you're latching on to memory. And so like, and I'm like, that makes total sense to me. 100% makes sense to me. It's still terrible, but I understand why you like it.
So I know you mentioned Reno in July.
Mm-hmm.
What conventions do you have coming up that you're going to attend where people could come check you out?
Yeah, so our shows started late this year. Let me get my convention list here. There's a bunch of first timers, and they start at the end of May. I should probably know because that would be important. Yeah, so they start middle end of May. So we go to Cherry Capital Comic Con, May 22nd to the 24th. That's here, North Michigan. Then I go down to Hall of Heroes. That'll be the first time I go down there. That's in Indiana the following week. And then the week after that, so it's a 3-week stretch. And the week after that, I go to Ozstravaganza, which is an Oz festival that's been inviting me out for the past 13 years. I've been a guest for them. That's the first weekend of June in Chittenango, which is where L. Frank Baum was born. And then Reno is the middle of July, the 10th to the 12th. I'm super excited to go because I'm a big Reno 911 TV show fan. So I'm gonna nerd out over some Reno 911 shooting locations. And then the con is super fun. And ironically enough, I start to see who they're posting is coming, and there's like Godzilla suit actors are going to be at this show. So I'm like, this was meant to be. This is ridiculous. Right up your
alley.
Yeah. And then like 10 days later, I'll be in San Diego Comic-Con. I will be at the Antarctic Press booth Antarctic Press has been reprinting the Critter series for me. This is Critter. For those that don't know, that is Critter. That is our superhero character. They've been reprinting the Critter series for the past couple of years. And so they were like, yeah, do you want to come down and like be at the booth? I'm like, yeah, let's go. So I'll be at the Antarctic Press booth, hanging out with them for San Diego Comic-Con. And that gets us through the summer. And then we'll be back for Oz on Kickstarter. And then there's a couple of just up in the air ones towards the fall that we'll see. But we always round it out with Akron Comic-Con the first weekend of November. They always have us out. So I'm usually down there with CB Zane and we have a good time at Akron. Akron's a nice, small, like what they used to call like a ballroom show. But it's really, really comic centric. They usually have a bunch of comic guests. There's publishers like myself there, small publishers that are there too. So it's a fun, wrap up the year event down at Akron.
Awesome, Tom. Where can everybody find you online?
So bigdoginc.com is our website. You can get all your books there. Most of what we do is Facebook. Like everything kind of starts with Facebook. And then it goes out to, we're on Twitter and Instagram and all those kinds of places. You can look up Big Dog Inc. and you'll find us. We do have a Patreon as well, patreon.com/Big Dog Inc. So come hang out with us on Patreon. Yeah. And then, I do podcasts all the time. I'm jumping on and off. In fact, we're going to be done here and in about half an hour on somebody else's podcast. So I'm on with JD Calderon and Rosario. And last year we were doing a show. I was doing a show with Alice and Lear called The Oz Couple, where we would come on and talk Oz and just pop culture in general. We took kind of a break over the holidays because everything kind of, everybody was bouncing around for the holidays. So I think we're going to be starting the Oz Couple back up again as well. So, if you want to follow me on social, Facebook is sort of like start there. And then you can filter out the rest of the way.
And Tom's fun on podcasts, guys. I used to watch Carissa Grant's podcast. And Yeah, guys, go check out the Kickstarter. It will be in the description down below. Like, comment, share, subscribe, and we'll chat with you soon.
Welcome back to another Three Geeks conversation. Today we are joined by Sofia. Sofia, hi, welcome to the show.
Hey, Destiny, thank you for having me on.
Oh, we are happy to have you. You got started acting at such a young age. You were what, 5 when you got in the industry?
Yes, 5 years old.
Wow, that's incredible. What was kind of the moment where you're like, this is what I want to do? What got you into acting?
Well, I guess I'll back up to my parents, who were both in the film industry, but on different sides of it. My dad was a studio musician. He was a violinist.
Nice.
And my mom was an independent filmmaker and actor. And neither one of them had wanted my sister or I to go into the film industry. They had seen kind of the bad side of it. And so they didn't want us to be actors. So, we moved away from LA, and it wasn't until then that my sister and I both decided, oh, by the way, we're actors. I think the moment that kind of made me want to become one was watching my older sister, Alexis. She loved Shakespeare, so she was learning all of these sonnets and everything. And I think that seeing her perform when I was little was just so exciting to me. And I wanted to, be like my big sister.
Has your approach to acting kind of changed from your early roles to now?
I think the essence is the same. Our mom studied with Sanford Meisner, and so we've learned through living truthfully under imaginary circumstances. So really, you don't practice anything one way. You just kind of let everything affect you as it's how it is happening organically in the scene. So I think that's kind of stayed the same. I think that maybe as I've gotten older, I felt a little bit more freedom here and there to kind of throw some twists and turns as I feel.
Yeah. Kind of throw yourself into your roles a little bit.
Yeah.
That always makes it fun. I mean, was there a role that you've had that's kind of challenged you in a way you didn't expect?
Honestly, this show,
Yeah.
the character of Lulu, it's such, the show is so fantastical, and it's this heightened reality. And while the comedy is so funny, the drama it's really heartbreaking. And so kind of finding that balance in the scenes could be challenging at times. But thankfully the showrunners, Jennifer and Steve, and the producers, Michael, and the directors were really great with kind of guiding that and maintaining that tone.
That's amazing. So what was your reaction when you first saw the script for The Miniature Wife, and kind of your reaction to the story as it played out and the wild, things between Elizabeth and Matthew's characters? How did you feel about that when you saw the script?
Honestly, shock, because this goes so far. It really is out on a limb, this show, and it's taking kind of every risk that there is. It's so I guess just kind of that initial shock and excitement that something so fresh and original and strange was going to be made. So I just, that kind of, it was exciting. The script is thrilling.
Oh yeah, no, it's so different, and that's absolutely incredible. And season 1 is streaming now, everybody, so you're gonna want to go check that out. What can you tell us more about Lulu?
So Lulu is basically the mini version of her parents. She has all of their best qualities and also all of their worst qualities.
She makes Lulu fun.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a lot going on, that's for sure. When we find her, we're finding her at a difficult point in her life. She's sort of at a crossroads for herself. She's deciding what she wants to do with her education, with the rest of her life and everything. So when she comes back home, at least for her, she doesn't know if this is kind of it, if she's just going to stay at home and live with her parents for the foreseeable future. She butts heads a lot with her mom. She has a very difficult relationship with her. And her father, though, she is just, they're thick as thieves.
The epitome of a daddy's girl.
Yes.
It's my youngest daughter, so
oh, really?
I get it. Oh yeah. The oldest is the mama's girl. I have one at least.
Okay. The alliances will shift.
Yeah, as they do. Do you have a favorite episode of this season?
Oh man. They're all so different, and each one has at least one moment that just makes us laugh our head off. I think every single episode has that moment, but possibly the finale. I do like seeing the way that people kind of all come together and how the characters kind of worlds collide. So I just love the way that they sort of tied everything up. But on the other hand, kind of bookends the first episode too, because who doesn't love to see Elizabeth Banks this big for the first time? Is just
right. So what is the dynamic like on set? Like, is it as fun to offset as it is on camera?
Ooh, in its own way, yes. I'd say it's a lot calmer off camera than in the show.
We could hope, right?
Yeah. That's not very difficult to achieve,
Yeah.
It's interesting because we were on two different sets. Elizabeth's set that she had her own soundstage that she was mainly working on with all the green screen, and then there was the rest of us who we got to do some location shoots and work in the house and sort of be with each other. So I didn't get to see Elizabeth a whole lot, but on set, just I was so shocked that how relaxed the set was, considering how much there was to do, and
Yeah.
you know, a project literally of this scale is, you know, how calm everyone was. They really made it a very pleasant atmosphere.
That's good. Yeah, I can imagine, like, with something that is as crazy as the miniature wife, to if it was as crazy off camera, like, how would you unwind from some of these crazy scenes you do, right?
Exactly. You know,
How does this role of Lulu in the miniature wife, how does that differ from, like, other roles you've played before?
you know, it's interesting because Lulu, first of all, I think just the age difference in this character. I've never played a character above the age of, I think, 15.
Yeah.
So even just the leap by a couple of years from like 14 or 15 years old to 18, you know, the challenges that that character is facing are very different somehow. It's less about like holding on to childhood and kind of that turning point as a preteen, and more of like, it feels like the world is just kind of blasted open in front of you, and now she's facing this crisis of, what do I want to be, because life is kind of starting now.
Yeah.
So I think just that problem for the character alone is one thing that makes her very different from other characters I've played.
Yeah. And that's such a unique role to get to play, because everyone has that moment. Everyone goes through that, oh, okay, life is beginning. Who am I? What am I going to do? So I think that, you know, it makes Lulu very relatable in that sense.
I'm glad, because, you know, in the script, they had her so beautifully layered in the script, and to see her arc that happens at the end of the show and everything. And it is true. Like, I would say that we're very different people.
Yeah.
I don't think that she would like me, but she is facing this challenge that I think, you know, like, I'm right now kind of having a similar experience with things. So I think it's cool that this is a character that younger people standing on the precipice can kind of look at and think, oh, well, at least it's not that bad.
Exactly. It always helps.
Yeah, it could be worse.
It could be worse. The famous last words, though.
Yeah.
You know, you're also involved in a lot of aspects behind the camera. What do you love most about kind of creating your own projects?
Oh, well, right off the bat, working with my sister, Alexis Rosinsky, she is a brilliant writer and wickedly fast. She'll sit down, she'll say, oh yeah, I have this idea, but I'm not gonna jinx it yet. And then the next day, so I have the script about that thing I was telling you about, I came up with yesterday.
I love it.
It's, you know, a lot of her stuff is actually kind of has a similar feeling to this. There's a lot of drama, there's a lot of action, and it's very comedic. So just kind of working with her is one of my favorite things ever.
I love that. I love when you can work with family that way. It makes it so special. It gives it such meaning.
It's true, and you can sort of go wild and just sort of play with it in the early stages of things, and then, you know, it's great because you can be really direct, and there's, you know, so that's great, and I'm so thankful to have a sister who's as cool as mine is.
Shout out to the sister. Do you have any like pre-scene rituals or habits that kind of help you get ready to get into characters?
You know, yes, I think I do. Well, for one, there's preparation. That's just a few minutes where you kind of let yourself get to the, you know, just put yourself in it for a few minutes, and then you drop it and everything before you go on and do it. But as far as just like little things here and there, I do this. Shake my arms and kind of move a little bit. And I don't know, I've just always done that. It used to just be kind of a way for me to get the zoomies out.
Yeah.
But it also kind of helps, you know, wake you up. Come on, you're here, you're doing it, and let's go. It kind of just gets you moving a little bit.
It's good, just a good way to energize yourself, clear your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Have you found like working on your own projects has helped you become a better actress, kind of knowing both sides of the camera now?
I would say definitely. Definitely. My sister and I, we have this production company together, Sisters Rosinsky. My sister directs and writes. I write as well and produce. And having been on that side of the camera has kind of made me see there are so many moving parts on that side.
Yeah.
That I think it's easy as an actor to go in with all of this kind of self judgment and oh no, that what are they thinking right now? Was that not it? Was that not it? I'm getting this wrong. And it kind of having been on the other side, it's like silence is usually a good thing, you know. You're busy with so much that the last thing that you're thinking about is, oh, is the actor doing well? I mean, if you were cast, you're there for a reason, so you can kind of relax a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
If you don't need that constant reassurance. So that's kind of nice to know, just they're doing their thing. I'm going to just keep doing mine. Unless they tell me to change, then I'm good.
I like that. I like that you kind of, that seems like a growth as well. Like as you get older, when you realize, oh, okay, they hired me for a reason. They like what I do. If they didn't like something, they'd tell me.
Exactly.
Because you do, when you're young, you want that validation. You want like, oh, good job, next scene. But
yes,
sometimes it's just keep rolling.
Yeah, it's like, you know, they're quiet. That must mean I didn't. But it's like, no, they're dealing with so many things on their end, you know. So that's kind of usually interpret silence as a you're doing something right, you know.
Yeah. If you had to like go back and give your younger self advice from what you know now and things you've learned, what would you tell yourself?
I would say don't be afraid to speak up and ask questions, because if something is unclear to you going into a scene about your intentions or just kind of anything, you're gonna lose time.
Yeah.
There. And if you're not 100% sure of what direction you're taking with something, you know, it's ultimately you're costing sort of everybody time. It's just if you don't understand it, just ask. There's no harm in asking as many questions as you can beforehand, so you don't have to worry about it later. So just kind of speaking up, and also on the opposite side, if you have something that you want to try or that you feel strongly about, just ask them if you can get a take doing that. It doesn't hurt, and sometimes, you know, when you cut loose, that's sometimes they end up liking it that way. I hadn't thought about it, you know.
Yeah.
So,
that's really good advice. That's good advice for everybody coming into the industry as well. To speak up, advocate for yourself. Don't be afraid to try things. I love that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So going back into some older shows that you've done, you played Mac in Paper Girls, and she had such a huge impact. What drew you to that character?
Oh, Mac. She was so she was such a, you know, such an explosion of a person in kind of every way. She was a broken bird, and but she was also so funny and resilient, and I don't know, I kind of liked everything about her, you know. It's fun to play someone like that when it's so different from who you are, because you kind of get to understand people who are like that more.
Yeah.
And I mean, just kind of living in her skin, her life was so bleak, and yet she managed to kind of come out of it, maybe a bit problematic in a lot of ways, but at least, you know, she's moving forward and she's trying new things.
Yeah. I mean, she has such a strong personality. What would you say is a part of her that you do relate to?
I think I'm stubborn like her. Yeah. Maybe not to the same degree or on the same issues, I think, but I would say that I also am pretty stubborn and have kind of maybe a little bit of a wall up sometimes, but I think that that's probably where I can relate to her the most.
Yeah. Well, oh, my notes went away from it. Okay. Fastlane, it's such like a fun, adventurous vibe. What was it like leading a show like that?
Oh, wow. Well, it's so funny because I think I was 11 when I did that, and I loved that character. It was, she got to play drums and wear a bunch of crazy stuff and do say a bunch of weird things. And
Yeah.
I don't know, that was really exciting at the time, and I learned a lot from that shoot. And I mean, just getting to be in that car, even though it was fake and everything, that was pretty exciting.
Yeah. Well, did you get to do any stunts or anything?
Let me think back on that. I remember a lot of the green screen stuff, although it wasn't green screen, it was rear projection.
Yeah.
But I would say the first thing that comes to mind is sliding across the car, or the front of the car on my rump like that.
Yeah.
They taught us how to do that a couple of times, and that I remember. But big stunts, I don't really remember.
I mean, you were 11. They probably didn't let you.
I know that they had stunt doubles there. Oh, we got to slide down a hill on like that, kind of tumble down.
Oh, that's fun.
Roll a little bit, and that I love to do that because I love to get in dirt.
Yeah. It's fun to just go play in the dirt.
Yeah.
Do you find yourself still wanting to like slide across the car though?
There have been a couple of times where I've thought about it. Maybe not.
Probably shouldn't do this in a Target parking lot.
Yeah, probably not. And we're at the beach, so sometimes there's like bird stuff on the car, and I'm like, yeah, it's not as somehow doesn't look like such a good idea.
Glamorous as it was on TV. Well, we're three geeks, so is there anything that you like to geek out about?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of stuff. I am a huge geek for the band The Slits.
Nice.
I'm actually wearing a shirt right now of The Slits.
That's incredible.
They're my favorite band, and I actually wrote a script about them, so I'm trying to get the ball rolling on that. And
fun.
I also love to geek out about Frasier. Love Frasier.
Nice.
And
love a good throwback show.
Yeah, history. I'm not going to say that I would geek out over World War II. That doesn't. But I do find that.
But you like history.
Fascinating. Yeah. But yeah, it's mainly, I'd say, those things. How about you? Like, what's your top geek?
Star Wars. And books. I love books. I write, so I read like crazy. But like, as far as like the really nerdy stuff, such a big Star Wars fan. It's ridiculous.
That's cool.
If you could play any role, even if it was something that had already been done, what would like a dream role for you be?
One of the first things that comes to mind is Jennifer Tilly's character Olive in Bullets Over Broadway. But I don't know if I would want to play it because she did such an amazing job. And I could say that the same for Alec Guinness's character, and that he's a guy. But in The Lady Killers, it's kind of like all of these characters. I think it was perfection the first time around, so it's difficult. But I would probably say maybe those two. Professor Marcus in The Lady Killers.
That would be so much fun.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite memory from any set that you've ever been on?
I'm thinking, there have
That's
been
a hard one. You've done so many great things.
So many great things. Yeah, well, I'll tell you one. I don't know if it's exactly a favorite memory or if it's just kind of one of the first ones that comes to mind, but my sister is actually making a film right now, and it involved two classic cars. And one of them was this beautiful blue T-Bird. And we got I got a call after we had wrapped that car for the day. And I got a call from the owner, Bill. And he said, oh, no, I called him, actually. He was trying to call me, but he couldn't find my phone number. So I had called him to see if he got home safely. And he said, oh, thank goodness you called. I couldn't find your phone number. He says, I'm hanging over the side of a ditch.
Oh, my goodness.
Which is the last thing that we were like, oh, no, first of all, is he safe? And second of all, shoot, we still need that car.
Oh, my goodness.
So we grabbed our friend Craig, who was on set he was our gaffer, our grip, and our PA Vance, and we ran over to him in this gator. And yeah, he was hanging over the side of a ditch. I think he had tried a U-turn, but it kind of got
oh my goodness
backwards. So he was just at this absurd angle, and he was so calm in the car too. He was like, "Oh man,"
he's like, "Oh hi, yeah, thanks for coming."
Yeah. So we had to pull it out, and it took a couple of tries. But that's one of my favorites because it was successful, and there wasn't even a scratch on the car. But boy, was
that's incredible.
That's wake you up.
Yeah, you're like, oh, okay, that's real life. That was not stunts.
Yeah. Also, another one of the cars sort of exploded while we were filming. It's the engine got too hot, and I guess the hose wasn't working, and the fan wasn't working in there, and so we just saw a flash of light like that.
You're like, man, I'm not having the best of luck with cars.
When one was breaking down, the other one was getting started back up, so it was just kind of this back and forth, kind of Tom and Jerry
That's too funny. Well, I mean, with all your stories and your sisters, what stories are you the most passionate about telling right now?
Well, first of all, just as a genre, we really gravitate towards dark comedy. But I'd say the stories that we're passionate about, it's usually involves people at this kind of moral crossroads. People who are misbehaving, I would say, misbehaving, and it's kind of dancing in this gray area of, is this really bad, or is it okay? Kind of con artists and all of these different kind of flavors of that.
I like that. And I love a dark comedy, especially a dark comedy that has like a real story.
Yes, absolutely.
And those are so much fun. Well, I will not take up too much more of your time, but I will have to ask, if you had to describe The Miniature Wife to someone who's considering watching it, what would you tell them to get them to watch it?
Well, first of all, it's tiny Elizabeth Banks.
Sold.
Yeah, there we go. And second of all, I would describe it as a fantastical, twisted adventure love story about two people trying to see eye to eye. Literally.
Yeah. No, that is fantastic. Go watch The Miniature Wife, everybody. Check it out. The whole first season is streaming now. And Sofia, thank you so much for joining us. Where can people find you online to stay updated with your work?
Oh, online, I'm on Instagram at Sofia Rosinsky. That's Sofia with an F, and good luck with the last name Rosinsky.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Good luck. And my sister and I have our page together. I admit we have to clean it up a little bit on Instagram. We've kind of been inactive there, but we're gonna get back to it. It's Sisters Rosinsky is our shared one.
Perfect. Well, what I'll do for you guys is I will link those down below in the video description. So make sure you check them out, give them a follow, and like, share, and subscribe here. Sofia, thank you so much for your time. And again, everybody go check out The Miniature Wife. Until next time.
What is going on, everybody? Today we're joined by Amanda Villanova. Amanda, how are you this fine morning?
I am well. It's actually sunny in London, which never happens.
No, it doesn't.
I am happy, actually. I'm in a good mood. How are you two?
Doing well.
I am doing great. I watched Caught by Love and we reached out. I'm so glad that you're here today. What's been your journey? What made you want to become an actress?
Oh, wow. That is quite a long one. I was born in, this will make sense. It seems like a long journey, but it'll make sense once I explain. I was born in Puerto Rico and lived in Carolina, which is a small town next to the capital. I don't know if you've ever been to Puerto Rico, but you'll have lots of the beaches and that stuff like that in that area. And there was an after-school program that I joined initially as a dancer, and then I moved into the acting realm. And that's probably what ignited and started me wanting to become an actor, actually. So it's just a lovely group of very nice people serving their community, basically. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Was there kind of a specific moment, like for you, when you were like, yeah, this is what I want to do?
Kind of. I had to prepare an audition that involved a large drum and a sort of recreation of stuff that my grandmother would do as part of the after school program, and took it very seriously as if, sort of 14-year-old me entering the zone of Victoria Correa, which is my grandma's name, doing a sort of drum thing and whatever. And I think it was just a way of exploring what it would like to be a different person, I suppose. That's kind of what I found really liberating, because we often have like things about ourselves that are really hard to kind of push against. But then in a performance, I found that I could kind of break away a bit from those things. So I think that was really a big first step. And obviously that I did more serious things, trained at university, moved to New York, and then moved over here. But that was kind of the genesis, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
So do you remember your first audition?
Do I remember my very, very first audition? Actually, I remember my first professional audition. I did lots of like commercials and stuff like that in Puerto Rico, which is quite a different kind of thing. You're turning right and left and that kind of stuff to just be seen. But I auditioned for a sitcom. I got the part in the end, but I auditioned for a sitcom in Puerto Rico that ran for one season. And it was called El Clan de los Morales, the Morales clan. And I remember walking in, incredibly nervous, into this sort of producer small studio they had in Puerto Rico in one of the channels. And it was with these two producers who are quite famous in Puerto Rico. And I'd heard so much about them all that time. Yeah, that was probably my first professional audition. It went well, actually. Got the part in the end. But yes, non-professionally in university, I had to audition for a what we call the traveling theater troupe. And we had to do a Spanish, sort of the equivalent of a Shakespeare, but in Spanish,
Nice.
comedy. And that was also incredibly nerve-wracking. The director, which is a man called Dean Sayas, was the most intimidating kind of and often would just sit in the back with his eyes closed, and you thought he'd fallen asleep, but he was listening to see if you were matching the right rhythm in each of the verses. And that's probably scarier than a lot of other things I've done after that.
That sounds terrifying.
He was a fantastic man. He was like absolutely wonderful and trained a whole generation of quite a few generations of Puerto Rican actors, but he was very, very scary.
Yeah. That seems intimidating, because it's like you can usually tell by somebody's look if you got it, if you nailed it. If they're not looking, you're like, oh,
No, believe me. Yeah, he sort of looked down, gracias, and move on. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, funny. Auditioning is quite a thing, actually.
Oh yeah. something I always find interesting when you're on a set, how do you kind of stay in character or not lose that drive during breaks?
It kind of varies. I think the kind of job you're doing. With Caught by Love, for example, we had a really big, diverse cast and crew, and a lot of people on set walking around, and people from all sorts of different cultures, and they were really fun people. So it was really difficult to like zone in, because you want to be chatting and like you never know if you're going to see these people again. You've got these like amazing 3 weeks with them. I have to say, when it's a comedy, it becomes a little bit easier, because as long as you keep energies between takes and others and bouncing off each other, that was really positive to keep it really relaxed. I think when I've done slightly more dramatic things, or maybe stuff that you're working on your accent or stuff like that, I kind of zone myself out in between takes and remove myself from people, because I'm quite a chatty like person. So big cohorts, you'd end up, because it's such an exciting thing, and I wish that I'm not yet at the point where I'm in a set every day. So when you are there, you want to like chat to everyone, the makeup people and people doing the props and the person behind the camera. But I think I often read it off my fellow like actors in the room, if what works for them, and see if we can like stay on that same energy.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So what is the show Retail is Hell?
Retail is hell. Oh yes. So I love that. A few years ago, a production company started by a Canadian girl who moved to London and her partner, who's a British filmmaker. They came up with the idea of Retail is Hell, which was like, she had worked in retail for a very long time and did a series of like web series episodes about different situations that happen kind of horribly when you're working in retail. I thought it was a really great web series. I don't know why it didn't go anywhere, because we had a fantastic time shooting it and it was so relatable. Have either of you ever worked in retail?
Yes.
I haven't, but I've worked in the food industry, so it's very similar.
It's incredible, like the people you meet and like what they want and require of you.
Yes.
When they're paying for a service of some description or a product. Yes, we shot, that was about 3 years ago, I think, that we shot it, and she's fantastic. She's been kind of moving from your country is very difficult, isn't it? So trying to find jobs and stuff here. She's like self-generating stuff based on her ideas. So yeah. Oh yeah, Retail is Hell. Watch it if you can. It's great.
It sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna track it down for sure.
Yeah,
we'll have to. That'll be our project today.
No, I hope you enjoy it. It is very funny. It's just like, I can't remember the number of episodes now, but each one is like a different situation. Her in this same shop, and people coming in with all, people want to take stuff, people who want returns and shouldn't get them. Like people were screaming at you. It's really good.
Yeah. Has there been a character you played that kind of challenged you more emotionally or professionally?
Yes, I did a play. Are you familiar with British panto at all? Do you know what that's about?
Kind of.
A little bit.
Yeah, in Christmases here, there's quite like a type of theater making that is done, and pantomimes have like really specific rules. There's like a dame who's like this over the top, usually a man dressed as a woman walking around, etc., and they only happen in Christmas, and they're a very like quintessentially British thing. And about 2 years ago, with a company called Bold Theatre, that was started by an ex-professor of mine, and then she passed away, which is very sad, but they've kept it going. We put on a play called The Foreigner's Panto, and it was a series of immigrants in the UK trying to put on a panto, and while one of them was waiting for their visa decision, because obviously, migration is a huge theme in a lot of things that I've been in. And I was playing the animal, which is a cow, because there's always an animal. And I was playing the cow, and I was a Latin American cow that didn't know English very well. So it was all very physical comedy and very few lines and a lot of dancing in a giant cow outfit. And interestingly, even though it wasn't like the emotional journey of the character was quite a big one, but there weren't a lot of words to express it. So I found that really challenging, like trying to stay with the comedy. We did singing, we did dancing and all the rest of it. And then we had this very particular moment where one of the characters is denied their visa for the UK while they're waiting. She's putting on this panto while she's waiting. And she was kind of my best friend in the piece. And that was an amazing 3 or 4 weeks of rehearsal and like also singing. I can sing, but singing is such a scary thing to do. I don't know how people do it. It's like such a scary, like intimidating thing to do in front of everyone live, because when it goes wrong, it goes wrong, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd probably say that was really challenging job that I did actually a couple of years ago. And it didn't involve that much talking, which interestingly can be really hard, I think.
Yeah, storytelling without the words seems difficult.
Definitely. Also, plays are a whole, so much can go wrong and you can't stop. Do you know what I mean? At least on set, it's so nerve-wracking. There's so many people around, and I've had a couple of jobs where, you know, you're the last take of the day and they really want to get it in on time, and you have a sea of people there, but you can keep doing it and doing it and doing it. Whereas in theater, nope, it goes wrong and it explodes. Someone forgets their line and they forgot to set a prop or whatever it may be, and the
show must go on.
The show must go on. You gotta run with it. So yeah, I do really enjoy doing theater. It's really cool, fun thing to do.
Oh, I love doing theater. Do you have a favorite play you've done?
Yes, I did Closer. I'm sure you've watched the film Closer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was originally a play by Patrick Marber, and I did Closer at the Vienna English Theater, which is an English-speaking theater in Vienna. It's a very intense play. So, 4 people and they kind of fall in love and break up and fall in love and break up. I loved it. I played like what would have been Natalie Portman's character in the film for the play, and it was it was challenging as well, because it's sort of falling in love and then hating the other woman that's taken this man and da. It was really it was great actually.
A lot of range in that one.
Yes, definitely.
So was For Love and Honey, was that your first project with Hallmark?
Yes.
What was that experience like?
It was amazing. I was working in Puerto Rico. As I imagine you'll know, actors do 300,000 jobs. I write and translate and do all sorts of things in between jobs. So I was doing live translation in Puerto Rico for 2 weeks in February, and then I got through the audition for Love and Honey. My mother helped me, or my dad helped me. They found an office somewhere where I was translating to do it, etc. And we had to do it twice because they weren't quite sure if they wanted like British accents or they wanted Maltese accents, which was a whole nother thing to try and work on. And then I had probably one of the nicest 3 weeks of my life. It was so great. Kevin Fair, the director, is so lovely and really clear, incredibly patient, nice man. And Hallmark was just a really great employer, I have to say. We stayed in lovely places, shot in amazing spots. Like Malta is so beautiful and has all sorts, do you know what I mean? Like wineries and beautiful rocks and beaches, and so we went all around shooting in all these different places. And also I remember getting the breakdown of saying it must be okay with bees. And I was like, wonder what this is about. That's the last thing you imagine being a requirement for any audition. And it was brilliant. And also I got to work with with Margaret Clooney, who's amazing and like a very experienced British actress that I'd seen in other things. Yeah, it was a really, really interesting experience. Also, because you've never worked for Hallmark before, I was unbelievably nervous.
Yeah.
Like, because they produce so much stuff. And my dad's long-term partner is a Hallmark absolute fan. Just watches every film, absolutely adores it. So just the fact that I even got an audition, she turned to me and said, "Oh my God, Hallmark." And I'm like, yes. So she's very happy I've done 2 now, you know.
Yeah.
Hallmark is really, really great. It's have you been to Malta?
I've not.
No, I want to though.
I think it's not like appreciated sufficiently. I can see why people shoot there. You get all sorts, like walks and castles, all sorts. It's amazing. It's a really, really amazing and very friendly place to visit, I have to say.
Since Hallmark produces a lot, I'm also a big Hallmark fan. Is the production pretty quick?
Yeah, it's they shoot a lot in 3 weeks. Like both of the films that I've done have been shot in 3 weeks, and they have been very full films, particularly for Love and Honey. For Love and Honey involved them going down like caves and entire bits of bees and food, and you know what I mean? Like it's quite complicated stuff that's done only for 3 weeks. So it moves very, very quickly. And for Love and Honey was also really interesting because it had a very big cast and a very sort of big view, the hotel and like all they were trying to portray. It was a lot of people doing a lot in very quick succession. I have to say a lot of the actors had really great timing and managed to do the reactions and things like that in very few takes, which was really important. I think they try and like Hallmark is great because it's trying to balance producing a lot at a very like high level of quality. So it requires like casting the right people and knowing exactly what one, which Kevin, who I think he's done quite a few Hallmark films, has really got down. He knows what's going next, where he's going to move, explain things really quickly, but then comes over to give you notes in a really nice, calm way, even when they're against the clock. Yeah.
That's fantastic. I love a set that feels like that. Like, you know, it's going to be fast paced but you can still have time to kind of enjoy it and everyone's still really connected and calm. It's not like chaos.
Yeah. And I have to say they sort of set that tone from the beginning in both films. And the crew in Malta, which the same head of makeup worked on both films, who was really lovely. And it sort of, you got there in the morning and made you feel so good and centered before getting on set, etc. I was so happy to see her and see a couple of faces again, because going and employing amazing people in the place that you're working is also, I think, really important. And they definitely did that in both films.
Absolutely. I love it. How has acting changed you, like as you've grown in the industry?
Oh, wow. That's, I think when you become a working actor, your perspective changes a little bit. I think when you're training, I remember I took my training very, very seriously in a sort of like sacred kind of sanctimonious way, which is important, and to be very disciplined. And I came and studied at Central School of Speech and Drama in the UK. And that was a really intense year where we were all just thinking about just lines and character building and all of that. And then becoming a working actor is a completely different animal, because you're balancing so many jobs and real life, and also you're trying to prioritize your passion and your job all the time while still like trying to be happy and seeing friends and making enough money to get by. And I think over time, I love it more in a more relaxed way. I feel like I'm not as harsh on myself and others. I think when working, I feel really lucky and happy to be working rather than asking myself, is this important or not important? Is my character, all of it is important to me. Like every single commercial audition, every single bit of time that I have, workshops that I take it all with such, I'm so happy to be able to do it on that day, because you spend so much time doing other things and try and like get by as a working actor. And I think it's I'm a lot healthier now with it. I don't know if that makes sense. I think
no, it does. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when you graduated, we all have to aspire to do as much as we can and as best as we can. But we also need to live our lives and be happy. So when I first graduated, every single audition was like the end. If I didn't get it, and I'd call my mom in Puerto Rico, Mom, I'm miserable and awful and dreadful, and I'm never going to be able to do this. I stopped doing that because obviously my mother couldn't fly to London every time and make me feel good. So that was for me. I think I'm a lot more appreciative of the time I get to do it, but also a lot more relaxed and kind, I think. I also think recently I've like fallen in love again with the kind of character and how to build character in a really like full way. I've been taking workshops more recently and just talking about like pace and rhythm and ways of speaking and what indicates to us like what other people are like and what audiences will like receive as someone who's anxious or desperate or incredibly in love or things like that but in a more like calculated, precise way. They'd move this way, they'd talk this way. Whereas I think I was a bit more literary initially, kind of reading the whole thing and what would Shakespeare say. I think, I think so. Also, you're pretty, I think I'm a lot more empathetic since I've trained as an actor, I think.
So, Amanda, what kind of things do you like to do outside of acting?
I'll start with my jobs because there are quite a few, and then I'll talk about my like leisure time. I write for a magazine called Writer's Mosaic, which is one of my other very proud jobs, and I'm working on a novel at the moment. That's my other big thing, so I do that. I love reading. I spend most of my leisure time reading. I've just read Flashlight by Suzanne Troy, a pretty amazing novel, just in case that's of interest to anybody. And I try and make the best out of living in London, because I have to say, I didn't think I'd end up living here, you know. I moved to New York first, and lots of Puerto Ricans live in the US, obviously. But I came and trained, and I got an agent and met my partner, and I thought, oh, give it a go, stay in London. So I try and make the best out of living here, you know, going to plays, and my now husband, I call him my partner, but I've gotten married recently. So my now husband.
Congratulations.
Thanks, upgrade. My husband is a violinist and a musician, so I go and watch him gig quite a lot. It's an experimental folk and experimental rock bands, which also very different from Puerto Rican culture, but hey, I like doing that. And I like going salsa dancing as much as I can when I'm free. Probably, yeah.
Sounds like fun. And like you said, in the weather in London, you have the downtime to read.
Yeah,
it's the perfect weather for reading.
Have you visited London, both of you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. And it's was a great cold city. And it was raining.
It's such a great city, but Christ, I'm seriously, look at that sun coming in. I'm so happy.
that is
every
rare
this year.
Oh my goodness. That is crazy.
I know.
What is some good advice you would have for people that are just kind of starting acting about, you know, like auditions and to just not get discouraged?
What would I say? I would say that you have to prepare, go and do it, and you have to immediately let it go, because when you go and audition, because half of the time it has nothing to do with you. And I think I now try and approach them that I want to do the absolute best I possibly could on that day, and then let it go and let it be, because we have no control over others' decisions. And the only way to keep yourself going is if you have that. And also, I'd probably say that having other passions and other things that make you really happy in your work life and in your day-to-day life are really important, because you can't be the best performer you can if you're unhappy, if you're not taken care of. I feel you can't turn up and be completely present and your best self if you're worrying about money, about your value, about your self-assurance and your confidence. So I think finding other things that fill that and support that and make you feel happy, confident, present are really important, because if not, you're not going to be able to do it long term, and it requires a really long time to kind of accumulate some good credits and people see you, and it takes a while. Also, if you have it in you and you want to make stuff yourself, I'd say make stuff yourself. Write something, try and self-produce something. I produced a one-woman show straight after drum school called Hurricane Diaries. And it was a one-woman show about the history of Puerto Rico told through a series of hurricanes that have hit the island across time. And that was amazing. I invited my agent to that. I met a theater company through there that have employed me afterwards. And I also sent that script to the current magazine that I work for. And that's how I got my first trial at doing a review for a film and a play. And like, making something often reaps benefits, I think. And if not, you went through the experience of like writing something and making something and learning something. So yeah, I think I know a lot of actors who produce their own stuff all the time, and it can be really frustrating if you don't get the reactions you want. But I think there's always something worthwhile to be won there, I'd say. Also, and if you want to change your mind into something else, that's okay too. Like sometimes it can be something different. I'm not going to do that, but I have had other, fellow actors who kind of turn to me and say, I think, sort of listened to themselves and gone, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. And that's okay. I suppose it's knowing when it's your instinct and your decision rather than pushed by an insecurity or something like that. I think it's how do we learn to listen to ourselves, like really consciously, I'd say. Yeah.
That's a really great answer.
Amanda, thank you so much for your time and joining us. Before we let you go, what's coming next and where can everybody find you online?
What's coming next? I have to say, I have no idea. I am presenting some literary events, something completely unrelated to acting. And I say that there is something coming next. I'm submitting a short film that we completed, 3 Latin American producers here last year. So I'm submitting that to film festivals now. It's called Alter. And if it's selected for anything, I will announce that probably on my Instagram, which is @AVVP. So please follow me and look up Writer's Mosaic and the stuff that I write. That would be really amazing. It's all on there.
Awesome.
All right, awesome. I will put the links to all of that down below, everybody. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Like, comment, share, subscribe, and we'll chat soon. Bye, guys. Everybody, welcome to a Three Geeks Conversation. We're here at Horror Hound with the lovely Sandy King. How are you today?
I'm just fine. I'm excited for today. I hear the crowd sold out again.
I hear this is your first Horror Hound.
Yes, it is.
I've been looking at all your amazing work that you've been a part of. What got you started doing all of this?
It was just a natural step. A door opened and I walked through it.
Found your grounding. I love that.
And I've always loved horror.
That's the best part. You get to do what you love.
Yeah, from when I was 10 years old and read my first Frankenstein novel, and then Dracula, and then The Island of Dr. Moreau, and, it went from there.
Just kept going. Those are so many amazing books. And then I read that you get to work with your husband.
Yes.
On a few different projects.
And
How is that?
Well, that makes life easier. It's much nicer when you don't have to split up the family and coordinate travel and everything. It's great to work with your best friend. It's great to work where you trust each other.
How long have you guys been married?
42 years.
Oh, I love that. That is goals.
That's amazing. So I'm a big fan of like romantic stuff. How did you guys meet?
On the movie Starman.
Oh, very nice. Then we were curious. We're going through IMDb, and I do want to get to the comic book in a second. But what does the script supervisor do?
The script supervisor's like a link between pre-production, production, the editorial staff. So you get a great overview of the whole film being made. And so there's the continuity aspect on set of matching and bookkeeping of where all the pieces of film and sound and all of that are, and your logs every day, and the paperwork you turn into the editor. And then there's just the fact of being in the director's head and knowing what he intended before everything started to go chaotic on the set.
That's awesome. So tell us about Storm King Productions. How did you guys decide to get into comic books?
It was a matter of, we know that our audience crosses over between gaming, comics, movies, television, all of it. And we had a project in development at a major studio, and I got the distinct feeling that they really just wanted to say they had a John Carpenter series, and that they really weren't going to go forward with it, that everybody was just kind of bullshitting. And so we had a big meeting, and they were going, well, can't it be set in a sleepy little town? I mean, and I said, I know what you mean. You want to go shoot in North Carolina, non-union. No, it's set in Los Angeles because it's the devil coming through in Los Angeles as a practical joke on God, the city of angels. And it's set there because the Santa Ana winds and the fires look like hell. And no, it can't be set in a sleepy little town. The location is a character, which it often is in movies. And they're going, oh, well, it's not like it's a graphic novel or anything that you're matching to. And I said, well, actually it is. And I got kicked under the table by Thomas Ian Griffith, who was a co-creator on the project. And he's giant, he's like 6'5". And I just said, ow, and yes, it is. And we got out of the meeting, and the agents and Thomas and Bruce said, what the hell was that about? And I said, they're not going to make this series. And yeah, we already work up art for when we're selling a TV or a film project. It is a graphic novel. And that's how we made Asylum, our first comic book. And I got home, and John said, so how'd it go? And I said, great, we're making a comic book. And he said, what do we know about comics? And I said, absolutely nothing. So I spent 2 years researching the art and the business of comics. And then we launched Asylum.
That's awesome. That's kind of like a good way to also get a proof of concept out there, because then the studios see that it's selling and so forth, and maybe eventually you can turn that into a series.
Yeah, but I only like to make comics for them to be the best comics. I don't do it with an eye towards a franchise. I don't think all comics make good movies. I don't think all movies make good comics. I want to make the best comic someone can hold to their chest and go, this is so cool. And I bring in the best writers from novels, screenplays and comics. I bring in the best artists that I can find, and I don't know if you've looked through any of these when you've been here, but I've got Cat Staggs, I've got all these other great artists, and I love the medium. And I came originally from animation, so I did actually not come in totally unarmed for understanding how to make comics. And we had friends in comics who were really helpful, gave a lot of great advice, and found out we really like making comics. Plus, we won awards. And if you give me an award, I grow fangs. Yeah.
I love that.
So what's the next book that's coming out?
The very next one, God, Sean knows our release dates better than I do. But we've got one called Chaplain that's awesome. And the next one we're kind of hyping is John's first full graphic novel, which is Cathedral. There should be a poster right there. And it's pretty great because it's also coming out at the same time as album to go with it.
That's awesome.
And that should be pretty fun because you can play the album while you read the comic.
Oh, that is amazing.
Who did the music?
John.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
He just does it all.
He does. He's really happy doing music because he does it with our son, well, my stepson, and our godson. And he loves it. We love doing the comics and the music and all that stuff because there's nobody else telling us what to do. Mm-hmm. And it's great freedom from the TV shows and the films where there's committees trying to tell us what to do. They don't succeed very much, but it's just a lot of noise. And we really don't have any noise while we're doing these things.
That's crazy that you would think somebody like John Carpenter wouldn't need to go through so many hoops to get something made, but
well, we don't because we just don't do it.
That's what I'm saying. You're doing it yourself now, which is amazing.
Yeah, and it's fun. We always have fun. We always have great collaborators in whatever we do. I bring the same mindset that we do our movies with to comics, which is unusual for a lot of the comic creators because they're not used to not having to go through a bunch of hoops. And if you can't have fun in life, wow, why do it?
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, I will have the link to the books in the description down below. Also, make sure you check out Cathedral, which is coming out in August. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Thank you so much.
Thanks for
and we'll talk to you soon. Bye. What is going on, everybody? Today we are joined by Jesse Hutch. How are you doing today?
I'm excellent. I'm whooped in a good way.
That's good.
So what made you want to be an actor? And was acting like the first passion or was it stunt work?
No, probably neither. I love watching movies when I was a kid, but I never had a second of thought or an inkling that I was going to like go off and make movies. I thought that was so far away and out of my league that I didn't even know how that was going to be done. So I actually went to college for outdoor tourism and business. I was a whitewater raft guide. I was a free climber. I love mountain biking, ice climbing. I was certified at the time in wilderness survival, winter survival, wilderness first aid, swift and water rescue technician, all kinds of stuff like that, and I loved it.
That's
And
incredible.
so yeah, I was kind of into that. My nickname growing up through high school and into college was Hardcore Hutch, and That's probably because I was a bit of an adrenaline junkie, was never into drugs, never into alcohol, never into swearing, but I would ride a mountain bike along the edge of a train bridge and see if I could go over the top, or I would climb a church steeple. Uh, so yeah, there's many ways to risk your life.
Love a good adrenaline high.
Yeah, turns out I did. Probably still do. But that did feed into when I started to get into the industry, that immediately stunts were very appealing to me. Storytelling has always been appealing to me. Like I said, I love movies growing up, always collected the posters. But yeah, as soon as I initially got into the industry, then yeah, like my first job was on a series called Dark Angel, created by James Cameron, and Jessica Alba was the lead. And right out of the gate, it was like, okay, so we got these action sequences. We're gonna bring in a stunt double, and I'm like, well, can I do some of that stuff? And the stunt
Oh, a stunt
coordinator,
double.
yeah, the stunt coordinator at that time was Mike Mitchell. He's still in the biz, great guy. And he said, well, can you fight? I said, yeah, I did Muay Thai for 6 to 9 years. I boxed, kickboxing. He's like, all right, well, follow me. And we went out into the alleyway, and he literally was like, all right, let's go. I'm like, let's go. He's like, yeah, throw some punches. Let's go. See if you can hit me. I'm like, okay. So we're like sparring in this alleyway. And at what was a place that was called the Sugar Factory, I believe. And he just starts throwing down. He's throwing punches and kicks, and I'm like blocking, parrying. We're doing everything. And finally he goes, yeah, I'll probably let you do some stuff. And that's kind of my first introduction to doing action. But even right now, fast forward 25 years, I'm still in the film and television industry, and I'm working on a series called Homestead. And right now, I just had a full week of like full on sprinting, shootouts, gunfire, 50 cal turrets on the top of Humvees, a little bit of hand to hand, some interrogation scenes. And I have a flashback Afghanistan scene that we're filming on Monday with some like debris and explosions and stuff. So I'm
Wow.
loving it. I'm just loving it. So I love being able to bring heart and physicality and story all together. If I can do that, throw in some humor, I'm on cloud 9. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
love that.
awesome. I gotta ask, one of your first roles was actually in a horror movie that I enjoy very, very much, and you had one of the best death scenes ever in a horror movie, and that was Freddy vs. Jason. You played Trey. You were the first person to die. What was the experience like being on that set, working with Robert Englund and everybody?
oh man, that was one of the best and worst experiences of my life all combined. Uh, and I only say the worst because I was challenged with some of my personal boundaries that I didn't really know how to navigate yet as someone new in the industry. Because there's a simulated love scene, and that was new to me. And I remember sort of like they never gave me the full script; it was classified, But they gave me like a couple scenes, and I was like, okay, I got to be dancing. I'm kissing my character's got a girlfriend, okay, and then as I booked it and I got into it, I was like, they sent me more. And I'm like, oh, there's a love scene. I'm like, well, dang, like, that's uncomfortable. I didn't really sign up for that. I don't want to do this stuff. And they were like, oh, don't worry, there's no real nudity. You'll have shorts on. She's gonna have, everything's covered. We're okay. So anyway, we did it, and that was so uncomfortable for me and so awkward and new. And that was the first and last time I've ever done a scene like that. And so it kind of so that's why I say it was kind of one of the worst. It didn't help that the director had a bunch of lawsuits against him for harassment and things like that. However, I did 18 and a half hours of prosthetics straight to create a full body replica of me. That was incredible. I love like alginate and special effects makeup and all the folks who do that. God bless you, because you guys are amazing. You do the coolest stuff ever. And they even had a team of like 3 ladies that came in and put in fake hair in my legs, like this cadaver. It was creepy because when you guys look in a mirror, you see a reflection of yourself. You get used to that growing up, right? But when someone creates a replica of you, it's not flipped. So it's not like looking in a mirror, it's what everybody else sees. So that's the only way you can see yourself truly the way other people see you, is to have someone make a replica of you. So I walk in and they have this body laying on the table and it's me, and it's like got my eyeballs, and they even like took impressions of my teeth and pictures of my skin, and they painted it. And
Wow.
so I walk in and I'm like, it's like I'm having this outer body experience. And it's like laying there, lifeless, dead body, but it looks totally 100% like me. And I was like, this is creepy, but awesome.
That would be creepy.
And then the actual death scene, of course, that was super cool. We tested so many things and crushed, uh, we had pneumatic beds and what are the other types? They tried ropes and pulleys. We tried all kinds of things, just testing how to break this body in half backwards. And eventually we, all sort of decided, like the special effects team decided that it was best to have me upper half and fake lower half. So we need a bed and it's got to have holes in it, and I got to be able to stand in it. And then when they bend it, we need counterweights, because how are you going to move this thing? And so there's like 6 people underneath the stage when we do that scene, all like ready to pull ropes and levers. And it was super cool though. And still one of my longest days on set. I have never beat that record yet. I mean, I don't need to, I'm good. But I think I was clocked in at 24 and a half hours straight.
Wow.
It was when we filmed all of the exterior cornfield like rave scene, all the
Yeah.
stunts, and Freddy Krueger's like, Jason Voorhees is on fire and people are getting thrown, and my character was all mangled and like back from the dead, trying to hold my own head up. And yeah, I literally clocked in and didn't clock out for 24 and a half hours. I think probably one of the better paychecks I ever.
I imagine. Things like that have got to be kind of hard though. Like, how do you kind of decompress from something like that?
I remember going to my trailer. They didn't need me for like hours, and I probably just passed out, to be honest, at some point. And then people bang on your trailer and they're like, they need you on set. You're like, okay, all right. And they drag you out and they shoot your angle, and then you're back out of there, and but I love it. It's like growing up, I was never really good at keeping a 9-to-5 job. And I think before I even knew I was going to be in this industry, God knew I was going to be in it, because like I said, I get bored with jobs. I couldn't, being a whitewater raft guy was the only job I held down for a couple of years. Other than that, I was usually in and out in 2 months, 4 months. Not that the people weren't great I wasn't working with. I didn't like knowing what was going to happen every day. And some
Yeah.
people are really blessed that way, and God love them, because we need those people, that can do the same thing every day. I'm just too much of a mess. And so I need like 14-hour days of, high intensity and stress, and I memorize lines and hit marks and tell story and learn everybody's names. And I just love telling stories and making movies and TV. It's my absolute favorite thing to do.
I love that. Did you find that like your early life and your outdoor background kind of helped shape the roles that you were drawn to? You've played a lot that are kind of very outdoorsy, adventurous characters. So I was curious if that played a part in that.
Yeah, I think so, because acting ultimately is dealing with who you are on a really personal level. Like, a lot of people will say, well, good actors are good liars, and I would beg to differ. I think if you see anyone and you call them a good actor, then I'm willing to bet that they're dealing with stuff, and
Yeah.
I know it's a big blanket statement, but we all go through stuff, and yet acting puts you in a position where, hey, here's a scene. Maybe it hasn't happened to you in real life, but you need to bring your heart and just jam it into this script that you didn't write, and say these words that you've never said, that weren't yours originally, and you need to make it very personal, and it needs to be yours. You have to own it. And the only way to do that is to really deal with yourself, your insecurities, your talents, the things that you're still learning, the unforgiveness you hold, the hurts that you have, trauma that you've dealt with. I think everybody should try acting because it's immediately going to reveal your holes. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I think that's healthy. I think now a lot of us as actors we're nuts. There's got to be something a little off, I think, for you to be in the film industry.
Gotta be a
Because
little crazy to take it on.
you have to be. It's just it's such a different world that is so based on like how you look sometimes. It's based on your age, it's based on your height, it's based on your build. It's a lot of it is visual, and a lot of us can deal with, visual aspects of ourselves, and then not to mention the emotional, right? Like you
Right.
you pour your heart out trying to bring this scene to life. Whatever, you're in a scene and your best friend just died in a car accident, and action, you're like, go, I'm gonna watch, I'll sit here while you guys bring that to life for me, please. I have my coffee, let's do this. And you just lay it all out on the table. I mean, you hope. And then
Yeah.
some people are like, I don't know, he reminds me of my ex-husband. I don't like him, and that's a true story. That's based on a true story. I've had feedback where I didn't book the role because the main producer thought I looked like her ex-husband and she hated my guts. So I was like, okay, cool. Well, Godspeed. Maybe next time.
Crazy. I love it's insane, like the smallest thing that really can make or break whether you get a role. Because sometimes it's not your abilities. Sometimes the talent's there. It's just something so minuscule.
Yep. Most of the time you cannot take it personally.
Yeah.
And that can take you years to learn that lesson, because if actors only stay actors, then you only know your perspective, right? Just like anybody in any business. Now that I've moved into directing more, writing, producing, you start learning a lot of the other aspects of this industry, and it's very disconnected sometimes. Like it may have nothing to do with you at all. They could make a headshot decision. They could decide because of your location. They could decide because of they want someone's cousin in it. No idea. So all you can do is leave it all on the field, play the best game you can, and you walk away and let everybody watch the instant replay, and that's it.
Love that.
I got a question. So it's called Three Geeks. Am I the third geek?
You are today.
Yeah.
So I'm like the third wheel here. Wee.
Yeah. Yeah, no. That's the best part is we bring you in, you get to be our third geek. Makes it fun.
Uh-huh. So what kind of geeks would you say you guys are?
Ooh.
I'm a television geek. I watch a lot of TV.
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars and books for me.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a lot to unpack there.
I'm a major book geek.
Yeah.
What about you, Jesse?
Like all kinds of books.
All kinds of books. I love all genres. Like my bookshelf is insane. It's crazy. There's romance, there's horror, there's
Yeah.
poetry, yeah, it's action ones.
That's fun.
Crazy. I
Uh-huh.
was just looking over there. I'm like, I got everything from Gone with the Wind to Hannibal. Like,
That's amazing.
yeah, there's Hannibal, Oliver Twist, Gone with the Wind, then it goes to like Nicholas Sparks and then John Grisham and
Mm-hmm. Wow,
loads of
that's
fun.
a good collection. And then Jason, how do you even watch all that TV, bro? There's so many projects streaming now that people are like, "Hey, did you see this show?" And I'm like, "Never heard of it." And it's like 8 seasons in. I've never heard of it. You can't keep up.
It's very hard to keep up. That's why when people ask me, like, have you seen this older show? I'm like, there's no time to go backwards. Like, I'm trying to stay current for my podcast, and it's really hard to go back. Like, I've started rewatching stuff I've seen before while I edit because I can't watch new stuff. So like I get to do that, but to go back and start something that you haven't seen before is it's daunting. Like you said, there's 475 shows a week that drop, and it's
Yeah.
how do you have time? There's
I
no
know.
time in the day.
No, not at all. And then people interview me and they're like, "Where can you watch your show?" And I'm like, "Man, good luck. Like, there's so much out there. I hope you find it, but
You're like,
stuff,
I have no idea.
stuff.
Let me know when you find out.
Yeah, yeah.
What about you, Jesse? What do you geek out over?
That's a good question. What would I be a geek over? Mm, I mean, I love watching movies. Uh, always have, always will. I still enjoy going to the movie theater. I still, I still use it as kind of an unwind tool as well, even though that's what I do for a living. I kind of have two parts of my brain that separate, and I have one that just loves to watch and be an audience member, while at the same time I'm like taking it all in and learning and judging and and somehow I've managed to separate the two so that I don't fully get ruined, unless it's something really obvious, where you're like, "Whoa, what the." You just wrecked that story by pulling me out. There's a PA standing right there. How'd you not see that? The Starbucks cup is clearly in the shot. Like, stuff like that. But overall, love watching movies. I just love stories. I think there's a fun aspect of being able to, like, I want you as the creator to take me on a journey, and I don't want to have to, direct it. But I
Yeah.
also love when you have an opportunity to tell the story, and I often approach my characters and roles as an audience member. I go, okay, what does the audience feel about this scene? What do I hope they get out of this character? What do I hope that this arc takes them on? What kind of journey? That helps me, I think, approach the reality of a character, because I don't know. I don't want to be off on my own la la land creating a character that doesn't honor the people I'm supposed to represent and treat the audience with respect. That's a big one for me. I'm constantly on projects where everybody's like, no, 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 you need to say it again. The audience has forgotten. And I'm like, the audience is not stupid. Like, people watch all day, every day now. There's literally people on the subway. They're watching their phones. They're driving. They're listening now. They're in the shower. Like, it's crazy. People are watching stuff all the time. And so I think North American culture anyway is really dialed in on stuff. They know when the stunt doubles come in, even if they don't know how to
Yeah.
explain it. They know when the writing sucks, even if they can't necessarily dissect it. I think everybody knows. And so my biggest thing is like, man, let's just honor and respect our audience and do our best to treat them like, like people that have a good head on their shoulders, and they're accomplishing things in their life, and now they're watching a show, and they're giving their time, which for me, time, I don't care what changes in the universe. I believe that time it's the greatest currency, and if you give it, you'll never get it back. And
Yeah.
so I appreciate every person who comes up to me or says they appreciate or enjoy anything about a project or a show or a movie that I've been on or done, because they just spent time on it. I mean, spending money, that could be easy, but spending time, that's
Yeah.
a real task right there.
I love
Well, I've
that.
got one last question. So what's it been like? Because you've done some stuff with Great American Family, Hallmark, Lifetime. Like, how has that fandom been? Because we work for conventions as well, and I recently just found out how like big the Hallmark that community is. So what
Yeah.
is it like? What's your experience with that community?
Oh, it's a wild, massive community. There's so many people that love rom-coms and they love Christmas movies, and I never saw that one coming. I never expected that part of my career would be like, I got my buddies make fun of me. They call me Mr. Christmas, and I'm like, okay. But I'm not
Christmas fans
ashamed
are
of it.
loyal.
It's quite wonderful and amazing. I mean, there's so many people and there's a genre for that. There's a space for it, right? A space for stories that aren't the Freddy versus Jasons, right? They're not filled with gore, and they're
Yeah.
not filled with language, and I'm not saying one exists to diss the other. It's like pie in the grocery store. We need different flavors and we need different styles, and I
Yeah.
think it's amazing and it's beautiful that we can have a project that someone can kind of watch, and they kind of know what's going to happen, and they people like that too. I think viewers sometimes just like when they're like, oh, they're totally, I know what's happening. And then
Sometimes it's
yes,
comforting to know.
yeah,
Like,
100%.
you're like, I know where this story is going to go, but it's beautiful and I want to watch it. I want to watch it unfold anyways.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I would say my statistics, if I had to put a stat on it, is 1 in 20 fans that I meet is probably off. Well, where you're like concerned. And all the rest are amazing people. So it's very rare that you have that person where you're like, okay, I think they're following me around the mall. Like I think like wherever I go, they just show up, right? And you're going to your car with your family and they're still, and that's creepy. But most people generally are amazing. They love what you do. They're kind of afraid, but they want to say hi and they appreciate it. And so if I can, I want to keep sort of an open, like welcoming spirit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So people can come up and say hi and say hello all day. It's a great side effect of something going well. I think that someone is interested and wants to say hi and wants to tell you that they saw a project or they love a character. So let's go. Because we're all people. We're all just trying to feed our families and pay our bills and
Right.
doing our laundry, you know?
And it's never ending, the laundry.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm in an Airbnb right now and they have to come and fix the laundry.
The worst part about an Airbnb, and then you gotta wait for them.
Mhm.
And I fully agree with what you said, and I think that speaks volumes to how you said you take your roles as if you were the viewer. Like you think about what they would want and what they'll enjoy, and the fact that they do proves you're doing a great job at that. And I think that's why your characters are so loved and do so well. I guess my final question for you is, having done everything from horror to romance and faith-based films, how important is it for you to kind of keep that range?
I've always fought for range since day one, and it takes time.
Yeah.
And I'm still working on it. I still have goals that I'd love to achieve, people I'd love to work with, genres I'd like to explore more. And yet I love moving around. Like I said, 9 to 5, I couldn't do it. So if all
Yeah.
I did was one genre of film, my true self would come out and I'd be like, no, can't do it. Nope.
Get bored.
And so I love that I've been, and it's an honor, like it, because it doesn't happen everywhere to be on Homestead right now, playing a Green Beret. I'm just filming an episode right now that honestly I'm just having the best time. It's so filled with action and heart and drama and humor that I'm like, this is phenomenal. Like this
Love
one
that.
episode alone could be kind of a demo reel almost of what I would love to do and what I am doing. And then I also love to go over here and make a Christmas film. And then I'm over on another series called Crossroads Springs where I play the antagonist. And then When Hope Calls is about to air, and I also play the antagonist in that, And so
awesome.
kind of playing the bad guy, it's phenomenal. I love it. And
More
then
fun.
it's so fun.
You get to be the character you wouldn't usually be, like
Yeah, well,
someone you're not in real life, and those are
yeah,
fun.
yeah. You'd asked earlier if like pieces of you do come out, you often wonder, like we just did, some sequences where it's like, there's bad guys and the bad guys are hurting innocent people and we're moving in and we're getting it done and we're taking care of it, and you're asking yourself in real life, if this went down, could I do what Green Berets do? Can I? And I say that with all humility because people do this for a living, and I'm simply trying to represent them the best that I can. And yet, there's a piece of you and a part of you that goes, "Man, could I do that scene I just did and be that angry and take bad people out? Is that really in me, or is that just a facade? Could I
Yeah.
really be that funny and caring over here? Can I really be that? It's just there's so many aspects of the human heart that come out, and you're like, oh, okay. Does that live in all of us? And I think it does to a degree. I like to say that we're only one choice away from being the bad guy.
Yeah.
And that goes for all of us. So really our choices as human beings every day matter.
Yeah. You said you had other genres you would like to explore. What's another like character or another genre that you would love to try to explore next?
Man, I love period pieces like Saving Private Ryan or I'd love to go back even like the Knights of the Round Table, Robin Hood, like just getting
That
into
would be
stuff like
fun.
that. I'd love to do more of that. World War II, as I mentioned, that's always been it's kind of just on my heart. I just love that time period, and there's so many great films about that. But like Westerns, uh, I'm working on a lot of my own projects. So we have a couple that we're really passionate about. One of them is kind of like a Lethal Weapon meets Bad Boys meets Two Guns, but it's family friendly. And so that's something that I'm really passionate about. We just finished the first writer's draft of a feature film for that we'd like to then roll into a TV series. And I'm excited about that because it's got humor, action. I'd love to bring in some old school music. It's got cool cars,
That's
and
always fun.
then some heart, but I don't know. I think that for me, the films of the 90s were just the best.
Yeah.
If you look up like top 100 movies in the 90s, it will blow your mind,
Yeah.
and so I kind of want to bring some of that storytelling back. It's kind of in me, to just have and there's movies like that out there, Good versus Evil and stuff
Yeah.
like that, but
That'd be fun.
yeah.
We'll be keeping our eye out for that.
Thank you.
So if you could, do you have a like closing message to give to fans? Like a thank you or like just some words of encouragement for them?
I'm always thankful for fans. It's kind of a funny word, right?
Yeah.
Think of that for your life, right? Who are your fans, right? I think a lot of us would like to hope that it's your family, your close friends,
Mhm.
right? But then you have these folks that don't know you from Adam, but they've seen you on screen and they feel that they know you and they want to come up and just kind of ships passing in the night, and so it's a very impersonal yet personal relationship, and so I'm always thankful. So yes, I mean, you already said it for me. How do you say thank you? And I think the best way is just when I meet them in person. So I can hopefully give them some moments of my time. I can look in their eyes, and I can be on level ground with them, and then I hope that we all give each other grace, because sometimes life is throwing a bunch of crazy stuff at us, and man, we need more grace for one another. And one of my favorite proverbs, it says, be slow to speak and slow to become angry and quick to listen. And that's not easy to do.
No, it's not.
But it's a great practice. So if we could all do that, I think that'd be a start to something beautiful.
I agree. Well, Jesse, where can people find you online and keep up with what you're getting into with film and TV?
Great question. Instagram is the only one that I really have my personal hands on. And then some of that bleeds out into Facebook. And obviously people need to know this. There's so many fraud accounts. Like it blows my mind right now what's happening. Every day I'm having fans send me, is this really you? Is this, they want money. They're telling me that I'm your greatest fan, and that, and some of them do it with kindness. They're very kind. They're not saying anything rude, but it's just obviously not me. Like it's an account that has 0 followers. Look at the photos. They jacked and stole all the photos online. So just be aware, don't fall for people that are just trying to take advantage of connection. I think so many people want connection, and I appreciate that. But man, you just make sure you're not getting ripped off. People are some people's kids, they're just rude.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
But
Jesse, thank you so much.
No, thank you both for having me. It was a pleasure to geek out with you.
Yeah, Absolutely. It's been incredible. Guys, go follow Jesse on Instagram. Keep up with Homestead and the other incredible shows and films coming out. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you guys next time.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to another Three Geeks conversation. Today, I'm joined by Jamie and Allie Deberry. Allie, hi. How are you? Welcome
Hi,
on.
ladies. Doing good. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We're glad you chose to come on here with us.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm kind of navigating a lot right now. I have 2 kids. So I'm like, okay, can I figure out someone to watch my son? And my daughter's trying to nap. So, we're squeezing it in. We're making it work.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes, we both have kids. We understand that struggle
Yes.
completely.
So you relate. Trying to juggle it all for sure.
Yes. What first sparked your interest in acting?
I was always the obnoxious little kid who was posing for the camera. I loved putting like funky outfits together and would always be saying, "Mom, take my picture, take my pictures." So I started out modeling when I was a little kid, and that sort of transpired into acting, doing commercials, which led to TV and then film. So, just being that crazy, obnoxious little kid that loved being in front of the camera, and I still get that same high from it.
That is incredible. No, that's so much
All
fun.
girls go through that stage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then we go through a stage where we hate getting our picture taken.
Oh, yeah.
Like, please don't. No. That's not my good side.
Let me see it before you post it.
Yeah, let me see that, please. Let me filter that.
We do that now anyway.
Yeah, we do.
Oh my gosh, it's so hard. I know. Thankfully, I have an Instagram husband. I'm like, sorry, don't like any of those. Can you take a few more? Now that I have kids, I'm lucky just to have anyone looking at the camera without like a finger up their nose or blinking. I'm lucky just to get a photo of all 4 of us.
Looking in the right direction.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I know.
Oh, the kids are how I get away with not being on camera now.
Oh, my whole camera roll. I literally have 100,000 photos on my phone and videos.
And it's all the kids.
And it's all them. It's all them. And it'll be like all the same picture, like one little tweak of a difference, and
you can't delete it.
No, you can't. No, I have to pay the $9.99 for storage every month. Apple gets me. Y'all probably have to do the same, huh?
Oh yeah.
Was there a specific moment when you knew this was what you wanted to do?
So growing up, you guys were probably the same way. I worshipped Disney Channel. So I was like, if I could just get on Disney Channel, my whole life would be set. That was the goal. That was the dream. So I auditioned a lot. I auditioned for so many Disney shows before I ever got Ant Farm. And I was starting to get discouraged. But when I landed that role, I was like, oh, my dreams came true. So that really was a monumental moment for me, landing that on Disney. And, that led to some other things. But yes, I've always wanted to do this.
That's a kind of perfect transition into talking about Ant Farm. That role became such a fan favorite character. What did you love most about playing her?
She was very charming. We all know she was very ditzy, not the brightest. But I don't know, something about her was just lovable and likable. And still to this day, let me tell you, it's been 17 years probably, and I still get noticed for Paisley. Everyone's like, "Are you Paisley? You're Paisley, right?" I'm like, it's been so long ago. I was, 15 years old when we filmed the pilot, and now I'm 31. So it's been a long time, but I love that people still watch it. It's on Disney Plus, and I guess it's still relevant.
It's hard to believe it's been that long, but I know my 17-year-old has watched that with her brothers. So it still gets watched.
Yeah. I mean, it's still funny. The writers were hilarious on that show.
Yes,
most definitely. Yeah. That's one my kids also fell in love with. They'll watch, if it's on Disney, they're going to watch it.
Oh, 100%. How old are your kids?
11 and 8.
What? You guys look way too young to have kids that old. What? That doesn't make sense.
I'm only a year older than you.
Yeah, you got started young.
Yeah.
That's good though. You get more time with your kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I like to say anyways.
Yeah.
I agree. I know. I want all the time in the world with them.
I just want the time to just pause. Just pause for a little while.
I wish there was a pause button.
I wish. I know. This morning, my son grabbed my hand and said, "I love you, Mama." I love you. He can't say his L's. I love you, Mama. You're the best, Mom. And I was like, nothing will compare to this moment. I'm right in
And
this
they
house too.
turn into like non-baby words again. You're like, wait,
I know. Yeah. When
yeah.
those L's replace the W's is going to be a very sad day for me. I already know.
It is.
It will be. My youngest used to call her hands hams. And she would go, "I have to wash the drums off my hams."
The drums.
And I was like, the day she said hands, I went, no. Like, those are hams.
No, but it would be weird if she was 17 and still saying
Yeah,
hands,
you know. So it's like,
So
they
I
have
guess,
to, but you just want to keep them little forever.
I know. So sweet. I know. Precious moments for sure.
Transitioning from your child roles to more mature, complex characters can sometimes be challenging to like lose that image. How was that evolution like for you?
Yeah, I know a lot of people struggle with that transition from Disney to film and feeling like, you know, they need to be so grown up. I never really felt that way. It felt like a smooth transition. I did a lot of Lifetime films and some indie movies. So I kind of did it slowly, I feel like. And then now to Hunting Wives, which is very scandalous, but very fun. Yeah, I felt like it was sort of natural.
That's amazing to go
Yeah.
from Disney to that, and it just natural. I love that for you, because when I started Hunting Wives, I didn't realize it was like that, and the kids were there. I was like, okay, wait, we've got to turn this off.
Yes, that's a show you watch by yourself
Absolutely.
at night. Yes, I know. Might have to fast forward through some scenes. Yeah, that's mommy's show. No kids allowed.
Yeah, I love
Mommy's
it.
alone time.
Definitely.
So funny.
I mean, what was the audition process like for Hunting Wives for you?
For Hunting Wives. So nowadays things are different. You self-tape. So you set up your little camera, your little tripod, and you send in your audition tape. Back in the day, you know, you had to go in LA and audition and for the callback and producer sessions. So it was like a whole ordeal. Now it's so much easier. I can literally just set up my camera in my living room. But the audition process for Hunting Wives, I filmed it on Valentine's Day. My husband actually helps me tape all of my auditions. I'm very grateful for that.
That's awesome.
So he was helping me film it. We did not have a Valentine's Day date or dinner or anything. I'm like, if you do this for me, this is like your Valentine's gift to me. So we filmed it. I think I filmed like 2 auditions that day. And I heard back, I think it was like a month later. I was in Arizona with him. He plays professional baseball. So we were at spring training. And I found out I got it. And they were like, okay, you need to be in Charlotte, North Carolina in like 2 days. So I packed everything up. And next thing I knew, I was in Charlotte at the table read with everyone.
That's
incredible.
Yeah.
Also, kudos to your husband for doing that.
He's a trooper. He's been doing it for like 12 years. I know. Literally all the roles I get, I'm like, hey, you filmed that audition for me. But what's funny is when he'll try to give me like line reads and I'm like, babe, are you an acting coach? Sometimes I agree with what he has to say. Other times I'm like, okay, I won't be doing that.
Like, all right, yep. And now I'm going to do exactly what I just did.
Yeah. I appreciate the input, but maybe not.
So with everything that you've done, is there a certain genre that you feel you lean more towards?
Yeah, I've done a lot. You know, I've done thriller, I've done drama, comedy. I would say comedy is my favorite. I just love finding like the rhythm and the beats and the jokes and what works. And I think it's just fun to make people laugh. So I always go with comedy for sure. Whenever I get a comedy audition, I'm like, oh yes. What can I do to make this fun?
I feel like just in this brief, wow, it's only been 9 minutes, but your bubbly personality, I can feel that even through this. So I could
Oh yeah. Thank you. That's sweet. Yeah. I like to have fun with it. And that was what was so awesome about the Taylor role is she's just fun. You know, she's over the top. She's a little silly. She's extra, but she's one of the girls and she's always down for a good time. Like, let's go to Coyote Joe's. Let's go line dancing. Sure, you want to have margaritas at 10 a.m. for brunch tomorrow? I'll be there. You want to go boar hunting? Yep. I'm right there with my camo on and my hot pink glass with margarita in it. You know, she's just fun.
I love that. I think that's what makes Taylor relatable to viewers. Like amidst all the drama, she's just fun.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. A little bit of a comedic relief.
Yeah. And that's needed, especially something that does have so much drama and scandal. You have to have that comedy.
Just a little glimpse. Yeah.
Just to break it up.
Oh yeah, and season 2 is so awesome too. It's so fun. It's even crazier. I can't say too much, obviously, but we're filming it right now.
Can't wait.
And it's wild. Somehow they top it. Rebecca, our writer, she's just a creative genius, and she comes up with the most wild things. I'm reading the script like, how did they top season 1? I don't know how.
That is. Do you have a favorite like memory from season 1 or a favorite scene that y'all filmed?
I always love when we get to film at Coyote Joe's. That's the bar. And that's where, I did the bull riding scene. And it's actually a real bar. So like they'll rent it out. And we had, I think it was 500 extras both times. So we filmed there in season 1 and then we got to film there again in season 2. Literally 500 extras, and they're all like frequent customers of Coyote Joe's. Like they hang out there on Friday, Saturday nights, so they know all the line dances, and it's fun just kind of getting in on the action. And I'm from Texas, so you would think I would know line dances, but I actually don't. I need to kind of step up.
I was going to ask, you did.
Yeah, I know. I need to start. We had to learn a really fun one in season 2, so I'm like doing it around my house. I put the song on. Yeah.
I love that. Now the kids are going to start doing it with you. Well, not the baby, obviously.
For sure. Oh, my son, he'll tell me to stop. He goes, Mama, stop dancing. I'm like, you're already embarrassed of me at 3? Come on. Dance with Mama.
It's so early. You're like, no, you're supposed to be dancing with me. You're supposed to teach me those new fun moves.
He does love country music, though, thankfully. We always have country music blaring at our house.
Oh, yeah. It's hard to find a country song you don't want to have blaring in your house.
Yeah, I know. They just put you in a good spirit.
It's good music. Cool. I knew exactly what I wanted to ask until just now.
It like happens to me all the time. It's mom brain. It never.
Mom brain. Yes.
Mom brain. I have to write everything down in my notes app, or I forget.
Always.
But then I'm up at 2 a.m. Thinking of all of it again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can't sleep. Me and Jamie, we like 4 a.m. We're texting and we're like, "Hey, have you thought about this?"
Yeah. And she's up. She's up for sure. I was up at 4 a.m. this morning, just couldn't sleep. The one time my baby is sleeping, I'm like, okay, why can't you sleep now? Your baby is
why am I
awake.
And that everyone tells you, they're like, sleep when they sleep. And it's like,
okay, yeah.
No.
I'm driving in the car.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They're sleeping. Crash.
Right.
Oh, man.
How do you emotionally prepare for some of those more intense scenes?
How do I emotionally prepare? Just getting in that headspace. I think about sad things. I know things that I don't want to think about. When I very first started acting, I didn't realize. So when you're on set, we do so many different camera setups and different angles. So it was like one of my first films that I had a really emotional scene. I was crying. And you're thinking about all the sad things, people dying and whatnot. Anyways, I didn't realize like when it's not on you, your coverage, like you need to save that. Save those tears, save that emotion. So we had done so many different camera setups. Finally, they get to me. And I'm like, all dried out of tears. I'm like,
can't do it anymore.
Oh, no.
I'm like, wow, now I know. Rookie mistake. Save all that for your camera coverage.
So did you have to use like eye drops afterwards?
No, you know what? I've never used those until recently. I did it on like an audition tape. It's called a tear stick. But it burns. You have to be careful. I'm like, I'm not using this anymore. It burns and then you like can't see, so you're blinking like this. So any actors out there, I don't really recommend. Maybe if you do just like a little bit, but I was like, okay, I learned that the hard way. I cannot see, my vision is blurred. So I try to do it. Yeah, try to do it on my own.
That sounds miserable.
It does.
Oh, Oh, terrible. I know. I'm like, is this going to mess up my LASIK? Hopefully not.
Is it hard for you to go from those intense emotional moments to come back to reality when you come back home?
Yes and no. Now that I'm a mom, it's like when I'm off the clock, I'm nursing, I'm back to this. That's kind of what keeps me grounded is motherhood, as you guys know. So it's like when they say that's a wrap, I'm back. I'm scrubbing dishes in my kitchen. I'm changing dirty diapers. It's back to reality. So I actually look forward to being on set and having that escape.
A break. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. You
Don't
understand.
ever feel guilty for saying it either.
No.
You need it, or you will
We don't
lose
get a lot of
yourself.
those.
We
Yeah.
don't.
I know. It is fun.
And it's
fun
hard to
working.
learn that you deserve them. That it's okay to have them.
But I'm the kind like, if I can be with my kids, I want to be with them all day. I'm not like,
Yeah.
oh, here's a nanny or here's someone. I'm like, no, I'm gonna spend time with them and raise them. It's my child.
Right. All the
Absolutely.
time.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't need a babysitter to go do this. I just
Yeah.
won't go do this.
I'll bring them with me. I got my baby
Right.
on my hip. Yeah, for sure. It's sweet.
Going,
Until they
yeah.
have a meltdown,
Yeah, and then you're like, okay, I gotta step away for a minute.
Be right back.
What advice would you give to, kids starting out now, having done that, any young actors or actresses that may be wanting to step into this industry?
Yeah, I say always start local. I know a lot of people would always tell me, oh, I'm going to move to LA and be an actor. I'm like, first of all, start local in your hometown. Start doing, theater. Look for someone who does acting lessons or workshops. And do everything you can locally before you jump out to LA. Nowadays, you don't even need to live in LA. Things have changed so much.
Yeah.
But it's better to be a big fish in a small pond, I think. So, I started in Texas, did everything I could in Texas before I started going out to LA. And yeah, just find someone or a local theater and dip your toes in that way.
Did you do any theater?
I did a little bit. Yeah, I did do a little bit. I remember I played, Little Shop of Horrors. I was Audrey in Little Shop of Horrors. What a great show. Yeah, not too much because the acting style is a little different. In theater, you have to project and be larger than life, which did prepare me for Disney because they love big energy. But then film and television, you got to bring it down. It's a lot more natural. So definitely different styles of acting.
Very fair. Is there a dream role or genre you haven't tackled yet that's on your vision board?
It is really cool being part of such an iconic franchise like Hunting Wives. My goal would be to be in just like an iconic movie like Mean Girls, The Notebook. Love Rachel McAdams. She filmed both of those movies in the same year back to back. So I'm
Which
like,
is crazy.
Jackpot, both of those films. So just to be in like a film that's so memorable that people quote all the time, that's like, oh,
and watch years later.
Everyone knows the movie. Everyone watches it every time it's on TV. Yeah, I would love to be in a film like that.
I definitely think that could happen for you.
I hope so. Prayers, fingers crossed, maybe one day.
Yeah. Do you have any upcoming projects other than season 2 that you can talk about?
Well, I just filmed an episode of a guest star on a show that I filmed in Florida. I don't even know if I can say what it is, but hopefully soon I can share. It's season 2 of a really fun show with some really fun cast members, some big names. So I don't want to say anything yet, 'cause
We don't want to get you in any trouble.
Yeah,
That's
you
for
can
sure.
probably do a little research and figure it out. But yeah, I will. I'll share that when I'm able to, and when season 2 comes out of that show.
It's exciting to know we get a chance to see you again on more than just
Yes, for sure. Yeah, and then we're about to finish up season 2 of Hunting Wives. I go back in March to film our last episode, which is kind of sad. So hopefully we get renewed for a season 3 soon. Just to, like, something to look forward to. I feel like you got to. Everyone loves Marc. Everyone loves Sophie. All the drama, the hot mess.
Oh yeah, no. You give other people train wrecks to watch and they love it because it's a break from their own.
Oh, yes, exactly. They're like, well, at least my life isn't that bad.
Exactly. At least I'm not dealing with that.
Yeah, at least I didn't screw up majorly like
Yeah.
all of them. Yeah,
Well, and
it
season
is a
2 is
good
just as
break from
exciting.
reality. Yes, exactly. It's so fun.
It'll keep that momentum. It'll happen.
I think
Season
so.
3, it's coming.
Yes, thank you for the good vibes.
For sure. What advice would you give your younger self? Like
Oh
if you could go
man.
back and tell
I
young
feel like I'm
Allie.
still giving myself advice every day and
You
learning.
have to.
I'm such a perfectionist and a people pleaser, and I feel like if I could just nip that in the butt, I'd be golden. So I'm still working on that, but I would say if I could just, take a step back and not worry about, oh, what is so and so thinking about me or how is this going to play out? I think I would, just be myself more, not worry about it, do my thing, and I always trust that God has a plan, so that's always been my mantra. So
Yeah.
I think that would be my advice.
I love that. That is beautiful.
Thank you. What about you? What would you say for yourself? What advice would you give your younger self?
Ooh.
Wait, this is for her, right? Not like
Either of
we're
you.
now we're being interviewed. What just happened?
Yeah, no. That it's such a loaded question.
Say this just
You're like, where do I begin, girl?
I had the same
Yeah.
conversation like last week with my 17-year-old. I
Yeah.
said, don't be so quick to say no. Just
Oh.
because you're scared, because you have a fear of heights or you have a fear of getting on a horse.
Yeah.
Say yes. And then if you get there and you're like, okay, I really can't do this, then don't do
Yeah.
it. But don't say
Just
no
try
before you get there.
Yeah.
That's good.
good.
Yeah.
That's good
Being
advice.
open to things. Yeah, for sure. And what
Mine-
about you, Destiny?
To what to not let the people around you take advantage of your kindness.
That's
And
deep,
stop you.
girl. We could
Yeah.
run with that. Don't let them take advantage of you. Yeah, that's really good. Good stuff, guys.
I've done that a lot, and only in the recent years have I finally been like, you know what? No.
Yeah, I can say no. You two are opposites. You're like, I'm saying no, and I'm saying yes.
Yeah, know when it's good to say no.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, and having the right people around you because everyone is an influence.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely. I think we got a good gang now, but it hasn't always been that way.
Yeah. Takes time for sure.
It
I know.
does. Well, Allie, what are your socials where people can keep up with you and kind of see what's coming next?
I struggle with posting all the time. You know how busy we are. But my Instagram is Alexandria Deberry. So I do share on there. I try to post on my stories or some pictures when I can. But I'll keep you guys posted with everything from all the shows on there and when they're airing.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Well, guys, go follow Allie. Keep up with it. Check out Hunting Wives Season 2 when it comes out. And this other mystery show that she'll announce soon. And don't forget to like, follow, share, and subscribe here. Thank you, guys. We'll see you next time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You.
Hello, everybody. It's Jason and Destiny. Today we are joined by George Booza. George, how are you doing this fine, cold day?
Very cold. Wearing my old man sweater and my thermal undies.
It's the best way to do it when it's this cold.
Oh, it's terrible.
Very nice. So what made you want to be an actor? What got you interested?
Well, up until my senior year in high school, I hadn't even seen a play in my life. And I went to an all-boys school. And around the corner, there was an all-girls school. And my girlfriend went there. And they were putting on a senior class play, and they needed guys to audition for roles. So I got talked, forced into going in and auditioning. And I read for the part of Oliver, or of Mr. Bumble in Oliver. And I got the part. And it was a lot of fun, but the moment that I stepped out on stage that opening night, it was like some sort of interstellar lightning that struck me that said, wow, this is what I want to do. It was that definite and that quick. And then from that moment on, I pursued it. I started going around for the rest of the year, auditioning at all the other girls' schools in Cleveland to be in their plays as well. And then I did my senior class play. And then I went to Baldwin-Wallace for my undergrad and majored in theater. And then did my master's at Kent in directing and got my equity card in Trumpet in the Land. You know that play down in New Philadelphia?
Nice. I do.
Have you ever seen it?
I have not.
You've got to go down there. Like, this is going back, well, that was 1974, so that's 52 years ago. But it's this outdoor theater, and the play is about the settlement of Ohio and the battle between the Indians and the Amish people that settled there. And it's a huge amphitheater outdoors, seats over 1,700 people, and they recreate an actual battle on stage. There's this huge field in the background and everything. We got real muskets and we're blasting each other with. It was great.
So the first thing I want to ask you about is, it says here that you played a bartender on SCTV, which
that was when John Mellencamp was a guest.
Yeah, they had an amazing cast. What was that experience like on that show?
Well, that led to an awfully long relationship with SCTV, because I did several episodes of when they were doing the skit show, and then they produced Maniac Mansion. Eugene Levy was the executive producer, and I played a 4-year-old mutated kid in that. And then they did another movie called The Canadian Conspiracy, and I had got a part in that. And then they did Sodbusters with Chris Christopherson. It was the SCTV spoof on Shane, and I had a major part in that. So I've had a long relationship with all the people at SCTV, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. They're wonderful, wonderful people. And again, it's, sad. Everybody's getting old. Joe Flaherty's gone. It's we're all getting to be old farts.
Love that.
Three geeks. This is three geezers.
That's funny.
Funny. That is very funny.
We've got to do some incredible voice acting as well as films and television. What do you find is the biggest difference in how you approach those roles?
Well, as an actor, you approach everything pretty much the same. It's just the techniques that you use. When you're millimeters away from a microphone, you don't really have to project. Like when you're on stage, and especially in that very first major show that I did, Trumpet in the Land, you've got to be able to project so that the people way in the back can hear you as clearly as the people in the front row. So you've got a different technique to do stage than you do doing film. In film, it's the camera that gets close up to you. You don't project to the camera. It comes and it finds you, and the microphones all mic you. So you have to bring everything farther down so you don't blow the ears off the sound technician who's sitting there with his microphones on. Do you remember the Goulardi on WJW TV?
I do.
Actually. He used to put firecrackers next to his microphone and blow the ears off the guys in the studio. And his catchphrase used to be, "Cool it with the boom booms." These guys would have firecracker wars during the taping of the show. Great stuff.
That is super funny. What was Alfred Hitchcock Presents like?
Well, I only did one episode of that. It was fun. It was I used to watch Alfred Hitchcock when I was a kid with my grandfather. He used to like that show a lot. They all watched the mysteries, that and Dragnet. And it was really neat. I got to be in the Twilight Zone. We did resurrected that series up here as well. I did an episode of that. I mean, it's a lot different than if I would have been, in with Rod Serling and, all the original people from there. I mean, that's where even William Shatner did a very early episode of The Twilight Zone. And all the great actors appeared on that.
I want to get into some specific roles, but my question, because a lot of people, especially when they do voice acting, they tend to specialize in voice acting and they don't really do a whole lot of on-screen stuff. But you do both.
I do everything.
What makes
to me when I was starting off, the guy who was my mentor back in 1971, I did the Great Lakes Shakespeare Festival, which is where I did my apprenticeship. And the guy who was my mentor there was Robert Englund, who played Freddy Krueger. And we were both young actors. He just got his equity card a year or two before. And he was telling me, he says, you've got to learn as many skills as you possibly can to survive in this business. You can't just limit yourself because you'll put yourself out of work. He says, you got to be able to do absolutely everything. Learn all the skills you can. Branch out into all the different fields. And you'll keep working. And so that's what I did. I learned as many things as I possibly could. I tried to deluge myself with reality. I mean, I worked downtown Cleveland when I got out of university. I was down there working all the clubs as a bouncer and security guard. I ended up working for Larry Flint as a bodyguard. It was some wild times, and all that was to gain experience so that when you were going there to play bad guys, you kind of had a vision of what it was like to be one. And I had to get out of there because that was reality. There was no getting out of that. There was high stakes stuff because they weren't props that you were dealing with. I carried a real gun. People who I was having confrontations with also had real guns. It wasn't like props. And when there was a fight, nobody pulled their punches. And it got really real. And that's when I kind of woke up and go, all right, you've gained a little bit of experience here, but you're getting deeper and deeper into the underbelly of Cleveland. And it's time to get out of it and get back to what you're supposed to do, which is be an actor. And that's when I went back to graduate school and did my master's at A.N.T. And that led to Trumpet in the Land and my equity card. And that led to Canada. Everything was kind of like a domino because the director of Trumpet in the Land was a Canadian. And then I got invited up to Canada to do a play at the end of the season. And then while I was up here, I got offered 2 years worth of work. And they said, it's a real pain in the butt to keep getting you work permits. So why don't you apply to become a permanent resident and then you can just work up here. So that's what I did. And that was 52 years ago. But, the more talent, the more avenues that you open up. You do commercials, you do animation, live stage, movies, TV. And that also keeps you very active and your brain active. People sometimes tend to find one theater that they work in, like Cleveland Playhouse, for example, has got actors there that have been there since the beginning. The ones that are still alive, you find a place that you're secure and you don't have to audition anymore. You just live out you've got a job for the rest of your life and off you go. The same thing with the Stratford Festival. People there have been there for decades. And, they change around the cast year after year, but it's a secure place. Once you find that, you go, geez, I got a job now and let's ride it out until the end.
Definitely. Yeah, some people just take that job security.
Yeah, but I love the variety. I love going from a film to theater to doing animation. I mean, when we were doing Maniac Mansion, I was recording X-Men at the same time. So the studios were about 2-3 miles apart downtown, and I'd be filming dressed up as a 4-year-old kid. And then I'd have to go and do an episode of X-Men. So I'd still be dressed up in my wardrobe, hop on my motorcycle and drive through downtown Toronto and knock off an episode of X-Men and go back and finish filming on Maniac Mansion.
I'm sure that was a sight to see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, this is what you did. And I made it all fun. And
speaking of X-Men, what was it like to get the call 20 some years later to come back?
Well, that was a mind blower. When Eric and Julia Leewald wrote the book on previously on X-Men, then they gathered 4 of us together and we went down to New Braunfels, Texas, and we did our very first Comic-Con. And it was Cal Dodd, Lenore Zan, myself, and Tony Daniels. And we were talking about how nice it was to get back together. We hadn't seen each other in a long time. And then how nice it would be if they resurrected the show. And that was back in about 2018, I think, when we did that. And we all kind of laughed it off, going, yeah, well, that'll never happen. And then we got hit with the pandemic, and then we all stopped doing the Comic-Cons. And so all of a sudden, we got a call from the agency saying they want you back. Mind you, we did have to re-audition for our original roles. But after 30 years, they want to see if you still sound the same and you're not there going,
You know,
Seems
when
surreal.
X-Men 97 came out, I went back and rewatched the original X-Men cartoon because I loved it growing up. But I was just floored by how ahead of its time it was for a children's television program to be serialized. And as serialized as that show was, like, you had to watch it all to really get the full, like, impact of the story. And then for the new one to come out and really literally pick up moments later, like, it was just, the animation does look better, but it also looks the same. And it's awesome how they got that mix of making it look like it's new, but also looking like it's the same.
Yeah, well, when Saban was running it, you know, they went for the bottom dollar. So they animated it in Korea, then they went to the Philippines, wherever. That's why there was a big difference in seasons on what the animation looked like. But now that Disney's got a hold of it, you know, they're putting everything they got into making it look absolutely perfect. You know, the quality of it is like Fantasia. You know, back when the real classic cartoons were being made into feature films and all animated by hand. You know, I mean, I still remember watching all those fabulous Disney films and Fantasia. I mean, for, you know, anybody who grew up during the hippie era, you know, that was the movie to see when you were tripping. You know, all those dancing hippos.
Best. Going into some more character specific things, you also got to play in Ginny and Georgia, which has become such a huge hit. How was the character of Marty?
Well, it's still going on. I just did an episode last week.
Nice.
And the week before that, I did
ask if you
another
could tell us if you got to return or not.
I did. They brought me back. I seem to be doing like 1 or 2 episodes a season.
Perfect.
And, you know, I keep getting older, so I don't know how long it's going to play. I went from actually doing a lot of the bad guy stuff to now overseeing a lot of the bad guy stuff. So this is what happens. You become the boss. But I love that show. You know, the people are so nice. And it's a great thing, you know, being a biker in your mid-70s and still trying to throw your weight around.
Did you actually ride prior?
Oh, I've been riding. I rode for 50 years. I just
love
gave it
that.
up a couple of years ago because the arthritis got so bad. I pulled the bike out of the garage. I could barely hold it up. And I couldn't throw my leg over it. And then it looked like I was getting on it very, very embarrassingly. And I thought, no, I can't do this anymore. And besides, once the arthritis gets you and you don't have 100% of your hands and feet, you don't have a chance out there because, you know, Toronto's got over 4 million people, and I think about 2 of them know how to drive. So you're really taking your life into your hands, going out there practically naked, wearing a leather jacket and nothing else between you and the road. And I've had a couple of spills. I've been put back together. I set off the metal detector at the airport. But it was a good 50 years of riding. So I rode all through Africa.
Oh, wow.
Because when we were shooting Sinbad, that was done in South Africa. The Adventures of Sinbad. So I spent 2 years down there. And the first thing I did was I got to buy and sell and started looking for motorcycles. And I bought one down there. And the guys that were in a club called the Easy Riders. One of their guys was my stunt double. So they helped me put the bike back on the road as a nice touring. The guy was using it as a racing bike that I bought it off of. So we made it a tourer again, and it was a rat bike, but I had a lot of fun. That was one of my things on the bucket list. When I was in Africa in 1980, we were shooting Quest for Fire, and I had some time at the end of the shoot to go and tour around, so I rented a car and we went down to Mombasa. And the roads were kind of neat, They didn't have the same kind of pockmarked freeze and thaw potholes as we do in North America. So they were quite smooth until they ended and turned to mud. But when you had pavement, it was level. And South Africa is a much richer country than Kenya. So their roads were a lot better. And they had super highways. And I got to tour around the whole bottom of Cape Province. And I encountered a lot of African wildlife. The way you tour around in the States and you run into moose and elk and deer and all the other things up north. There, they had elephant crossings. And I ran over a puff adder once because it was lying in the middle of the road sunning. And then baboons took over the entire road. And I had to slow down to like 5 miles an hour and go around them like I was taking my riding test around pylons, except these were baboons. So it was quite exciting, to be able to putt through South Africa and experience that.
Yeah, that would be incredible.
It was fabulous.
Sorry. How do you find your voice? Like for Little Bear, they say you're going to play Frog. Like, how do you find the voice for that?
Well, you look at the character and you kind of try and get an idea of what he would sound like, and then you run the ideas you have past the director, and then they find which one they like the best. A Little Bear was fun too. All the cartoons, I love animation. Sometimes it can be pretty hard on your voice though when they want you to do some, guttural noises and screams and everything like that. You can come out of there quite hoarse.
Are there any types of characters or genres that you still want to explore that maybe you haven't got to yet?
Well, not really. There was a long list of things that I wanted to do when I was younger, and I did a lot of them. But now I'm pretty much retired. The only things that I'm really maintaining now is I still do Ginny and Georgia because I'm committed to it, and I do X-Men. But, they approach me every now and then with some sort of project, and if it's on camera, I'll probably say no right away because the days are tormentingly long. Even a short day on Ginny and Georgia for me was like 12 hours long. And, that's taxing. Not everybody can do that into their old age. And I love doing X-Men. I mean, the longest session I've had on that show has been an hour. I mean, once you got it, you go into the studio and you give them 3 takes of each line. And they go, okay, moving on. And occasionally they say, okay, let's go back and see if we can fine tune that. But usually after 3 takes, they've got what they want and you're on your way in about an hour.
I know it's kind of like picking a favorite child, but do you have a favorite role?
Well, in animation, definitely it'd have to be Beast. Now, there's 2 favorite roles that I had, actually 3. One in the movies, my favorite role was Santa in Christmas Horror Story. That was like the last real action movie that I did. And even the New York Times in their review said, and Santa was quite spry for his age. So that one would be my favorite movie role. And then in TV, the ones that are like the best was Sinbad playing Dubar, and then Jake in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the next door neighbor. Working with Peter Scolari was one of the blessings of my career. I've never met a nicer man, more generous actor, and a funnier guy. And the 2 of us really, really hit it off. They kind of compared us to Laurel and Hardy when we were shooting the thing. And they wrote stuff that was in that vein so that we could do the interactions and have the fun. And I spent so much time sitting in front of or standing in front of an air cannon having things fired at me, the slime, rotten vegetables, all kinds of spaghetti, you name it, and it exploded in my face. But it was so much fun. Those 2 years, they went by like a flash. And now
That was such
Peter,
a
he's
fun
gone
show.
too. Pardon?
I said that was such a fun show, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
So, you did conventions and all. Do you have like a crazy or just really fun, very memorable fan interaction?
Well, that's the most moving fan interaction. I mean, you get fun stuff all the time, people dressing up as Beast. And I always have to take my hat off to that because I have been painted blue and I know what it's like. And it doesn't come off easy. And you also have this kind of blue tinge that you carry around with you for a few days afterwards. And when people show up doing a Beast cosplay, I always have to go out of my way to be especially nice to them because I know what they went through to get there. But again, the most moving is when people come and tell you what that show meant to them, and how your character, in many instances, actually saved their lives. There were people that came up to us that said, if it wasn't for your show, I wouldn't be here today. They found that they could not operate within society. They were outcasts. They had nowhere that they fit in, and they just rushed home every day to watch the latest episode of X-Men, and that's where they found their refuge. And the show hit them so deeply that a lot of them didn't go through with, the depression that was going to drive them to perhaps take their own life. And people would show up and they would be in tears when they come to our table. And this is something that is so heart-wrenching because we had never had any idea how much our show meant to people. Fox Kids and Saban never shared any of the fan mail that came through because this is a ploy, too, to keep actors on their toes. You never know that you can take this job for granted.
Yeah.
They would keep us hanging until the very last second to tell us whether we were going to be renewed for another season. They never shared any of the fan mail. So we never knew the popularity of the show. And it wasn't until we started doing the Comic-Cons and the fans who are now middle-aged adults would come and tell us that this show saved their life. And that's mind-blowing. And it really it hits you very, very deeply. Very few actors can say that, a performance that they did meant that much to somebody that affected their lives. Most of the stuff you do as an actor in your career is fluff. You're doing mysteries or whatever. You're entertaining people, amusing them for a couple of hours, making them laugh. But to actually have that kind of an impact on somebody's life, that's something else. I don't know of any other show that has that kind of power besides what X-Men had.
Yeah, X-Men dealt with and continues to deal with some
and
real
continues
things.
to, because the world is much worse right now than it was back in 96. Much worse.
100%. And I remember watching X-Men as a child, and yeah, it's nice to see, different people together fighting, for what's right, and nobody is an outcast, especially in that X-Men group, no matter if you're blue or have, rays that shoot out of your eyes. And it still resonates today. I mean, the allegory on racism back then and the other stuff that's going on now, it's such a powerful show still. And even the comic books, it's wild.
Yeah, I do think that's why it resonates, is because, there's so many real life things that can make you feel like an outcast, and X-Men kind of makes you feel like you're part of something.
Yeah, well, I identified very, very deeply with the character of Beast because when I was a kid growing up in Cleveland, I was an outcast. My parents were refugees from Hungary after World War II. They came over on the Liberty ships. I was born shortly thereafter, and I didn't speak English until I was 4 because my parents didn't speak English, so we spoke Hungarian at home. And I learned English out playing with the kids. And they weren't very kind either because I was also a fat kid. So there was a lot of things that were, going against me when I went to school, and I wasn't a very happy kid. And I got bullied on the school grounds, even despite the fact that I was a big kid. that was also something like of a challenge that, oh, let's go after the big guy and, see if we can make him cry or see if we can give him a black eye. And I took it and took it and took it for a very, very long time. And then one day I decided that I was going to fight back. And the guy that came at me, I dropped him like a stone. And I even shocked myself. I go, holy mackerel, what was that?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden things turned, and people kind of stopped bullying me, although that it went on for a little while, because then they wanted to see the fight. They go, okay, he's ready now. And that back then, what they would do is the guy that wanted to fight you would create the circle. So the whole schoolyard would come and form a circle around you. And the one guy that wanted to beat the crap out of you would suddenly be there and you had nowhere to go. And it was, fight or fight, there was no fight or flight. There was nowhere to flight.
Yeah, I was a bully kid too, so I get it. I can relate to that very much. I was not a big kid though. I was skinny.
Well, I was fat, I wasn't a bundle of muscle. I was a fat kid. And that's the way they treated me. I still hate that, Georgie Porgy, and all that, that rhyme and being called fatso and, that hurts. But, I got over it. And this is also probably one of the reasons why I thrived going into theater, because I found that I could get people, instead of to laugh at me, they would laugh with me. And I could make them laugh, as opposed to just walk into a room and by my appearance, encourage mockery. All of a sudden they treated you a little bit differently because you were a performer and you could hide within the character that you were playing and amuse them. And, you use that kind of like as a shield against a lot of the negativity that would potentially be thrown your way.
You've had an amazing career and you've worked with some amazing people. Like I said, off the Hitchcock show. What was it like on Diary of the Dead, being part of that legacy?
Well, I had such a tiny, tiny little part. I had a very short interaction with George Romero. He gave me the cameo, and then we had a little conversation. He says, there's a very funny stuff. You're doing really a great job. He says, we're going to have to do something in the future. We're going to do something together. And then he passed away. So I never got the chance to actually work deeply with him in something with had more meat to it. It was a fun one-day little cameo. That was about it.
That is awesome.
I wish there was more.
That he wanted to work with you more in the future. I mean, that's sad it didn't happen because the man was a legend. But I mean, that's still a cool story that you get to take with you.
Well, I also got to work with Guillermo del Toro in the Strain, and there I had a little more interaction with him. I had a better part in a whole episode. He was also a very exciting director to work with. I've always admired his work. The biggest star the first star that I worked with when I did my very first TV show was Flip Wilson. It was the Flip Wilson Salute to Football. It was back in like 1977, 76, something like that. And I was like starstruck, just starstruck by that. And then shortly thereafter, I got on High Point, which was, I think, 78. I got to work with Richard Harris and Beverly D'Angelo and Christopher Plummer, all in the same movie. And Dar Robinson, this is the one where he jumped off the CN Tower with a parachute on his back. So, and when I did the Descending Angel to work with George C. Scott, as an actor, these are the things that when I was a kid watching these movies and watching him as Patton, never imagined that, the time would come when I'd actually be on stage, work or on screen with him. It was very difficult to, be normal.
Well, George, I want to thank you so much for joining us. What you got coming up?
Well, right now, just that I've been doing 2 episodes of X-Men next week. And then in May, I'm going to Liverpool for another Comic-Con. Looking forward to that because I'm a huge Beatles fan. I got to meet Paul McCartney as well. Back when in the early 70s or mid 70s, when I came to Canada, again, as doing theater, you don't make a lot of money. So as soon as the show ended, I'd go off and be a bouncer in a bar. And one of the bars that I was working at, the guy who ran security for Concert Productions International was a regular there. And he said, we could use a guy your size. He says, how would you like to see a bunch of shows for nothing and get paid? Sounds good to me. So the first show that I did was Paul McCartney and Wings. Wow. And I got to be there for their entire sound check, the entire day. And then because I was the biggest guy on the crew, they put me on stage to make sure that nobody rushed the stage. So I'm sitting like 2 feet away from Paul McCartney and 2 feet away from Linda McCartney, right in the middle. They were being intimidating like this, just sitting there. And I watched the entire concert. Nobody got up out of their seat. Nobody rushed the stage. And I sat there for the entire concert, just blown away, And then I got to meet Paul, and it was just amazing. So now to be able to go to Liverpool and explore, I want to see the cavern where they used to play and the Beatles Museum. So those are on the agenda. And then we're going to take a train trip up. I got to see Stratford. I want to see the Globe Theater where this all began.
Yeah. That'll be a really cool trip.
So that's on the agenda.
That's awesome. Do you have a favorite Beatle? Is it Paul McCartney?
Yeah. Well, no, actually John Lennon. I really like John Lennon.
Lennon's mine too. His voice is just, and him and McCartney together just in general is fantastic. Yeah. But
oh yeah, the John songs Lennon, that they wrote. I mean, those were the first songs that I learned when I started playing guitar, were Beatles songs. I still have the sheet music that you could buy in the music stores for all their albums. They put out an entire book of all the songs and the chords and the notations.
Real quick, do you have a favorite song and album?
She Loves You. I used to listen to that on my 2-transistor radio in my little closet, which we turned into I shared a room with my younger brother. So we had walk-in closets on either side of our rooms. And I would always go in there. They had a little desk so I could do my homework. And I had a little 2-transistor radio. And they'd play She Loves You, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'd be singing along. And then my friend who lived across the street, we'd put on Beatles records down in his basement. And his parents had these giant fork and spoon that they had on either side of the fireplace. And we'd use them and play air guitar.
Those are always good memories.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And they, when you get to be my age, these are the things that keep coming back into your head. All the memories from your childhood and growing up, all the friends, and I still see them. Every time I go down to Cleveland, we get together and reminisce about the old days and talk about all our medical experiences now.
It's funny that you mentioned Three Geezers because one of my co-hosts on the podcast is a guy I've known since I was 5. And so we're like in mid-40s now. So we're getting there. We're going to be 3 old men on this podcast at some point.
My friend Jim, he and I have known each other since we were like 5 or 6 as well. And, when we're now in our mid-70s. So that's a long, long friendship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, George, thank you so much. Where can everybody find you online?
Nowhere. I don't have any presence. I don't do any social media.
You have a happy life then. If you're on social media, that's amazing.
I try to keep it as stress-free as I possibly can. I've got a very large family. I have 11 grandchildren.
Oh wow.
And 5 of them live with me. And we have a very, very large household. Not a large house, but a large household. And there's 10 of us here. And 2 dogs.
I love a good happy family. Big happy families are the best.
I love it. I just love it. I love watching the kids grow up and taking part in their lives. And it's very, very neat to be a grandpa.
Well, George, thank you so much for being the
Again, thanks for having me. I appreciate it very much.
Everybody like, comment, share, subscribe, and we'll talk to you soon.
All righty.
Hi, Marc. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me.
I'm doing good. It's a pleasure. So we got to kind of screen the movie. What kind of drew you to this story and made you want to direct this?
Well, the thing that really attracted me to it was, it wasn't just a straight horror movie.
Yeah.
That there's anything wrong with that. I love all those movies and all the, different ways you can do horror, but this one had adventure in it, right? And I really love that aspect. It makes it very different. It makes it much more, and it was just very entertaining, and it
Yeah.
reminded me of like a 1980s kind of movie, and I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it did. It kind of had that like Goonies vibe, but a little darker. It's fun.
Yeah, no, a lot of people were saying it's like, an R-rated Goonies, which
Yeah.
is not a bad thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty great comparison. The film's based on creepers. What elements of the book were kind of the most important to you when adapting it for film?
We took a lot of liberties, and we have ultimately changed the title because it's really not a full accurate representation of the book. But I would say the biggest thing was the Paragon Hotel, right? The Paragon Hotel just had such a unique character in the book, and that was something we were really looking, where could we find this hotel, which is an equal character to all the human characters in the movie. And my producer sent me, we were looking at places, and all kinds of places, and a lot of the places were really abandoned and really run down and not safe to shoot in. And a producer who had shot in Bulgaria quite a bit sent us this building that was, I guess, built in the communist era for I don't know what purpose exactly, but it just had such a unique feel, and it felt like a character. And I think people will really feel that in the movie. I mean, they won't, the movie's technically shot, supposed to take place in New York and New Jersey, but that it just feels like a place you would want to go urban exploring in and have fun in.
Definitely. It did. The hotel itself kind of felt like its own character in the movie. It had just such an atmosphere that just made it feel like this is a character, the hotel itself. And then you have your actors. It was an incredible space to do that. Were there any other horror filmmakers or specific films that kind of inspired you to your approach for Do Not Enter?
God, I mean, I'm such a fan of not only horror, but just movies. I mean, a million movies. I mean, everything, I guess from Don't Breathe, The Descent.
Yeah.
I would even say the Indiana Jones movies. But I really love this movie. I guess it's I don't know how many people know about it. It's called The Descent, but it was it showed these girls, these women out on a trip, and they go spelunking, I guess you'd call it. They go into these caves and then there's something else down there, and I just love that movie. But again, it mixed horror with adventure. It was very unique. I really enjoyed it.
I love that. What's the design process for bringing those eerie creature presence to life?
Well, number one, you need the right actor to do it. And I was Googling around at the time, and I came across Javier Botet, and he's just such a unique physical, presence. Nobody looks like this man, and he's actually a really sweet man, and he's just has such a, in the movie there's the human side to him, and then there's the creature side to him, and building that was something Javier was really into with me. So we both had a lot of fun doing that, and I think that comes through.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's such a fun, like, I don't know how to describe it without giving spoilers. And I don't want to do that. I want everyone to go see the film. This is your directorial debut, correct?
Yeah.
That's incredible. What an incredible movie for that to happen with. You did music videos previously.
Yes, yes.
Did that help kind of inspire the way you shot this film?
Sure. I mean, I've been doing, I've shot so many music videos in so many different ways and different genres and different things. I mean, I've worked with everybody from Katy Perry to the Red Hot Chili Peppers to Slipknot to Jay-Z. I mean, Beyonce, you name it. And my DP, Jan Thomas, who had worked with me, not on all of my videos, but a good portion of them, and some of them which I feel are very cinematic, you might say.
Yeah.
He really worked with me. He's a close confidant, a close friend, and we really work closely on creating the look for the movie.
That's awesome. I'm always curious when you go from kind of the short storytelling that is music videos to like feature film, what the biggest difference and adjustment is for you.
Well, truthfully, there wasn't really much. I mean, shooting is shooting to me. The biggest thing was just the length of time you have to commit to a project, because with a music video, you could shoot in 1 day, 2 days, and just, be done with it.
Yeah.
This was a years long thing. And there's a lot more people involved, but just having the patience, I guess it's like, like running a marathon and just keeping like a nice steady pace,
Yeah.
that as opposed to a sprint. So, definitely a challenging thing, but I got used to it.
Yeah. So after completing Do Not Enter, what did you kind of learn about yourself as a filmmaker now?
Wow. Well, I definitely love movies, and I know with AI and the way, financial incentives and everything, I know the movie genre is, I know it's probably the worst time ever to go into movies, but I love movies. I love movies over even like TV and series. Years back, I shot for a TV series, and I always feel like in a TV series they can kind of condense it into a movie. They can condense it to 2 hours, and I just love the form. I love the art form of it, and I've always loved it. I went to NYU Film School, and I just haven't gotten around to it, but I'm fully invested now, and I'm going into production on a new movie which I wrote, which I'm very excited about, which is a straight horror movie. It's very like a hard R kind of horror movie. I'm really excited about that. So yeah, I just would love to keep doing it and keep the genre alive, and have fun and put cool things out there, because it's there's still a lot of cool things out there if you look.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still so many stories to be told. So hopefully you get the chance to tell those.
Yeah.
As someone who loves urban exploration and paranormal investigating, this movie kind of brought both of those worlds together in a way. But also kind of brings up all the biggest fears you have when doing both.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the experience you wanted people to have, that kind of like, oh, this could be real? Because it doesn't just include like your spooky side of things. There's also rivals, and so it combines everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's when I was a kid, I remember I was a teenager, and me and like three friends took a flashlight and went into this really dark, like abandoned parking lot, and it was so dark, there was no light. So it was like without the flashlight, it was the darkest thing I've ever been in, and it scared the living shit out of me. So again, that was definitely one of the things with this script that attracted me. I remember when I was at NYU, I remember coming across these like Urban Explorer, like it was like, and I know there's millions of groups now that do it, but they were going into all these cool places. Like there was this abandoned Second Avenue subway that never got built, and I just thought it was so cool. Like all these places underground in New York City. So yeah, I mean it's a fun thing, and when you look up like places people have urban explored around the world, there's like an abandoned like ghost ship off the coast of Africa. There's just so many cool things, you know? So yeah, the Paragon was hopefully one of those.
Definitely. Well, I have enough time for one more question. So I would like to ask, when audiences walk into the theater to watch Do Not Enter, what kind of experience do you hope they leave with?
I just hope they're really entertained. I hope they're really entertained. Yes, scared and you know, it's definitely an eerie film, but I just hope at the end of it they're just really entertained. There's a lot of bad stuff in the world, and it's it's fun to kind of turn off your brain for an hour and a half or 2 hours and have a really fun experience.
Absolutely. Well, Marc, thank you so much, and everybody, please go see Do Not Enter in theaters. It's one you don't want to miss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is going on, everybody? It's Jason, Destiny, and Angel. We are joined today by JP Karliak. How are you doing today?
Very well. And yourself?
I'm doing great. It's truly an honor to meet you. Growing up, Morph was my favorite character. And then seeing him get to do so much more in X-Men 97 and seeing that you came on as the voice has been super awesome. But what was your journey to becoming a voice actor?
I mean, I grew up loving cartoons. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe was like my very first animated show that I fell in love with, followed quickly by She-Ra and Tiny Toons and Animaniacs and Batman the Animated Series, and certainly lots and lots of Looney Tunes. And once I understood that cartoons weren't real and that there were people doing the voices, I still was under the impression that it couldn't be a real job. It had to be something that they only let people do. For instance, I came to this conclusion when I saw Robin Williams portray the genie in Aladdin. So that really became my trajectory. Like, okay, I'm going to go to Hollywood and become famous, and then they will let me do voiceover. And luckily, I had a professor in college who kind of disabused me of that notion. It was like, or you could just get an agent and audition. So I started taking classes. My mentor was Bob Bergen, the voice of Porky Pig. He recommended me to an agent who my voiceover career started 20 years ago this year. So, yeah. It's just been plugging away gradually ever since.
What was it like stepping into some of the iconic roles like Boss Baby?
I mean, they're all different degrees of nerve-wracking, I guess. It's when you're doing a legacy character, which is the majority of my career, each one comes with its own set of expectations, both by the fan base and also just the producers who are making the show. So, like, for instance, when I did Boss Baby, they wanted an exact sound alike to Alec Baldwin. And they wanted just a direct continuation of the movies. When I did the Tin Man for the Wizard of Oz show that I did, it was more just like sort of an homage to the 30s film, so that it didn't have to sound just like it. And, people aren't as violently precious about the way the Tin Man sounds as they might be, let's say, the Joker, which is, of course, they have very specific opinions about. So each thing kind of comes with its own feelings. I'm certainly a fan myself of so many of these properties. So I have my own expectations, and I think my lesson in all of this of doing so many sound alikes is eventually it's like I just have to know that I'm doing a good job and that I'm treating the material with reverence, and hopefully people see that, or hear that.
What was it like reading the scripts for X-Men 97? Because X-Men 97 is a real show. Like they discuss and they go into real topics. And I remember crying throughout that season that we just watched. And I can't wait for the next season, by the way. What was it like stepping into that, taking over for the voice of Morph and reading those scripts? Like I was crying like a baby at episode 5 or 6.
Sure. I wasn't in episode 5, so I didn't even know what was going to happen until I think I was at a party with the cast after we watched episode 3 or 4. Well, it must have been 4 because we saw the first 3 in one chunk at the premiere. And they were like, "Yeah, the next episode." I'm like, "Why? What happens? I don't know." and that's the thing. Like, I didn't necessarily. I read the whole pilot. But the pilot changed a lot. Like we recorded it several times. So I kind of lost track over time. Like, wait, are we still doing this thing? And is that still a thing? So what's going on here? And then for other episodes, I would just kind of pop in. So it would really just be like, I would get a few pages and, just pop into it. So really my journey with Morph was less about following the specific arc of the story of the season and more about like, okay, what are my core relationships is of course to Wolverine. So it's like, what's happening here? How are we reacting to each other? And otherwise he's just being a smart ass and just sort of, doing his thing. So it was really more important to me to make sure that I got the character down and just trusted that the directors and the animators and everybody had the idea of like how they were going to stitch it all together and, tell such a broad story. But I mean, yeah, I saw episode 5 and I was like gobsmacked. It was just every episode was incredible to me because you never know when you make things like this, even if the scripts are good and you've read all of them and you think you know what's coming and you've seen some of the art. It's like, this could go any number of ways, because there's so many cooks in the kitchen. But I just remember at the premiere sitting with everybody and all of us were just jaws dropped at how good it was. Like, not just, oh, this is a great fan homage to what people have liked before. Like, even if you've never seen the X-Men before, it's a good show. So yeah, all of it has been just a wonderful surprise.
Had you watched the original? Because even the original show was far ahead of its time, super serialized back in the 90s when kids had to watch week to week to fully understand what was happening. That's why I think it lent itself so well to modern television because it was already there. Like it was already serialized. It was already telling tough stories. But yeah, were you a fan of the original?
I actually didn't see much of the original as a kid, mostly because I would get home from school and turn on the TV and I would see the end credits of the X-Men just as I was turning on Power Rangers. So I kind of missed it. But I really became a fan of the movies and then sort of reverse engineered like, as the movies came out and eventually with the advent of Wikipedia and YouTube, and I would be like, wait, who's that running through the background? I need to know more about that mutant. And then I would like do deep dives and just find out all this stuff. So and then of course, when I auditioned for the show, that's when I watched the original series and was like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here. Very cool.
So you've done so many different voices and been a part of so many things. Is there something that you feel you connected the most with or had the most fun doing?
I think all of them are different in the way that I connect to them. Morph is certainly the most personal to me. He feels the most like me. And telling the story of a non-binary character that's figuring out their gender and sexual identity in the middle of the 90s and pushing through trauma using humor. I was like, okay, yeah, me, great, cool. So it's been a real blast to play that. Boss Baby was just a blast to play because the scripts were so dense and so fast and so funny. And I don't think I'll ever have to say that much dialogue in any episode of anything ever again, because it was just so, it was, if you've ever watched the Gilmore Girls, it was written like the Gilmore Girls. It was just like a mile a minute. Like,
Yes.
And it was just such a blast. I mean, I'd pick up a script and be like, oh, he's speaking in Japanese this episode. Great, cool, fun, you know, because he was just, when you're dealing with a cosmopolitan businessman, like he's pulling out all sorts of stuff that's just like, oh, of course you know that. Why not? I think one of my best recording experiences was when I did the Wizard of Oz show, because it was a group record, 12 of us in the room recording every voice every week. And it was legends. You know, this was kind of just as I was getting off the ground. I had already played Wile E. Coyote, but I was really at the beginning of my career, and I was in the room with Kari Wahlgren and Jess Harnell and Tom Kenny and Bill Fagerbakke and Lorraine Newman from SNL, and like just all of these incredible voiceover legends, just watching them work and us just, you know, stifling laughter while the other people were recording. So, and it really doesn't happen anymore where we get those group records. That was just such a unique and wonderful experience. So yeah, each of them has their own little wonderful thing about them. And yeah, they're all special.
A lot of the characters you play, they get to be very kind of theatrical. How do you physically embody those characters while in the booth?
I mean, the rule of thumb is just don't hit the mic and don't create noise other than what you're saying. But I mean, all the things, you know, whatever you need to get there. I definitely stand when I record. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a lot of gesturing, sometimes it's a lot of movement, sometimes it's just as simple as posture, you know, especially like if I'm playing, and there's a character that I just started recording right now, which I will not say any more about, but he's a kind of an ugly, you know, sort of creature-y character. And so I am sort of like recording it a little more like this, as opposed to, you know, because it not only gets me into the character, but it also affects the shape of my vocal tract and like, you know, automatically makes it sound more creaturey. So yeah.
Did you have any like theatrical background before you went to Hollywood for this, or did you kind of go in green?
I went to school for theater, and you know, did plays and musicals and stuff like that. Took a lot of acting classes. I really was in improv for a while, which I think was one of the best things I could have done for voiceover, partially because you have that ability to be spontaneous and just come up with jokes on the fly, but also just because you're working on a stage with nothing, no props, no costumes, no sets. You're just making it up with other people, and using your imagination in a very childlike way. And that's just so important when you're recording in a box like this, you know, to just make it all up.
All right. So you mentioned a bunch of cartoons prior to, you know, before you got started that you enjoyed. You've worked on pretty much all of them. What was that like? Like your inner child gets to go into the booth and do something for Looney Tunes, or in this case, Tiny Toons. You get to go and do some X-Men stuff. And just like, what was that like?
I mean, it's surreal. It's weird. It's cool. It's pressurized a little bit. Like, you know how much it means to you, so you know that it means 10 times as much to a whole bunch of other people. But I mean, so much of it is just fun and weird, and you know, so many times I come out of the booth and I'm just like, this is such a weird job. I get to do this, you know. Tiny Toons, as you mentioned, like I played Merlin the Magic Mouse, and that was a really fun one. It was the comedy writers that were working on it. They were a lot of fun to record with, and it was another kind of threading the needle of a particular. They wanted a particular version. They didn't want to sound alike of the original. They wanted more of like, because the original is kind of like a Tascadero Escondido. He's a lot more relaxed and sort of sleepy, you know, maybe a little drunk. And they wanted a guy who was a little more car salesman-y, you know. So it was sort of like, all right, this is what they want. but I still want to make sure that the people who, are like, that's actually not what he sounded like in the original in the 1967. Yeah. So you want to honor that. You want to be like, yes, I know. Here's like tipping the hat a little bit towards that portrayal while also filling the brief that the producers want and putting your own spin on it, which is exceptionally the case when I played the Joker. I was the Joker for Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. They specifically wanted a Joker that was not Mark Hamill, since this took place in a world where Mark Hamill's Joker already existed and had died. And this was an Elseworlds Joker coming into it, who's younger, different, whole other background. So, I'm putting my own spin on it. There's a freedom in that I don't have to be like any other previous portrayal, but it also has to be the Joker. It has to be recognizable as the Joker. So, tweaking the laughter here and there and trying to find like those little bits of Hamill or Heath Ledger or whatever to, make it feel familiar, as opposed to there was somebody on a Discord feed who would call me the giggler, not the Joker, which I actually thought was kind of hilarious. But it is that sort of thing of just like, you want to be different, but not too different.
Put your own little twist on it.
Have you, you get to do a lot of the fan conventions as well. How is it kind of meeting fans of yours that are fans of things that you've done when you've got to kind of be able to do things you were also a fan of?
Yeah, it's very cool. I think the most impactful to me has just been the more fans, specifically meeting the queer fans that feel so seen and represented by a character like Morph and really appreciate the portrayal. So that really hits me in the heart. But it is also, ostensibly, if I'm at a convention, I'm there, 90% of me is there for Morph. But and then there might also be people who have seen Spidey and His Amazing Friends or, some of the other popular stuff. But every once in a while, when I get somebody who's like, oh, I was a huge fan of you in insert random show from 10 years ago that, I'm like, you saw that and you liked it. Okay. It's random stuff like that. That's kind of fun and cool and, makes me laugh.
Yeah. I imagine the X-Men fans can kind of get emotional. I mean, people who do feel like outcast and feel seen with a show like that.
Mm-hmm. Totally. It's in so many ways, X-Men is the anti-Avengers. Is like, the Avengers are celebrated and lauded and everybody, loves them, and the X-Men are the exact opposite. And yet they continue to do good and seek justice anyway. So yeah, they're a very important team.
So what are your passions outside of voice acting?
Well, I do a bunch of nonprofit work. One of them is very voiceover connected. I run this organization called QueerBox, which is a nonprofit academy and community for LGBTQIA+ voice actors. And essentially, we offer classes, workshops. We have a free online talent directory. And we also do industry advocacy to teach the industry how better to find queer actors, write auditions for them, and work with them appropriately. And so on top of that, then my pal Courtney Taylor, who's also a voice actor, we founded Nerds Vote, which is the nonpartisan nonprofit that brings voter registration opportunities to comic book readers, cosplayers, con-goers, and pop culture fans of all kinds, aka nerds. So those two things take up a lot of stuff. I mean, aside from that, I love movies and music and all that, but this takes up a lot of time.
So you mentioned the Joker. I had to jump back to that. I'm sorry.
No,
but do you play any of the games that you've been a part of, being a part of that or Skylanders? With
so
I was going to say, or I remember when they brought those figures to Toys R Us. My husband, we bought a bunch of them just because we liked the way all the characters looked, and they were part of our childhood.
Yeah, I've got him. He's right there. You can't see him; he's kind of small, but he's there. It is a touch tricky for me. So I grew up a Nintendo kid. Like if there was a Nintendo system, I had it. Actually, that's so. Now that as soon as I said that, I was like, JP, that's not true at all. Because I had 8-bit Nintendo and then I had Super Nintendo, but I never had a Game Boy. I always wanted one, but my parents thought it would rot my brain. And then I went to college, so I never really had a GameCube or a Wii, but I definitely bought the Nintendo Classic and the Super Nintendo Classic when those came out, and I also have a Switch. But I don't have any other video game systems. Not because I'm a snob, but because if I bought more, again, it would rot my brain and it would ruin me. So, because I get deep in. I was so lucky that I played, I don't know how off book you are on Nintendo games, but.
No, I love Nintendo.
Okay, great. So Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. I am so lucky that I didn't start playing it until during the pandemic because I played that easily 40 hours. Like it was my job. I played it 40 hours a week. And if I actually had to go places and do things like else, I would have been ruined. So it happened at a very appropriate moment. But so I don't get to play a lot of the games that I'm in. I watch the cutscenes. I always check out those. I always like to see what other people think of them and how they resonate. Because games are such an interesting thing. They take so long to make most of the time, especially like AAA big games. And it's so fascinating to me, like what seems like an incredible idea 10 years ago when development starts, once it drops, sometimes it can bomb. And, it's crazy. It's a weird experience. And after 10 years, bomb in a week. Like, but that said, every once in a while, some of the things that, like if you just, if some alien landed on Earth and you told them the premise of Skylanders, like, okay, so you buy all these toys and then you put them on something in front of your TV and then they get zapped into a game and then they kick sheep and like, it's like, I'm sorry, what? But it's great. It's so much fun.
Well, you've been very vocal about inclusivity in animation. How have you seen the industry evolve?
It's a bit. The best way to put it is whiplash. I think in 2020, and a few years after that, there was a real desire to be inclusive in the industry. They were like falling all over themselves to make sure that they had a diversity in their cast and that they were seeing all kinds of people, sometimes without any training whatsoever, just like yanking people into the booth and being like, you're this, great, get in. Which was a very short-sighted way of doing things. I mean, so much of it, so many times the market in general, I mean, just think of the uses of AI. It feels like everywhere you go, I mean, it's CVS to get, your prescription or, going to get boba or whatever. It's like now powered by AI. It's like, why? What's happening that we need AI in the boba or whatever? But I made that up, I think. But there is that sense that the diversity thing happened, and rather than being thoughtful about it, like, okay, this is something we have lacked for a long time. These are actual people who are trying to make careers in this business, and there are actual people out there who want to feel seen. Maybe some mentorship, maybe like some, having people shadow each other, making sure that not only are we throwing people on screen, but also, writing, producing in the executive suite, like at all sorts of levels to really build authentic stories. Because whether you're a part of an underserved community or not, like, when we see something like Black Panther or Coco or Moana or, we see it. We might not have that experience, but we recognize something that feels deeply authentic. And it hits a little differently. It feels like, just such like a real story. Like I'm seeing something, I'm learning something, but it also feels exceptionally human and relatable. And you also know when it's fake, and when again, whether you're part of the community or not, you can sort of suss out like that something doesn't feel right about this. Something feels plastic about it. And it feels like so much of what went into diversity in those early days was throwing anything against the dartboard. There was so much backlash that happened. And of course, they blamed the diversity rather than the slipshod way it was attempted to be implemented. And of course, now we are even further back than we were 5 years ago, where, I mean, in the organization that in Queerbox, when we first started 5 years ago, it was really all about, lead with your identity, also have training to back it up, but, tell people, how you identify and push for that authentic casting. Now it's more like, okay, let's make sure that we train you to be very well-rounded actors that can play a whole bunch of things, because let's be honest, you're probably not going to get to play your authentic identity for a good long minute. So it's a challenge. And one hopes that in the way that the pendulum has swung one way, it will again swing back the other.
So why do you feel representation in that voice acting matters?
It matters in a few different ways. It matters to the fans who identify a particular way. When there's a default or a perceived default where white, cis, straight, able-bodied, of a certain body type, like, when that's considered the vanilla of the ice cream world, like this is where we start and then we add from there. And it always feels like you're not the default. Like they will never default to you. You will always be the add-on. You will always be the sprinkles. You will always be if you're lucky. There's something kind of dehumanizing about that. There's something that feels very like, oh, I'm not important enough. There's this set of identifiers that are always the most important, and then there's the ones that are considered less than. And that really can do something to you. I mean, we all have them in different ways, sometimes like our economic background, the accent that we grew up with, just the part of the country that we're from. We all have the job we have. Like there's all sorts of things that societally will be looked on as less than, and it makes us feel less than. So I think so much about representation is really putting forward the beauty of our diversity and being like, no, you're not less than. It's just different. It's just different stories. And I love to see stories that reflect me because it feels personally satisfying. I also love to see stories that are beautiful and authentic, but that I've never seen before, that are rarely told, because it feels like, not to be cheesy, but it's sort of that Hands Across America, like sort of feeling. It's like, oh, we're all just people. Isn't this great? So I think that's part of it. The other part of it that I think is also so important is the idea of, like me, seeing Robin Williams be the genie and being like, that's something I want to do. I never faced the roadblock of, that's not a career for me because of anything about how I look or about, some way that I identify or what my background is or my parents or anything like that. I face the hurdles that a lot of people face, and like, it's hard, it's tough, kid, you got to have, moxie and whatever, like, sure. But like, but none of the other things. Whereas so many of the people that I know who are people of color or queer, or trans specifically, and don't have, like, I'm fortunate in the sense that I can bust out a boss baby impression and be perceived a certain way. So, there is stifling of people's dreams for their career, and the unfortunateness of those people that were brought into the industry 5 years ago when it was like, yeah, we want you. Now they can't. Now they're all getting day jobs now because that dream has been ripped away, because we don't consider it as people. We consider it as just like quotas. So that's the long-winded answer of why representation matters.
I'm the same way. I love to see stories that, are different than my personal story. And that's why I watch movies like Black Panther, and why I like the character Morph so much. Like, it's nice to see different stories, because then it gets stale. It gets boring if you see the same thing over and over again, the same kind of people on the screen. But JP, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. Where can everybody find you online?
You can find me at my website, jpcarliak.com. You can also find me on Instagram at jpcarliak. I'm allegedly on Blue Sky, but I barely check it. So, and then my organizations, Queervox, you can find on Instagram at Queervox Academy or queervox.org. We're also on Blue Sky, and Nerds Vote is nerdsvote.com.
Yeah, I remember the other day I got like 2 reshares on Blue Sky. I'm like, I haven't been on Blue Sky in 6 months, but I'm there too. I'm also on Blue Sky. I want Blue Sky to do well. But everybody like, comment, share, subscribe, and we'll chat with you soon.